All right, hold on. Okay. Let me get into character. Hold on a second. I need to warm up my vocal cords. Harder. Father. Okay.
It's become my catchphrase here on the Ben Shapiro Show that facts do not care about your feelings. Yet, we have inculcated an entire generation who thinks that their feelings are more important than my facts. By way of illustrating this, I've been keeping a running tab on all of the grammatical errors, which are, in their own way, factual inaccuracies, in popular rap music. It's hardly English, and because it's the radio, you can't see that I'm using quotation marks around music, because it's not music. I want to discuss a latest song that someone sent me by an artist, again, in quotation marks, called Young Thug. Lovely name, lovely gentleman, Young Thug. I suppose his father is Old Thug, and his wife is Mrs. Thug. Once again, this is, one of these words that some people can say, that liberals can say, but I can't say myself. When I talk about thug culture, the liberals and their hypocrisy will get mad at me. But here are the lyrics to a song that is called Future Swag. I don't know what swag exists in the future. I don't even know what swag is. But the song is called Future Swag, and it goes like this. The song opens, and he says, quote, I F on your baby mama, I F on your baby mama, let's F on your baby mama, because I want to F your baby mama. Some head from your baby mama, I need some brain from your baby mama. So he's talking about effing someone's, the mother of someone's child, then effing them in a group of people, and then getting some sort of lobotomy for this person who is the mother of a baby. He just simply lovely, completely ungrammatical, not even words, not a song. No, there's not even rhymes. Until he says, Lil' mama, she ready for war. She ready for dick in her ass and her throat. Lil' mama, she wet for the faculty. Little mama, she ready, she after me. This, folks, is what the twin poisons of anti-Semitism and multiculturalism have done to our culture and our society. This is what young thugs and old thugs are doing. And my good friend Andrew Breitbart, if he were still alive, he would say, the only thing I hate more than racism is thug culture and young thug. I'm ready for war, and I'm going to F on the left on the Ben Shapiro show. I F on the left on the Ben Shapiro show. I F on the left on the Ben Shapiro show. Young thug is not music. Rap is crap.
Now, we've had a fun time. And I talked earlier about getting out of the bubble. And I like to think that one of the things we've done on the show this year is help people, our listeners, get out of the bubble, get out of the echo chamber through a little feature called the Chapo reading series. That's how I break out of my bubble, is I read from, intelligent conservative authors who I may disagree with them profoundly on many issues, but I still think it's good that you have to you have to respect everyone.
Hey, at the end of the day, we're all people.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, some of us are people.
Some of us are magic. Some of us are superheroes.
But
so what you're really saying is that it's important politically to hate read things that make you angry.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm saying what you need to break out of the echo chamber, the bubble, is the right mix of sadism and masochism to expose yourself to things like we do. And to close out this year on the reading series, I'm dipping back in now to a little novel ripped from the headlines known as True Allegiance by Ben Shapiro. Fans of the show, you may remember we read from this during our election night live show. You can go back and listen to, I read from the preface and the first chapter. However, I feel like we should catch people up because many of you, it was probably too traumatic to go back and listen to that whole election night show. But I want to catch you up on this. Okay, this is Ben Shapiro's novel. It's a page-turning thriller ripped from the headlines called True Allegiance. I just want to read real quick now from this basically will sum up what the book is. This is from the review of it in the Independent Journal Review. It just summarizes, it follows these characters over the course of this frighteningly close-to-home narrative. The characters include Brett Hawthorne, a military hero who knows more than he should.
Yes.
Soledad Ramirez, a California rancher who makes herself an enemy of the state. Levon Williams, a power-hungry race hustler in Detroit.
Oh my God.
Ellen Hawthorne, a top aide to a beleaguered border state governor. And Mark Prescott, a self-aggrandizing president, propel the sprawling story of a terror attack and its aftermath. Now, when we first read from this, just to catch you up, I read the preface, which is a description of a mother and daughter dying as the George Washington Bridge is bombed by terrorists and collapses on top of them. And then I read from chapter 1, which is Brett Hawthorne. And just to remind you, I just want to read this one of Shapiro's descriptions of the character Brett Hawthorne. Hawthorne was a bear of a man, 6'3" in his bare...
He was a bear, all right.
6'3" in his bare feet. Okay, bear of a man, 6'3" in his bare feet. This is excellent writing. And 215 pounds in his...
Hey, I'm hard. It's good writing.
This is exactly how all fan fiction starts.
He was a bear of a man, 6'3" in his bare feet, and 215 pounds in his underwear, with a graying blonde crew cut and a face carved of granite.
Now you know what you're jacking off to. Continue.
He had plenty of smile lines. He just didn't like showing them to people unless he knew them. This is chapter 1. Brett is behind enemy lines in Afghanistan, but then there's a long section where he reminisces back to his childhood, going to a predominantly black high school in the south side of Chicago, where a bully tries to get him to say the N-word, and he uses his clever wits to escape fighting. But he learns street smarts along the way.
Well, at least let him hear a little bit of how Ben writes black people. And
Yeah, it's really good.
Wait, I'm getting to that. I'm gonna get to that.
It's like how Clara writes
Right.
black people.
I'm getting to that. It's because it is incredible.
It is incredible. It's I still have not read my copy of it, but I'm looking forward to it. I'm gonna.
I don't want to read it. I want to be surprised every
Okay.
time I get another fresh gem.
So we've already introduced the character of Brett Hawthorne. He's the youngest general in American history. He's a tough, take no prisoners, no bullshit kind of guy. Carved from granite, 6'3", slightly hairy, just enough hair.
Uncircumcised.
Uncut. Okay, now I'm going to like I said, every chapter alternates one perspective between these characters. So I'm now introducing in chapter 2 President Prescott.
What is with this fucking whack?
Sorry, the chapter heads look like the sort of like cutouts in a ransom letter. It's excellent book design.
Yeah.
That's how we know it's a dystopia.
Interior limo. President Prescott is smoking crack and having gay sex.
Well, yeah, you joke, but guys, you'll never guess who Ben has based this character on.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is chapter 2, Dateline, Washington, D.C. We simply can't pay for it, sir. White House Chief of Staff Tommy Bradley was standing over the president's desk in the Oval Office, a sheaf of budget papers in his hand. Crumbled, wrinkled papers covered in red notes. The numbers just didn't add up. And President Mark Prescott didn't care. Listen to me, Tommy, said the president. My re-election relies on our ability to secure funding for this action. You know that. I know that. The polls show it. We don't have a choice in the matter. Tommy gritted his teeth. He knew Prescott was right. The president had been dropping precipitously in the polls. His critics blamed his policies for widespread inflation and unemployment. Prescott was...
we had so much of that under Obama. The fucking inflation was crazy. I remember last time I went to the grocery store, I had to bring a fucking wheelbarrow full of cash.
Yeah, I mean, I actually have a secret family that I abandoned because of the budget deficit. It just made my life untenable. It's too hard to raise a kid with this deficit so out of control.
The podcast makes $30,000 a year, but in pre-Obama money, that's like 20.
Yeah.
Prescott was deathly afraid of becoming Jimmy Carter, and he was right on the precipice of having his worst fears realized. When Mark Prescott ran for president, he didn't know what he'd be inheriting. He was no babe in the woods. He was a hardened ideologue, a product of the Chicago machine.
A hard ideologue. A rock-hard ideologue.
The hand-picked protege of the power brokers. but he hadn't quite contemplated the nature of the country he'd be handed once elected. And then he goes on to just like basically rehash his opponent, General Hart, had been a militant and boring old man. It also didn't hurt that his presidential predecessor had been an unpopular member of Hart's party. Again, this is Ben is like masterfully shading, what's going on with these characters.
What a creative mind.
Yeah, I love how like before every line it's like, but he didn't care about the budget deficit. Right, then the next line is the president going, I don't care about the budget deficit.
This is a window into how Ben views the world, and this is what he really believes about the fucking deficit and shit. The president just said, I don't care that we can't pay for it. Just spend the money on
print more money. Make it bigger.
Spend the money on the thing, which is how he writes it.
Now,
I need the money for this action.
Yeah, you don't know what he's funding.
Now, you guys joke, but this chapter goes on to say that like President Prescott, he just knew he had to end his predecessor's wars, no matter the cost, and then spend all the money on like food stamps and big government programs. Literally, this is almost verbatim. And then he's like, it's all about he's going to borrow money from China to create like a new deal, basically, and that's how he's going to save his administration. And then he's going to go. Okay, so he's going to go on TV to like announce the new thing. So the new socialist program that is not socialism. Wink. So it says Prescott always enjoyed this part of the process, the part where the pretty girl hovered over him with a makeup brush and her palette spread before her. He could finally relax. Everything would be on the teleprompter, and nobody knew how to read from a teleprompter like Mark Prescott.
Oh, yeah.
I also like, you know what? Fuck him for that. Fuck him for the fucking teleprompter thing, because I remember, all of us sensible libs spent 8 years being just infuriated by the teleprompter thing, because as we all knew, every fucking president in history used the goddamn teleprompter. But little did we know that teleprompter thing was slowly being internalized by the entire Republican electorate, because I cannot not believe that a big portion of the reason that Trump was so appealing to the mass of idiot Republican primary voters is that he clearly did not use a teleprompter.
No.
Yeah.
No,
if there's ever been the only politician basically in history who never used a teleprompter is fucking Donald Trump. And how many people like watched him stammer through an insane stream of consciousness and thought, yeah, he sounds like his brain is degenerating from Creutzfeldt-Jakob syndrome. Yeah, he does not have a fucking teleprompter.
How would you write out on a teleprompter like, folks, believe me, I beat Rosie? You wouldn't write out just that insane bullshit on there.
Sorry, just a little bit more before the tele. So he says, Mr. President, said Bradley, you're on in 2. Bradley shooed away the makeup artist, a hot number in her mid-20s. Exactly the kind of girl Prescott's wife hated.
Also, Prescott didn't like her because he was a gay homosexual.
As Bradley was about to push her out the door of the Oval Office, Prescott laughed. Tommy, just calm down. We've done this 1,000 times, he said. Let the young lady stay. Then he winked at her. She fluttered her eyelashes.
Just to be clear, Ben Shapiro's had sex maybe once in his life.
Yeah, I don't even want to say the full.
Yeah, he has one kid, therefore he had sex once.
He had sex once. He famously wrote an article bragging about being a virgin while he was in law school.
Is there a sex scene in this book?
Not yet. Not yet. That description of Brett Hawthorne was close enough.
President Obama
I want to
put his stuff in her ass.
I want to get to 2 more characters here. So real quick. So President Prescott goes on TV and announces that he's going to do socialism. Okay, so the next chapter is Soledad, and there's not that much that's funny in here to read from, but basically Soledad Ramirez is just like Ben Shapiro's version of Sarah Palin as like a white Latina, basically.
Yeah.
In this, she's a rancher from Central Valley, California, and the government shut off her water or something, and she had to shut off her family's farm and laid off the immigrant who worked for her. And then there's a description about how the immigrant who worked for her, but came here the right way, and she was trying to sponsor his citizenship, had to move to inner city Los Angeles, and his son Juan was killed when he wouldn't join a gang. And that's when Soledad is like, I'm going to fight the government.
All because of the government's damn water rights.
She decides to fight the government and actually pulls off an act of domestic terrorism by blowing up some government office on the weekend, but makes sure very careful not to kill anybody. So like, but Ben is 100% in favor of this, which is funny. And then there's this
That's
like
what
sort
the
of
weathermen did.
This is exactly. Yeah, she's like a conservative weather gal. And there's like it devolves into this like Bundy Ranch style standoff between her and the federal government. Okay, this is the money shot here. We get to the chapter Levon. You'll remember from the description, Levon was the race hustler.
Yeah.
Okay,
also a great Elton John song.
Yeah. He just got back from the hip hop factory he owned.
This chapter begins. Detroit was a shithole, but it was his shithole. That's the way Levon Williams thought of it.
I want to hear more about guys' shitholes from Ben Shapiro.
He'd grown up in this shithole right near 8 Mile Road, a long stretch of street separating Detroit from Oakland County.
It's like a description from Wikipedia.
It gets better. Detroit was 85% black with a median household income of $27,000 per year. Oakland County was 77% white with a median income of $65,000 per year. End up on the wrong side of the street and you could wind up carjacked, mugged, or beaten and left for dead. The emergency response time measured 25 minutes from City Hall to downtown Detroit.
Grid from Wikipedia.
Yeah.
So basically, Levon owns a barbershop that's a front for his crack cocaine dealership. I'm not kidding. Oh, my God. No, this is great.
Crack, because, the drug of choice in 2016.
Very
in
popular.
America
Well, no, Ben
is
acknowledges
fucking crack.
this. Ben acknowledges this. He says...
Because he watched New Jack City when he was a kid. And it's never
No,
left
it said
his head.
Levon's shop was a barber shop. It didn't stick out on the road. The clientele was mainly older black men. The younger men didn't like to hang out there for fear they'd be sucked into Levon's orbit. But the older men knew what was happening in the community. More importantly, they knew where the bodies were buried, often literally. The clientele didn't spend a lot of money. Then again, they didn't need to. In the back room behind the swivel chairs, Levon and his crew shuttled crack cocaine. That drug had gone out of style in the mid-1990s thanks to the federal crackdown on crack dealers.
Say crack again.
The federal crackdown on crack dealers, and then like
That's good writing.
Yeah.
He used crack twice in one sentence like that.
And then he
That's
does an
what we
aside.
call-
He does
That's
an
what we call bell-let.
He does an aside after the crackdown on crack dealers. He does an aside in Levon's character's head, I guess, or like in this omniscient third-person narration. Black politicians had been the biggest advocates of putting crack dealers on different footing than powder cocaine at the time. Nobody wanted to deal crack anymore, but Levon catered to a select population.
The hipsters.
Yeah, he's a boutique crack dealer.
Crack, ironically.
Pajama boy
Like
walked up
they
to
wear like New Balance and starter jackets and smoke crack.
They look like Adam from Cumtown, and if Adam Friedland and Pajama Boy walked up to Levon and said, "One crack, please," Levon thought in his head, I get to blame white flight on racism when really it's the consequence of market forces.
Adam Friedland walks into the black barber shop and says, "Yo, it's your boy, Young Lesbian. Let me get that rock." This chapter goes on, and Levon strong arms like a local business owner. And he says, Crawford's eyes narrowed. "But I don't trust you now, brother. That's why I'm here." Levon's eyes suddenly cleared. He smiled wide. "There is nothing either good or bad, but thinking makes it so," he said. Now Crawford looked confused. Levon's smile never faltered. "It's Shakespeare," he said. "It means you'll learn to trust me." Crawford laughed, loudly this time. He looked at Levon curiously. "Quoting dead honkies," he twinkled. "You might be useful yet."
Dude, Clara Jeffrey wrote.
Honkies!
She's the ghostwriter here.
I like how he
Does the word
specified.
jive turkey appear in this book? I have to believe it does.
I like how they specified what everyone's eyes were doing.
Yeah.
That's so useful to me.
Yeah.
Fuck, I'm trying to find this one section where like he describes Levon, who's another big, chiseled, strong man with big hands.
Big warm hands.
Yeah.
What psychology is going on here that like all the male characters are like 6'3" and Ben's about 5'4"?
Wait, no, like
all the male characters are bears while Ben is a twink.
Yeah, Ben's an otter.
It's an otter.
It's like a smaller. It's a kosher bear.
No, Ben is a fucking twink. Come on, he can't even raise to the level.
It's all the difference between a twink and an otter. All has to do with smoothness.
Yeah, well, I thought
the
it was about
hairier
hair.
you are.
Ben's
incredibly smooth. There's no
Ben is
smoother
totally
man
smooth.
than
He's
Ben
smoother
Breakup.
than the Kasich boy.
He describes Levon, who also went to college, so he's a smart, educated brother. And then he says, there's some line where Levon is like, he wasn't like the white conservatives that I debated in college. So Ben inserts himself into this. He's like, yeah, fuck. All right, let me see if I can find this.
He wasn't like the white conservatives I debated, who, yes, they were a little bit shorter than the average person. They made up for it with their intellect. And when they finally did have sex, it was better that they waited.
It's like that scene from the climactic wrap off from Mr. Show sketch where Professor Murder goes, "Damn, this science is too tight."
Okay, so wait, I just want to so this chapter ends up with a description of a Detroit cop named O'Sullivan.
Fuck off.
Patrolling his beat, just wants to get home safe to his wife and kids. I think Ben literally writes that, and comes across basically a 10-year-old boy. Hey pig, it said. The voice wasn't deep. It was the voice of a child. And the kid stood outside the door of the Quick Mart, legs spread, arms hanging down by his sides. A cute black kid wearing a Simpsons t-shirt and someone's old Converse sneakers and baggy jeans.
He definitely hit his head after watching New Jack City in 1991.
Yeah.
And then woke up because this is some fucking vintage shit. This is not America in 2016.
A cute kid wearing the standard ghetto attire of a Simpsons hooded jacket with Bart Simpson, except Bart is black.
And it has the Rasta colors behind it.
Yeah. And he's like, fuck off, pig. Don't have a cow, man. Is what the t-shirt said. It said,
man.
On his hip, stuck in those baggy jeans, was a pistol. It looked like a pistol anyway, but O'Sullivan couldn't see clearly. And it basically, Ben goes on to describe where this kid just keeps saying, "Fuck you, honky, get out of my neighborhood," laughing at the cop.
10-year-old saying honky.
In a Bart Simpson t-shirt and Converse sneakers, tells this cop, "Fuck off, honky." And the cop, O'Sullivan, is like, "Put your hands up, I don't want to shoot you. I don't want to shoot you, kids." And he ends the chapter with this guy gunning down a fucking 10-year-old in the Quick Mart. And then, of course, the gun is it was a toy gun, the tip orange plastic. For a brief moment, O'Sullivan couldn't breathe. When he looked up, he saw them coming, dozens of them. The citizens of Detroit coming out of the darkness, congregating.
Holy
he could feel
shit,
their
dude.
eyes.
Holding spears with bones through their noses.
Officer Ricky
Shouting
O'Sullivan.
"Ooga booga booga."
Yeah.
Officer Ricky O'Sullivan sat down on the curb and began to cry. Oh, wait a second. Oh, God, oh, God, oh, God, Sullivan repeated as he moved towards the body, the smoke rising from his Glock. He pointed it down at the kid again, but the boy wasn't moving. The blood seeped through Homer Simpson's face.
It was Bart, right?
The blood seeped through Homer Simpson's face, pooled around the kid.
Oh my God, Ben!
Pooled
How
around
do you
the
fuck that up? As William Hurt said one time.
The blood
the
seeped
film
through
Lucy
Homer
Ball.
Simpson's face, pooled around the kid's lifeless body. Duh-oh, O'Sullivan thought to himself. No, I just added that. That wasn't good. So that was that chapter. Okay, the last thing I want to read now.
By the way, that image is supposed to be poignant. This
Yeah,
is
yeah.
Ben's idea of poignant. This is also what he actually thinks happened in encounters between black people and the police.
Yeah, get out of here, Cracker, said the 8-year-old wearing a Space Ghost Coast to Coast helmet. Officer Potato O'Famine took out his broadsword and beheaded the child. Oh no, he said.
Fuck you, honky, said the youth wearing the McMillan and Wife t-shirt.
Blood seeped out of Captain and Tennille's mouth.
The child's last words as his dying breath left him. Nanu, nanu, pig.
The blood pumped out of his femoral artery, just like the pumps on the popular brand of sneakers he was wearing. So, okay, I had to jump ahead to the next Levon chapter. And if you thought that this shit was like the Turner Diaries so far, Get a load of this. This is the next Levon chapter. Levon felt the air around him crackle with energy. It was something he had felt before, just before a fight. The switch that went on in his brain that notched the senses higher made him more sensitive, the adrenaline flowing through his veins, the feeling you'd burst from the inside out if the fight didn't commence, and right quick. This is because Levon knew that he wasn't alone this time. It wasn't him taking on some gang rival or him debating some white Republican club sucker at the U. So like I said, this is Ben inserting himself into this narrative.
It wasn't getting decimated by his own life.
There was going to be flames and blood and the struggle and power. This was going to
What?
be this was going to be death and mayhem and hope and glory. This
Penetration.
This is a Clash song, by the way. This is going to be fucking big.
So
All
big
Levon
and
needed
hard.
was the cue. He discussed the cue ahead of time with the Reverend. It would come on television during a press conference Big Jim had planned to hold with the mayor in the aftermath of the Kendrick Malone killing. The killing of another young, innocent black man at the hands of the racist white establishment. The police targeting a kid, an unarmed kid for God's sakes, just because he happened to be black and happened to be out at night at the wrong time. The shooting had worked out precisely according to plan. Levon had one of his boys give little Kendrick a $20 bill to go and harass the cop.
Jesus Christ.
Kendrick,
Oh my
of course,
God.
thought it was just a piece of good, clean fun. Messing with white cops was a rare joy. Made you feel like more of a man. And with all the big boys telling him how he'd be a boss in the neighborhood if he baited the cop, he'd been enthusiastic. He probably looked forward to coming home and telling his buddies how he told that cracker-ass pig to go to hell and stared at him right and cursed. Okay, like I said, this book that Ben Shapiro wrote is the fucking Turner Diaries.
Yeah.
It really
Yeah,
is.
this is-
Like,
yeah.
No, the Turner Diaries was well written.
Yeah, the Turner Diaries had a way more exciting plot. Like there's nukes and stuff.
And again, just to reiterate, in Ben's sick mind, he believes that black communities orchestrate these murders of their own
children.
Yeah.
Like this all works out great for them. Like what does he think the end game is of this scheme is?
They get to buy.
Well, the President Prescott just is like, I'm so sorry your child was killed by the cops. Here's federally subsidized crack cocaine for your neighborhood.
We are sorry that this totally unexpected killing happened. We are going to double the deficit in little Kendrick's honor.
I didn't read, but I would bet dollars to donuts there is a moment where President Prescott says, if my son had a friend and he was black, he would look like Kendrick Malone.
Oh, guaranteed. That will happen.
In honor of Kendrick Malone, we are killing the ambassador at the embassy. One white life for one black life. We are going to spread the wealth around. If you like your ambassador, you can keep it. He just gets all the I consider Detroit the 57th state. Gets all the Obama things in there.
He said as he put the glass pipe to his mouth and filled his lungs with sweet, smoky crack.
Wow, that crack sure gets the taste of a man's dick out of my mouth.
Okay.
This got me so high, I can't wait to kill a fly.
But so I'm so glad we're ending the year on this reading series. I just have two more quick hits from this. This one is from the President Prescott chapter where he argues with the rough and tumble governor of Texas who's called Bubba Davis.
Hell yeah.
And he
Yeah.
goes, I don't have time for this
You can't
bullshit.
fuck with Governor Shithead Malone.
But no, Bubba Davis is a good guy. He's a self-made man who, got rich and been making a new kind of oil derrick.
Is his belt buckle described in this
No,
chapter?
it's not, because Ben isn't a good enough fucking writer to do that.
Governor Bubba was best friends with the famous conservative writer, the football retard.
So he has an angry phone call with Governor Bubba Davis, who's like, "You send me the troops now. I need to secure my border. The cartels are killing people down here." And
And then he spits into his spittoon
Yeah.
and it makes like a noise. And
then President Prescott says, "I don't have time for this bullshit, Bubba. You cross me, and I promise you'll see the inside of a cell for a very, very long time." Then he hangs up on him. This ends the chapter.
Wait, he's under arrest for wanting to secure his border?
Yeah. He's like, damn it, Governor Davis, if you try to enforce the Constitution, I'll put you in a goddamn cell.
It's exactly like Decker.
Yeah. So he hangs up the phone on Governor Davis, and it says, Prescott buzzed the intercom. Marissa, get me Jazz. That was his nickname for Jasmine Jacks, the national security advisor, his longtime political mentor. He could hear her sexy fingers manipulating the phone.
Sexy fingers.
Valerie Jarrett is like 65, dude. What the fuck is wrong with you? Valerie Jarrett is like a fucking grandmother.
If you don't fuck as an adult, I guess you just like fetishize the weirdest things.
Yeah.
Oh man, I bet she has all types of nail.
Oh my God.
Here's
All right,
a-
this
her
is
hair
the-
helmet.
Oh
is so
God,
fucking
she
hot.
just has the dangly bracelets. Oh.
Okay, this is the last selection from True Allegiance. This is another Brett Hawthorne chapter, and Brett has come across some intel, some documents that are so hot.
The documents? Well, you're telling me that he has come across documents of importance?
Yeah, he's come across documents that are going to blow the lid off fucking President Prescott. Are you ready for this one?
Dude.
It said Brett knew what it meant. Brett had known of the CIA's discovery of weapons of mass destruction in Iraq for years. Everyone on the inside had known. The media had reported that the government had lied. That somehow all the world's greatest intelligence agencies has been dead wrong. But that wasn't the case. Hussein smuggled some of those weapons out of the country into Syria. Others had been buried in the desert. Beneath those coordinates, these are the documents. And now they were in Iran.
Hell yes, dude.
Thanks to
You mean the country? Wait a minute. You mean the country that Iraq fought like a 10-year quasi-genocidal war against?
yeah, that country.
Well, there's a term in Islam.
Of course they're going to give them those weapons.
Well,
Makes sense.
There's a term in Islam when you pretend to fight a war against another Muslim to fool the kafir.
Sorry, this is the last line of the chapter. The last line I'm going to read from True Allegiance. They were now in Iran, thanks to Ambassador Beauregard Frederick Feldkopf. Sorry, Ambassador Beauregard Frederick Feldkopf. Feldkopf, you son of a bitch, Brett muttered. You sold us out.
Damn you, Fauntleroy McGillicuddy.
I can't believe it. I opened up my mission document to secure my assassination target, but Ambassador Stevens Fauntleroy Knickerbocker is a copy of the Quran. And it says in Arabic, which is what they speak in Iran, it says, what difference does it make?
So, I think True Allegiance is definitely now in the Chapo canon. I want to dip back into this. I need to see where this thrilling narrative takes us.
Dude, I think we should record.
I am deeply invested in the fate of these characters.
Yeah.
Gotta say, Levon, that's a breakout character.
Yeah.
I can't wait till they make a movie of this.
You
It's
thought
gonna be
yourself
amazing.
Levon.
You thought it would be
Totally.
like Colonel Harddick or whatever, but no, it was Levon.
No,
Levon's the best character. Yeah.
Levon put those weapons in Iran. That was him.
He's like, I can't wait to blame the war on racism.
No, but this is the perfect example of how conservatives think fiction and narratives work, where they're just these chapters are the size of a Chinese menu, but in each one of them they cram in every fucking weird grievance and mythos that they built up
Just
in their head.
Wikipedia facts
Yeah.
about census tracts. It's the worst fucking right.
And we're just going to go to an easy well, which is back to Ben Shapiro's rip-roaring thriller, True Allegiance.
Yay.
We had such a good time riffing on this earlier in the day, so I figured let's just go back to the text. And,
All right, let me.
Well, wait. It occurs to me that we've only ripped on True Allegiance in premium content. So for
you're right.
freeloaders, you might want to give them a little context.
Wait.
What the fuck True Allegiance
Was that premium
is.
content?
Yeah.
It was Kat's episode.
Yeah, that was premium.
No, that was the last free one of the year.
that was free. That was
yeah,
free.
it was free. But
You should do a recap regardless.
It has been a while. Okay.
Yeah.
If you guys, President Prescott, he just got done swatting a fly in a bathroom where he's sucking a guy's dick. in the 57th state. Levon just made a new hip hop factory that forces homophobic people who own a bake shop to make them make Black Lives Matter gay marriage cakes. Mm-hmm. And the white Latina lady. We just introduced
Soledad Ramirez. Her ranch is under siege from federal SWAT team. Brett Hawthorne, the youngest general in the United States military, who is carved from granite with just enough hair to just enough hair is what I'm talking
There's
about.
this trail of hair leading down when he's shirtless, and it's just so subtle.
Vascular, thick.
He just realized that Ambassador Feldkov sold us out, goddammit, before passing out and being taken prisoner by the Taliban.
Also, Will, correct me if I'm wrong, but we also have a news peg for Ben Shapiro, late breaking one.
He's 5'4"?
Oh, no, that's not news.
Oh, yeah, that's not
No,
news.
I mean, he injected himself in the healthcare debate just the other night.
Yeah, the reason that we were riffing on True Allegiance is because Ben Shapiro had a tweet where he was quote tweeting Bernie Sanders, right? And he compared receiving health care to buying luxury furniture. And he was like, well, if you can't afford, I can't afford a nice sofa. Like, why? I don't have a right to it. Why should you have a right to health care? Crazy.
Unimpeachable logic.
He'll get that height surgery one day, as soon as he saves up enough money in his piggy bank. But let's dip back into True Allegiance, okay? Like I said, last we saw General Brett Hawthorne, he's been taken prisoner by the Taliban. And now I'm going to read now from we didn't actually read from this character yet, but there's a character named Ellen who is Brett's wife.
Who's a lesbian talk show host who normalizes sexual pathology?
No, the exact opposite, Matt. She is a loyal and faithful wife, but also a close aide and advisor to the governor of Texas, Bubba Davis, who we last, I believe, heard in an angry phone call with President Obama. Prescott.
Yeah, he had the phone call with Prescott where he was like, I demand troops to secure my border to defend the Constitution. And President Prescott goes, I will call in a drone strike on you if you defend the Constitution at all. You hear me, son?
She is a loyal conservative wife. When her husband went overseas, she threw her computer in the Rio Grande so she could not be emailed.
He got so mad. Bubba Davis got so mad hearing the evil president sell him out that he pulled his 6-shooters and fired them into the ground and rose them feet off the ground.
Okay, so this chapter I'm opening now. This is from Ellen's perspective. This chapter, Brett had lost weight. Funny that would be the first thought to cross Ellen's mind when she saw him on television, but it was. He was always so self-conscious about the 4 or 5 pounds around his midsection he couldn't shake. What he liked to call the famed Hawthorne underbelly. That had to be gone. He looked gaunt. That jutting jawline she loved to kiss looked like skin stretched taut over bone. He looked like death. That was her first thought.
Well, he really paints a picture with his words.
Okay, the first sentence in this chapter is Brett had lost weight. Funny that was her first thought. It closes that paragraph. He looked like death. That was her first thought. Her second thought...
It's great writing. And excellent editing.
Her second thought was this could not be happening. Her man, the man she'd married, and who had cared for her, and who had provided her strength, to whom she'd given her entire life. A man she had never questioned about his honor.
Sexuality.
The man she had never questioned about his honor, even when the front pages of every major newspaper in America smeared it with a knife to his throat. So basically, Brett Hawthorne is in an orange jumpsuit on his knees, Taliban knife to his throat, and he's been in a terrorist video.
What is the media reporting? Like, had it coming.
Yeah, they're like, that's what he gets for joining the army instead of selling crack with Levon.
He's guilty of being an apostate.
Yeah. The media is Salafist.
I just want to read. So it goes on. She's watching this video, and just her heart sinks because she knows her husband, and she knows that he will never negotiate with terrorists, even with a knife to his throat, even if it means his death. Ben writes here, of course, it wasn't exactly natural to have a knife to your throat. And that's what the network showed over and over on a loop. Brett on his knees in that orange jumpsuit with a man swathed totally in black. His face wreathed in material.
That's excellent.
Run it back.
Yo, Oh, DJ, run that shit again.
His face wreathed in material.
Right, Bart, L.A. Damn, son.
With a man swathed totally in black, his face wreathed in material, a knife in his hand.
That is the worst sentence I have ever heard in my life.
He had.
There's no other way to put that. You've already said that he's covered in black. You can't add the face without saying, "Oh, there's a material on his face as well."
He's covered in fabric,
terrible.
and he's got product.
He sucks so
in his
bad.
hair.
Lieutenant General Buck Hardcock was standing in a place.
The prose really only sings when he is taking the position of a woman or a neutral third party, really appreciating the male figure. It's at those.
The only thing he's able to describe is a chin.
Yeah, the prose really sing.
Here, another bit from this chapter that I had to highlight. This is another listen to how this sings. She had seen the end of videos like this before. The first installment represented the threat. The second installment invariably represented the fruition of that threat. The jagged trunks of human beings, the sawed-off heads that looked too much like a horror movie and not enough like real life. I was going to say, this is the only research Ben did for this book, was just watch ISIS beheadings to get this description. She couldn't
even
cry.
then, he might as well not have bothered, because it's still totally lifeless and worthless as a description.
So it says she couldn't cry, not yet. She went to work as usual. She showed her guards the ID, and they waved her through. 2 knocks on the door, and she stood across from one-time Republican presidential candidate and 4-time governor Bubba Davis. After a stint in Vietnam back in the late 60s, Davis, a big bear.
Oh, no.
Ooh,
and
interesting choice.
Another bear of a man. All the men are bears.
I'm sorry, did you say fun-loving?
When are we going to get an otter of a man? It's inevitable at this point.
Governor Davis was never a glory hog. He had a glory-shaped hole in his heart.
Governor Davis played it straight. He would never crank the American people's chain.
So she's in a meeting with Texas Governor Bubba Davis, who's fed up with President Prescott and the damn federal government. And he just wants to let his border guard do their damn job and shoot Mexicans without being called racist rednecks. And he says, we're finally going to do something. And then they go back and forth, and he's going to do something. Moving along, that's Ellen's chapter. The next chapter is back to Soledad Ramirez, who's, like I said, the Sarah Palin Bundy Ranch character, but also a wise Latina. Listen to this line.
Ben, the term is Latinx, do better.
So her house is under siege by a SWAT team, and all the shit is about to hit the fan. Listen to this line. What do you take with you when your entire world is about to burn to the ground? She'd come to the Central Valley as a girl, grown up dirt poor, watched her father make his living in the dirt. But instead of running from the dirt, as he always was... dirt. She made her living in the dirt.
Dirt never changes.
Yeah. So she made something from nothing, and basically in this chapter, a SWAT team guy has a crisis of conscience and breaks rank and warns her before they're about to raid. And she's able to escape before the federal government comes with the assistance of more burly men riding motorcycles and attacking a SWAT team. Yeah. Well, as Matt pointed out, and if you go back and listen to our episode with Kath Barbadoro, where we read from the first couple chapters, one of his first descriptions of Brett Hawthorne is that he's also a bear of a man. So they're
all bears.
Yeah, they're all bears. It's a bear's world.
Unless you're President Prescott and you're a twink.
Yeah.
I like how so Ben has this inherently dramatic scene of a man about to be beheaded, and he spends 3 paragraphs about that, and then talks about Governor Borderwall.
Yeah, he had been cut once before at his birth, but
see, I think that this is actually going to be a deeply dialectical work, where we're presented with the thesis of the bears. And, Bubba Davis and Hawthorne, and then the antithesis of the twink, President Prescott. And from that conflict will arise the synthetic character of the otter.
Matt,
who will rise
there is
above
a third
them both.
way. There is a third option. There is a third type. And that is the buck. And I'm talking, of course, about Levon. You'll remember him as the race hustler who orchestrated the shooting of a small child to start a race riot back in chapter 4. Let's check in on what Levon is up to. He's now at a rally to protest the shooting of this young boy by Officer Celtic O'Malley, the good cop who just wanted to go home but was told that Cracker, I'm gonna bust a cap in your ass, and he just had to shoot the kid.
They're at a reverse racism rally. They want to kill Officer Bennigan because he killed little Kendrick Malone with a broadsword.
So they're at a rally, and it says here, behind Levon stood a solid 3,000 of his fellow Detroiters, mostly young black men. Levon had sent out his boys to round up the crowd, and they had had an easy time of it after the media coverage. Facing the crowd, protecting the statue and platform set up just before it, stood about 100 cops. Levon noticed a particular lack of weapons. He smiled to himself. He says, if they were too well behaved, the media would dismiss them. A bit of blood got them hot under the collar. A bit of blood made the story hot. Run that back, DJ. A bit of blood got them hot under the collar. A bit of blood made the story hot.
This is fucking NaNoWriMos. They're NaNoWriMos.
The way the media worked, the only way they'd pay attention was if somebody did something extreme. And then they'd defend the action, blame it on an overriding anger at an unfair society. Levon knew a few of the journalists from U of M. They'd done the same thing back in their university days. Made them feel good about themselves, less ensconced in white privilege. Levon had his men ringing the edges of the crowd, ready to prevent any non-approved persons from getting too close to the media members. And by that, in Ben's mind, I think he's thinking like the African-American grandmother who's just being like, I want to talk to the media about how the cops are good.
Yeah.
They're doing their job.
In Ben Shapiro's mind, teenage Black Lives Matter protesters have the instincts of highly paid fucking AstroTurf publicists.
Well, that's what they are. It goes on here. No footage of fools, he'd promised the Reverend, and he intended to keep his word. Tonight, Levon intended to be the face on the news. Already, he'd done his best Malcolm X impression. Early Malcolm, not that late stage Islam means peace, pussy shit.
Okay.
Run that back.
Run that back.
His best Malcolm X impression, early Malcolm, not that late stage Islam means peace, pussy shit.
A lot to unpack here.
I'm just impressed that Ben wrote the word pussy.
Yeah. Wow, good for him.
Now, when I was previewing you for this, I said that there was the introduction of a mystery character that we hadn't met yet.
Ooh.
So I thought we had met all the main characters in this story. No. Ben saves until about a third of the way through the book the reveal of a fifth character.
Oh, is this who I think it is?
Okay.
This character's name is Mohammed.
Oh.
Yes. Yes.
Dateline, Tehran, Iran. Now this.
Thank you for specifying it was in Tehran, Texas.
Well, it's in Tehran, Iran, and the setup to this is that General Brett Hawthorne, rather than having his head sawed off by like the Taliban or ISIS, was shipped to Iran because they are in cahoots with the government of Iran.
Knew it. Okay. I mean, this is called Takaya.
Yep.
It's what the Shia, the worst kind of Muslim, does. And it's where they pretend that they're being slaughtered by ISIS.
But that's just a front.
It's just a front. They're like
all those videos of like big ditches full of Iraqi soldiers.
They had 500,000 crisis actors gassed in Iran.
Yeah, dude, they're like Levon. They're like Shia race hustlers.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like there's an Iranian Levon who's like, don't give me any of that don't give me any of that tech theory shit, yo.
Okay, so this is from Muhammad's perspective. He said, America has fallen. The transformation from Dar al-Harb to Dar al-Islam has begun. Muhammad watched, transfixed. Ibrahim Ashami's eyes glowed brightly, as they always did when he was excited. It was a peculiar quality that attracted many of his followers. They saw in that glow a fiery hope, warm and consuming. Hope for a new world. The teacher, they said, brought hope. Today's attack has ensured the crippled and weakened infidel giant that was the United States will never rise again. The emptiness and degradation of that perverse country has been wiped away, and the glorious reign of Allah has begun. Those that rejected Allah followed vanities, and Allah has destroyed them. I know this is audio, but I have a single finger in the air as I'm reading this.
I mean, this is the only good thing he wrote. Like, I agree with all of this.
Wait, is this just how they, like, these are, like, Iranian government guys, and this is how they kind of
No, that's how they talk to each other,
No, this is, no. Ibrahim Ashami is not an Iranian government guy. It goes on. A drop of sweat rolled down Ashami's craggy face and embedded itself in his scraggly beard.
Craggy?
Craggy. Scraggly. Ashami had lost weight in his 3 years in the mountains of Tora Bora, but he was finally putting it back on now that he was ensconced in his complex in Tehran. The government had granted it to him out of gratitude for his prior efforts against the great Satan.
Oh, so he's supposed to be like Mullah Omar.
Yeah, like pretty much. Except Iran is putting them up.
Yeah. Even though Iran, like, we cooperated with Iran militarily in the first days of the Afghanistan.
Well, it says Tora Bora, yeah.
Yeah, because there's a large Shia minority in the south.
Well, Felix, you'll like this. It says,
I'm baffled
out of
too.
gratitude for his prior efforts against the great Satan, with a yearly stipend that enabled him to live comfortably. In return, he had assured them that any efforts he put forth would be directed at non-Shia targets. It was a minor concession from him.
Yeah, that's, I mean, if there's anything about, you know, about Wahhabist terrorists that they are fine doing, it's to stop targeting Shia. It's not like that's their main thing that they do. It's also not like Iran was one of the first countries to, you know, offer condolences for 9/11.
Has Iran ever done a terrorist attack against the United States?
No. There was a Marine barracks, but that was
Hezbollah.
That was a military. That was a military target.
They were fucking combatants. That's not terrorists.
But it's also like, we don't really know how many Shia have been killed in the last like 4 years by Wahhabist influenced
tens of
terrorist
thousands.
groups.
It's got to be tens of thousands.
Yeah, but according to Ben, it's just like, this is just race.
Well, that's the thing. Like, none of these morons can get their heads around the idea of Islam as not a monolithic enemy. Like the idea that there's any kind of real conflict within it. Like they can't, because it defies their smooth-lobed understanding of the world. I remember I read a friend of my father-in-law like self-published a 600-page novel called The Devil's Playground, which was basically sort of a Clancy knockoff, very similar to Ben's book, about this attempt by it was written in the 90s. Saddam Hussein and Yasser Arafat to do a terror attacks across the United States to destroy the U.S. electrical grid. And then while America was totally thrown into darkness and chaos, Saddam was going to launch nuclear weapons at Israel. That's the plot of the book. And it's about as well written as the Ben book. But I will always remember this amazing moment from the book that just told me how what these people's understanding of the world outside of their like narrow image of it really is. He says, I'm paraphrasing, of course, it's been a few years since I read it. He says, Arafat then unleashed his most ferocious and fanatical fighters against America, the Shia. Like, the guy thought that like Shia Muslims were just like extra Muslims. Like you had regular Muslims,
they're like the Navy SEALs,
and then you've got Shia Muslims who are like samurai ninja Muslims with like extra like Muslim power.
Well, yeah, that's actually
that's how they think of it. That's how all of them think of it, including a guy who thinks he's smart, like fucking Ben Shapiro.
If you watch a video, stolen dollar videos, every country, every culture has them. But if you watch them from the Middle East, it's all guys pretending to be a Shia. And the guy goes up to him and goes, "Do you know the people have died to wear that uniform, sir? Is your Mahdi hidden, sir?"
I think you guys are taking Ben a little too seriously here. I just want to give... so basically, Ashami is basically his Osama bin Laden character, who's now the guest of... Iran.
Yeah, of
where
course.
Iran is letting him do his terrorism and keep General Brett Hawthorne and his chiseled chin hostage. I just want to read one quick description here. It says, Ashami pointed at the camera. Mohammed, his youngest recruit, an attractive boy of 17, struggling to grow a scraggly beard, Again, just check off scraggly. Craggy, this is the third time he's used scraggly to describe someone's beard in about 1.5 pages. So basically, Muhammad is Ashami's errand boy, and he's sent off to meet an agent of Russia because, as we've said before, they can't let... This book is 165 pages long, and Ben Shapiro is going to be damned if he doesn't fit every fucking conspiracy theory and grievance in his addled, childlike brain into every fucking page. So Muhammad goes to meet an agent of Russia called Andre at a cafe that Ben describes as like the only westernized cafe in Tehran that plays Western music, okay? He says he just wished Andre would show up already, even if this was a safe spot. He was getting sick of listening to the Western-style sinful music blaring over the speakers. What, he asked himself, does it mean to hit me baby one more time?
Are you serious?
Oh.
That was 1998.
Well, I mean, Alex, it's Tehran. They're a few years behind the curve on sinful Western popular music. What does it mean to be bad and bougie? Mohammed thought to himself.
Oh my God.
Are they threatening to rock the Casbah? Pursuant to what Matt said earlier, I think Ben does know the distinction, but he hates Iran so much more.
Yeah.
But I don't. I never understood why that was. I know you explained it to me once, Felix. Because Iran's like a huge Zionist.
Because Iran is an actual threat.
They know that Iran
Israel in a fight.
Yeah.
Well, it's an old weird.
They've kicked the shit out of Sunnis for the last 50 years. They're not afraid of them at all.
Well, it's a weird old deep state thing, and there is this sort of grudge within the national security blob against Iran and against the Shia, and this tendency to think of the Shia as this massive blob, monolithic blob, which they're not, but. And it's because Hezbollah attacking the barracks in Lebanon, and it's also because Hezbollah capturing the station chief in Beirut, William Buckley. No relation to the sailboat guy.
Sadly.
Different William Buckley. And they cracked Buckley, and he revealed a ton of secrets, and they humiliated them. And then, Hezbollah humiliated Israel in 2005.
So you're just saying Hezbollah just keeps cucking Israel?
It keeps cucking the Saudi, Israeli, American.
You would say that Ben Shapiro's like a hog for humiliation.
Yeah. And so Iran is his daddy Dom. And he has to keep taunting Iran.
With scraggly beard. This is just the last section I want to read from here. This is the meeting between General Hawthorne and Ibrahim Hashimi. Welcome, General Hawthorne, he said in a clipped accent.
What?
Brett's captors...
The famous clipped accent we know and love.
Brett's captors forced him to his knees. He felt them hit stone. Then he felt a sweaty hand remove the blindfold. Before him stood the world's most well-known terrorist since Osama bin Laden, smiling. I hope you weren't too mistreated on your journey here, Hashimi said, turning his back to him. We wouldn't want a famous war hero victimized by, how did you put it in your interviews? Barbarians? Brett kept his mouth shut. He knew how this would go, and he knew the taunting presaged something far more frightening. Instead of listening to Hashami's monologue, Brett quickly scanned the room for tools, anything he could use. He almost didn't notice when Hashami turned his back around, thrust his face just inches from his own. Brett could smell his breath. General Hawthorne, Hashami said, I know you, and that you are a resourceful man. I also know your country is a paper tiger and that your president is a weakling. Weaklings watch as the world burns around them, thinking they are safe because they have a mirror, and they are lost in the reflection. This is why your country will lose.
We call him President Selfie.
That's like Thomas Friedman levels of mixed metaphors. The paper tiger in the mirror, and what else was in there? There was a Joker quote.
Yeah.
Like watching the world burn.
He's Islamic Joker, and I guess he thinks America is weak because President Prescott probably made a speech a week before where he's like, we're weak. We will not stand up to Islamic terrorism. And I have to go on a limo ride right now.
I just want to see her.
I'm gay.
I'm on my way to a pizza place.
I just like he says, thinking they are safe because they have a mirror. Ben Shapiro Ben Shapiro thinks President Prescott is a parakeet, basically. Finally, Brett spoke. America doesn't lose. We just convince ourselves not to win. You're the ones who will lose. We don't have to tape beheadings to frighten people into joining us. I think he plagiarized that from the movie London Has Fallen.
Yeah, it was a way better line in London Has Fallen when he goes, 1,000 years from now, you'll be fucking gone, and we'll sit like that. You know, it had pathos.
We don't have to tape beheadings. We just spent hundreds of billions of dollars in our poor kids' money on death fucking drones.
Well, listen to Ashami's response here. He claps his hands in delight. Oh, you Americans, you don't understand at all. You're delightfully out of touch. And I mean delightfully until you start dropping incendiaries on our children. You spend your lives fat and happy eating at McDonald's. While you sleep, while you watch your reality television, your children abandon you, no matter how many Patriot missiles you send against us, no matter how many American troops we have to bury in the sand. You see, we offer something you do not, a reason to die.
Patriot missiles. When the fuck did he write this? That's some fucking Gulf War I shit.
Yeah, I also like how
he was like 10 years old when that happened.
How doesn't really fit with the Never Trump brand to be talking shit about McDonald's and reality TV.
Yeah, I mean, by the way, I'd like to point out that Ben's like Islamic boogeyman his criticisms of the current situation sound pretty much exactly like Ben's.
Yeah.
Like this guy's about to say like, and you let sickos go in the bathroom with your children at Target.
No, he pretty much does. He says, down deep, they are afraid of dying without that death meaning anything. They are afraid they will die and that a life of playing Xbox and watching your American movies will leave them empty when they meet their maker.
A life of going on Twitter.
That's why the one of these guys I give credit to is D'Souza, who literally said, like, yeah, the radical Islamic guys are right about why America is bad. It's guys kissing on TV. Like,
it sort of sounds like it sounds like an alt-right guy. It sounds like Mike Cernovich or something.
Yeah.
Well, horseshoe theory, baby. It's true.
Well, that's the occultation of the Mahdi. The Mahdi actually turns into a gorilla. It doesn't jack off.
Your children take Prozac, and they are not taking nootropic drugs that expand your reality.
America is a paper tiger. Iran is a great gorilla. America keeps jacking off. Iran has not come anymore, and no one in our country needs shampoo.
Your children are fat, and they eat at McDonald's and not Applebee's, where they would learn something from an influencer.
That's the last thing I cap from this reading series, but I'd just like to describe what happens eventually is as the chapter goes on, and again, the chapters are about 2 pages each, but Brett, he tricks you.
That's Dan Brown style.
Yeah. He tricks you.
Trying to make it, like, compelling.
Ben tricks you because at the end of this chapter, it seems that Brett has agreed with Ashami to do a terrorist propaganda video. And you're like, no, Brett.
General Hawthorne, stand down.
No,
he
Brett.
is no longer a bear.
And then in the next chapter is from President Prescott's point of view, and he's in like the Situation Room, the same Situation Room that President Obama and Secretary Clinton watched the Osama bin Laden raid on, as they like send a team into Iran to retrieve Brett Hawthorne, and they were able to do this because Hawthorne. He tricked his captures by blinking the GPS coordinates to where he was being held on camera.
They don't understand how Morse code works.
He blinked the GPS coordinates to where he was being captured in Morse code. Ladies and gentlemen, he's rescued, and then in the next chapter, he's in New York City. The book moves at a lightning pace.
How did he know the GPS coordinates of where he was?
Oh, that's funny because Ben did say that he was brought in blindfolded.
Well, okay. Every U.S. Army Marine,
Marine Army Navy General,
SEAL, pilot,
quintuple generals.
Yeah, when they wake up, they like center their GPS and they just start counting every step they take. So they thought they could get him by blindfolding him. But
wait,
nope.
I forgot about that. So Brett Hawthorne or whatever is a general.
He's the youngest Marine general.
And I guess he was like fucking in the front lines and he gets captured. And President Selfie Stick is like, well, he was a bad general?
He was an attractive bear, but not my type.
Has an American general ever been captured in a war in the past 100 years?
No.
So that's this week's reading from True Allegiance, the rip from the headlines thriller. For those of you people who bought this book, also bought the Turner Diaries.
I need more of this.
Yeah,
I'm excited for installment 3.
Like I said, I don't want to give too much away at the same time. I wish there could have been another good Levon chapter, but
next time let's go back to Levon.
Yeah, Ben tones down the race hustling in these past chapters. Levon did have that very good line about no more of that Islam is peace, pussy shit.
Will, I promise you, the race hustling goes into overdrive in later chapters.
Oh,
I bet it does.
yes.
How far are you in the book? Halfway?
I'm about halfway through. Yeah.
Oh, are you reading it too?
I skimmed it after we did the first reading series, looking for more of those erotic scenes about scraggly beards and jaws, and it's a little late night kind of reading.
Yeah.
Seems like a common theme is guys who can't grow facial hair. Every time someone's mentioned, it's like how you can very clearly see their chin or their facial hair is craggy or scraggly or crappy or whatever.
Again, I'm just like, we noticed this in the first reading series, but I just love his tick for just repeating words and phrases over and over again.
The dirt thing.
The dirt thing was bizarre.
And it didn't even make sense because it's like, wait, what, did she make her fortune as a dirt farmer?
Yeah, there are
humble
talking about dirt farmers on Naboo.
Yeah. I think Ben's next project should be to write conservative Avatar. Like the president selfie stick makes a space empire, and they go to a planet where everyone's a conservative.
I think Ben's
and people go to the right bathroom.
Here's Ben's next project. Dear Dabiq Forum, I never thought this could happen to me.
You know what we should do is we should look up those Goodreads reviews of Ben's book. I think I read you guys some of those off camera. Because his book did, how did it do? Did you ever look up those?
Actually, I did. I didn't find out the numbers on Ben's book yet. But,
because I think, if his publisher won't go for more, I think we should just pay him to write more, because this is great.
We could write.
Well, actually, I think that's what we should be doing. Actually, is writing our own True Allegiance.
The vast majority of the people listening to this right now could write just a way better book in 1 month's time,
easily,
no question.
But in the same way that incorporates every conservative bogeyman of the last 10 years into a thrilling narrative.
So I bet at the end of the book, President Prescott, of course Hawthorne's never in any real danger. He of course gets back through resourcefulness and...
No, he's already back. He's in New York.
Great.
It happened in one chapter.
Great. Anyway, so yeah, he gets back and he probably goes to all the characters come together to arrest the president because that's such a conservative fantasy. And Prescott, he turns to Marines. He's like, you're not going to save me? And one of the Marines goes, after you saluted me with a latte. They're all in there. All that shit.
So Tim, I said, we love Decker, and another thing we've been doing on the show, it's sort of a running theme now, is we have the reading series, right, where we read these horrible articles and books by people, and the longest running reading series we've been doing. It's now been over 3 episodes, and I think we'd like to bring it back here with you now. Is the ripped from the headlines thriller True Allegiance by Ben Shapiro.
Yes.
Are you familiar with?
This is by Ben Shapiro. Yes,
Yeah.
I heard one of these already.
Okay,
On your show.
so you're already familiar with Ben Shapiro and True Allegiance?
Yes.
At the very end, there's sort of the climax where there is a confrontation between General Brett Hawthorne and President Prescott that, is basically ripped from Decker, not from the headlines. Yeah. So I'm gonna read to start out, and then hopefully we can we'll get the hang of it. But just to update listeners, where we laughed less, our heroes, General Brett Hawthorne, a bear of a man with a chin like a slab of granite,
uncut.
6 feet, uncut, daddy. He's just been liberated by special forces from. He was being held by Al Qaeda's Tehran branch, and he's been liberated by the special forces, and he's now free again. And I'm going to begin here where he's talking to his wife Ellen Hawthorne, who is the chief of staff to Texas Governor Bubba Davis, who's sending the dang troops to secure his border, no matter what the president says.
Previously. President Prescott threatened to throw Governor Shedhead in jail for protecting his border.
Yeah. And he's not going to stand for it. But this is now, I'm going to read it here. This is the reunion between Ellen and Brett. The phone rang. Ellen hastily checked her bedside clock. It read 7:56 a.m. She'd overslept. She'd taken a sleeping pill to calm herself down after the president's speech. The determinedly cheery ring continued. She leaned over, picked up. Ellen Hawthorne, she said groggily into the phone. It's me, baby. Involuntarily, tears sprang to her eyes. Oh, God, you're all right. Brett. We don't have time, baby. I'm here. I'm fine. I can't tell you where I am right now for security reasons. We're not in American airspace yet, but I need you to call Bill. She immediately snapped to attention. Brett didn't need the loving wife right now. He needed the partner. She'd put on that hat so many times, it sprang to her without delay.
You could almost say that she put on the beard.
I need you to conference in Bill. He'll know. Why can't I call him? Why can't you call him directly? I can't explain. I'm your only call. They're monitoring it. You got it. She scrolled through her cell phone until she came to the name Bill Collier. She dialed.
That's how I also find people on my phone.
She dialed. On the first ring, General Collier picked up. This is Bill.
Fuck you. This is crackling writing, by the way. I'm on the edge of my seat.
This is Bill. Bill, this is Ellen. I've got Brett on the other line. I need to conference you in.
Hell yes.
Do it. She put them on the party line. Okay, she said, we're all together. This is, like I said, I'm glad he had this dialogue to let you know how the conference call turned out.
Brendan, can you actually put this in the show now when we're figuring out Skype and shit? Take a cue off Ben.
That's literature.
Glad to hear you're alive and kicking, kid, said Collier. Thought you'd bitten it that time. Bill, I need you to get your boys on something. I need them to find a known associate of Ashami. His name's Muhammad. By the way, they're doing a conference call because the call is being monitored, and I guess the implication here is once you go on conference call, they're like, "We've lost it."
President Prescott is listening on the other end, and he's like, I was going to listen to them talk to Bill, but I have to go eat dog."
So he goes, "Right, I'm on it. I'm looking for a guy named Muhammad. Done." He says he's coming.
That's easy. That's not a common name at all.
Well, General Bill Collier says that's like finding a guy named Juan in Mexico. But so they get off the conference call, and this is the tearful reunion between Ellen and Brett. She says, "Are you okay, honey?" Ellen asked after she knew Collier had clicked off the line. She could hear him sigh audibly. "I don't know, sweetheart."
Well, I hope so.
"I don't know what I'm doing here."
She wouldn't have been able to hear him sigh if it hadn't been audible.
"I don't know, sweetheart. I don't know what I'm doing here, why I'm doing it, what they did to my guys in Afghanistan. I know, sweetheart. I know. Ellen, I wasn't supposed to live. That wasn't the message I gave. I blinked airstrike, not tactical mission, not rescue, airstrike."
He's like General Brett Hawthorne is like Nick Mullen. He learned Morse code just because he thought it would be funny to learn it.
Yeah, Tim, the backstory there is that General Brett Hawthorne was about to be executed in a terrorist ISIS video, but he blinked the GPS coordinates in Morse code of where he was, and then airstrike with it. And
wait a minute. So he's mad at the pussy president for not killing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
He let Ashami get away, goddammit.
I'm sorry, are you saying a shaman?
Ashami is the name of the Iranian Taliban Al-Qaeda agent.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just one last detail from this chapter. You'll remember in the prologue to this book features a mother and child being crushed to death when the George Washington Bridge is blown up by terrorists. Now the narrative has caught up to that atrocity, and it's already happened. And this is a great line from Ben here. She says, "She glanced at the television. The rescue crew was pulling another body from the water. A young girl wearing a Disneyland sweatshirt." Ben has this knack for...
That's a callback. That's good writing.
Yeah.
Ben has a knack for including details about the clothes people are wearing that are just...
Like that Homer Simpson shirt.
Yeah.
Black Youth was wearing when he got shot.
Mm-hmm.
As Officer Starren Bilson accidentally put the kid in a wheat thresher, his apu was turned into bits of confetti and thrown out of the exhaust.
But I just like that additional detail about the little girl's body, and she had a Disneyland sweatshirt on. It's just that added touch of innocence being just
violently rendered from this world.
I do not know what a Disneyland sweatshirt looks like. That's just like saying, oh, the child was wearing a children's shirt.
The child was wearing jeans with embroidered on the back, "I hope I never get killed by Islam. I'm 8 years old."
I was just going to add that, this is bad, but it's not Homeland bad.
Yeah. Tim is right. In Homeland, the terrorist literally would be named like Quran Jihad Muhammad, and
conveniently living next door to Carrie or whatever. We were watching by that. That's the one thing I was watching when we were doing the last season of Homeland. We're doing Decker. I was like, this isn't that different.
It's not fucking different at all. It's not different.
There's fucking like 8 people in the world that everything that happens in the world kind of flows through these 8 people, and they're always like in the room together and stuff. And that was inspiring to me.
Carrie, the biggest terrorist in the world is renting your downstairs basement as an apartment, and due to international law rules, you can't arrest a tenant.
You should have maybe Decker could have a bipolar episode, a failed suicide attempt, and then we'll just get right back on it while sleeping with the head of Al Qaeda.
Yep.
So now we're checking back in on Brett Hawthorne. This is after the George Washington Bridge has been blown up by terrorists. He says, Brett surveyed the damage from the top of a nearby parking lot. It stretched before him like a diorama, unreal in miniature, too dramatic for life.
God damn it, Ben. It's so fucking bad.
And then, wouldn't you know it, Bill Collier, his wife Jennifer, and their daughter had been on the bridge. And Ben writes, they still hadn't dredged up her body.
Oh my God.
Bill had been married to Jennifer for a long time. He'd also lost his daughter and her Disney World sweatshirt. No, I just added that. It said he'd also lost his daughter in the attack, an 8-year-old he'd called his little trooper.
Wow, Ben can really paint the picture of the tragedy. I feel like it's my loss.
And he could tell that his friend Bill was craggy, and he'd aged a year and a day and no longer looked like a bear of a man. He looked like a mouse of a man.
Bill was circumcised by the tragedy.
He looked more like an otter of a man now.
Yeah.
Down from bear.
So Bill Collier says, then he told Brett he'd be like the president would be personally ordering him to New York City. The president won't like that, Brett said. Tough. My patience for bullshit goes out the window after I watch them search on television for my daughter's body, said the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. I'll make whatever excuse I have to make. I want to know who's responsible for this, and right now you're my best lead. You're the only person who's seen this Muhammad. You've seen a picture of this Muhammad.
You are the only person who has gone to the Charlie Hebdo offices and seen the picture of Muhammad sucking a dick labeled Les Politiques.
Could you, if you remember what he looked like, could you possibly draw a picture of Muhammad?
So, General Bill Collier, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, whose wife and little trooper has just been blown up on the George Washington Bridge, has now ordered Brett to sort of go off reservation and use racial profiling to investigate the terrorist attack. So he says, Bill is now at JFK. Get over to JFK. They'll be waiting for you. The airport felt like a mausoleum, completely empty, completely deserted, utterly quiet.
Great writing.
Great writing again. It's my job to be repetitive. Being repetitive is my job. And listen to this analogy here. Simile. The planes sat at their terminals like sleeping grasshoppers.
Sleeping grasshoppers love staying at terminals.
So he goes to the Port Authority security team, and he's like, show me all the Mohammeds you've got. And he said, after realizing there were too many combinations of flight to check every itinerary and every manifest, Brett finally dispensed with the politically correct pleasantries. Jim, he'd said to one of the officials, I want to access the customs files. If you don't mind me asking, sir, muttered the official, is there somebody we're looking for particularly? Brett said, yes, an Arabic-looking young man.
Arabic. Arabic is the language.
An Arabic-looking young man.
Yeah.
The official hemmed and hawed. I'm uncomfortable with that, sir.
I need a safe space.
Oh, boy. Profiling.
That's racial profiling, sir. You're not doing the profiling, I am. Well, now I'm a party to it. Brett stared into his face. I don't care. Just do it. Sir, it's against regulations, though. Look, Brett burst out, losing his patience. I don't give a rat's ass at this point about whether it's racial profiling or not. Maybe you're right. Maybe Muhammad is a light-skinned Norwegian woman or a Cherokee elder. Or maybe he's a Persian or Arabic-looking son of a bitch who hangs out with other Persian and Arabic-looking sons of bitches who look like Ibrahim Ashami. If I end up being wrong and he looks like Helen Mirren, feel free to call the New York Times editorial board.
Oh, hell yeah.
Jeez.
So, yeah. Brett Hawthorne really taking care of business there, Tim.
I like how when they said Brett Hawthorne was going to dispense the politically correct niceties, I thought that meant that he was going to put on blackface. He was conducting the search.
He puts on olive face and goes, "It looks like this," pointing at himself. Tim, like now having written, I'm putting that in quotation marks, whole seasons of Decker and then performed them. What is it like to hear Ben Shapiro writing this book completely sincerely?
Oh, it's a little sad, I guess. I mean, he's probably excited about it, but it's hard. I mean, it's hard to write stuff that's good, that's great, and he's doesn't seem to be very good at it. But it takes a long time to even do this. So it must feel, I don't know what his friends, what do you think his friends
I could
tell
do it
him?
in a week.
You think it's, I think there's stuff that I do that my friends probably don't think is that great, and it never really comes up, I
was looking at some of the Goodreads reviews of this book from fans of Ben Shapiro, and one did say something along the lines of, Ben Shapiro is an idol of mine. I love everything he does, but he just wasn't meant to write fiction. The next chapter, President Prescott has to address the nation, in the crumbled ruins of the George Washington Bridge. And he's very concerned. He's put all his best speechwriters on it. He has his crispest, clearest, best teleprompter that he's reading off of. And in the middle of his speech, a voice cried out from the back of the crowd, "You did this!" Prescott was momentarily startled. Then he began again. The voice again. "You did this, Mr. President!" A murmur carried through the crowd. The voice continued. And suddenly, a few of the cameras swung around from facing the president to the lone protester. It was a woman, overweight, wearing faded jeans and a T-shirt with holes in it, her hair chopped short. "You did this, Mr. President. My husband is at the bottom of the river because of you, Mr. President." I like that he describes that she's overweight and wearing a shirt with holes in it.
Well, she's an authentic working class person. That's what he thinks they all look like. Like because he was born wearing pleated slacks, so he doesn't actually know what like regular people look like. So he just assumes that they're all walking around looking disheveled in clothing that they like picked out of a dumpster.
Everyone in the crowd is wearing Jankos, except for President Prescott.
So Prescott, being the smooth talker that he is, manages to turn the situation around and pull it out of the bag by being very inspirational and eloquent about how love is the answer.
Classic Prescott, baby.
Classic Prescott. So, speaking to the point of the weird racial agenda in this book, there's another chapter where there's another character who's sort of a Sarah Palin-esque militia member and rancher. And then the plots converge because her and her motorcycle gang go to Detroit, Michigan, where there is, in Ben's words, a lynch mob outside the holding cell where the officer Ricky O'Sullivan is being held, the one who shot a 10-year-old boy for dissing him. And they show up to the rally wearing T-shirts that say "Fight the Thugs."
Wow.
It goes on like that, and this takes us to the beginning of part 3. And now, Tim, I sent you 2 screen caps of this, and I was hoping that you could read the scene where General Brett Hawthorne confronts Mark Prescott in his hotel room.
I'm reading Brett.
I'll be President Prescott. Okay.
Okay, cool.
You have got to be kidding me with this. I'm trying to hold the country together, and you're out there fucking supporting the enemy by targeting Muslims? How am I supposed to counter the accusations? Brett sat on the couch watching the president rage at him. On his way to the hotel, the Secret Service agents had been utterly silent. They refused to answer any of his questions, give him any information at all. But Brett had figured that they must have picked up Hassan as well. How else could they have found it? Prescott continued to yell. I elevated you. I made you. I saved you. And this is how you reward me?
You didn't build that.
Brett could feel the anger building. He flexed his fist, then let it go. An old trick Ellen had taught him to take his mind off his temper. It wasn't working. It wasn't working. Tell me, I expect an answer. What were you thinking? I gave you your life back.
No. I signaled you. I told you to hit the building.
Prescott scoffed, disbelieving. You can't be serious. You wanted me to start a war with Iran after Iraq and Afghanistan? We just finished blowing the troops out, for God's sakes. We got you out, didn't we?
That was the goddamn point. The point was that I had intelligence that said Ashami was there, my life for his. That was my trade to make. I just needed you to do your damn part, and you chickened out, as usual.
I could toss you out of the military for this, General. Prescott's eyes were steely blue dots in a puffy red field. You've gone too far this time.
Go ahead. I'd love to tell the press just what you did, because you couldn't keep this country safe. You weren't willing to make the tough choices, Mr. President.
Prescott went quiet for a moment. Then oddly, he smiled. Well, I'll make this tough choice, General, at least for you. You can either walk out of here and stop this nonsense, or you can keep going. If you keep going, I'll instruct my Attorney General to draw up federal charges against you for violation of Imam Omari's civil rights. And this time, there won't be any sending you to Afghanistan.
Mr. President, I would think not. You lost that country, so there wouldn't be much to send me to, would there? I just want you to think about this, Mr. President. All those people out there would be alive today if you just followed my advice. I'll tell that to every camera I can find.
Holy shit. Prescott reached down to the coffee table and picked up the remote control. He flipped the channel to CNN, where the anchors continued to gush over Prescott's big speech. General, I can afford a few public relations hits right now. Rally round the flag effect and all that. You'll be seen as an ungrateful rube looking to hit back the man who saved you. Your time is over, General. Now get out of my sight.
I understand our enemies better now, Mr. President. You're not a very credible bluffer. Wow. You're right. I'm taking this wholesale. I'll take it. I'll take it all.
He turned his back and slammed the door behind him. Oh my God. I
think the next season we're bringing on Shapiro as a
head writer.
Consultant writer.
So good.
Yeah, head writer.
We have these like fake credits in Decker, and there's one we're cutting right now. We've added this one episode inspired by a speech by John Voight.
So that's Crowder, and I saw that, and it turned my stomach so fucking much. But I remembered that Crowder had a great article a while ago about
virginity.
About virginity, yeah. About how he got married the right way.
Yeah.
And I think it goes a little something like this. So this is the headline here. This is the Fox News opinion. Waiting till the wedding night, getting married the right way, by one Stephen Crowder. And the headline, of course, there's a photo of him and his lovely bride. He goes, as anyone who's read my abstinence column here at Fox News Opinion could guess. And abstinence column, of course, does have a hyperlink, and I clicked it. And this goes straight to just another article from 2 years prior that says, why not having sex might be good for you. And he says here, sex, some of us do it, most of us like it, and we all think about it a lot. I know I do, though I was once told that it was normal. Getting busy really isn't the taboo subject that it once was. So he goes on to talk about how, abstinence is the only taboo left. And if you tell people that you're abstinent, they think that you're not cool. But that's because
that's a checkered handkerchief.
Yeah. So he says, as anyone who's read my abstinence column can guess, my wedding is something I've looked forward to for quite some time. After having tied the knot at the end of August, I can now say beyond all shadow of a doubt that it was everything I'd hoped and prayed that it would be since childhood. I'd also prayed to be bitten by a radioactive spider and develop sticky hands, but I was an idiot. That's it. That's humor.
Oh,
He's
wow.
just keeping it light and funny there.
All right.
That's funny.
He's a humorist in addition to being an abstinence columnist.
Yeah. Let me preface this column by saying, my wife, I have to get used to saying that.
Borat.
My wife and I not only waited sexually in every way. No, we didn't pull the Bill Clinton and technically avoid sex.
Hell yeah.
But we didn't shack up.
That's right, I busted a nut in her, fam.
We didn't shack up as live-ins, and most importantly, we courted each other in a way that was consistent with our publicly professed values. We did it right.
OTPHJ, over the pants hand job.
Yep.
Classic.
And he goes, feeling judged? I couldn't care less. You know why? Because my wife and I were judged all throughout our relationship. People laughed, scoffed, and poked fun at the young, celibate, naive Christian couple. I think they were poking fun at you and laughing at you.
No, they fucking didn't.
Well,
Shut the fuck up.
Okay, there's nobody...
Everyone avoided talking to you.
Yeah.
Which is what everyone does because you're just grotesque
Wait,
monster.
you guys know that Steven Crowder is from the show Arthur. You know that.
What?
Steven Crowder was one of the voices in the animated show Arthur.
What?
Yeah. Yes. He wasn't Arthur.
No, get the fuck out of here.
No,
yes, he was.
true.
It's
He
true.
No, he's
yeah.
right. He's right.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, it's true.
So he must be living off those residuals because
yeah.
certainly his show doesn't.
Well, no,
make
he
any
wasn't
money.
like a main character. He's like a
no, he was
minor
one of
voice
the
actor.
yeah, he was one of like the bunny or I don't know whatever.
No, he wasn't the bunny.
No, not the bunny. I don't know.
Star.
Yeah. He wasn't one of the stars. He was just like some voice actor.
No, there was Arthur the Aardvark, and then there was his sister DW the cunt, and
wow.
and she used to fuck everything up.
No, DW is a queen. She's in all of the memes. That
I think she was a CUNT, and I know Amber's not in the room right now, so I know I'm with my dogs right now. But I didn't like her.
What's your problem with a woman who speaks up for herself?
I don't know if she spoke up for herself. I think she used to fuck with Arthur's shit all the time. But he was going through some serious changes in life, and he was at an age where he was, maybe hormones were coursing through his body, and we've all seen the famous picture of him with the headphones on the side of his head when his ears were on the top of his head. We know he's just struggling with growing up, and his sister was always there just to highlight how big of a loser he was, and I think that's pretty jacked up. That's friggin' jacked up.
I don't know why your reading of the situation is centered on Arthur and his issues,
he's the protagonist.
and his values.
And
what about her issues and her inner life?
Aardvark women are never centered. It's true.
I think that she was a bully and a troll, and I think Arthur I identified with because I was around the same age as him, and I was probably going through some of the same Aardvark problems.
Okay, so there was Arthur, there's DW.
Isn't it ironic how Arthur
DW was named after D.W. Griffith.
yeah.
Who was the famous racist filmmaker.
Yeah. If you thought the stuff that she did that made it into the show was bad.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty ironic that Arthur is such a big hit on Black Twitter, whereas Steven is such a big hit with people who fantasize about murdering black people.
The crossover.
Yeah.
Wait, so who was Steven on the show, Arthur?
We can look it up. I mean, he was one of the guys. Yeah,
I'm sure someone will figure it out. But
one of the ancillary. That show. They're still making that show, right?
Arthur.
Yeah,
I have no idea.
I think they are.
Yeah, bring Steven back to Arthur.
My dad he said that we were in trouble because he was getting rid of the cable, but I think he got in a dispute with the fucking cable company, and he's like, "We're getting rid of cable. We're gonna read books," and then I just started watching PBS.
He was the voice of Brain
Brain
on Arthur during seasons 5 and 6.
Yeah, he's not living off
he was the
residuals
voice
from that.
of Brain, but he didn't get Brain until he was 27.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, one of those things.
Well,
wow, going down the Arthur rabbit hole.
Fucks
so to speak.
The Aardvark hole. Yeah. So back to Crowder here. He says, blah, blah, blah. Oh yeah, okay. So he's pretending that everyone mocked him, which, as Matt pointed out, A, nobody probably talked to him, and B, there's nobody in his social circle that would think less of him for being as big of an asshole as he is. So he goes, everyone said that we'd never make it to our wedding without shtupping, and if he's stealing Jewish valor right there.
Yeah. Well, it's a classic comedy speak.
And if we did, our wedding night would be awkward and terrible, they said. Turns out people couldn't have been more wrong. Looking back, I think that the women saying those things, he says women saying those things, not men. The women saying those things. The women saying those things felt like floozies they ultimately were. And the men, with their fickle manhood tied to their pathetic sexual conquests, felt threatened. So he goes on and on about this. And they're like, what I like about this story is that it's not just him bragging about how good his wedding night was with his virginal bride. Is that he talks about how he says the day after we ate breakfast at a local inn, we discussed how excited we were to start the rest of our lives together, how scary it was that everything was now so different. At the same time, we overheard the table next to us discussing their very own wedding night from the night prior. What a coincidence! The thing is, nothing's really changed, the bride said. Puzzled, my wife asked.
This happened.
Did you get married last night too? So did we. Congratulations, the other dame said. Yeah, we did, just last night.
Disgusting.
Where's the groom, my wife innocently, scratch that naively, asked. Oh, he's sleeping. There was no way he was coming out with me this morning. She paused and smirked. Let's just say he's got a lingering headache from a really good time last night. My heart sank. Firstly, that poor schmuck's good time was simply getting snookered, not enjoying the company of close family and long-lost friends with a clear head and clean conscience, not staring in awe at his beautiful new wife, wanting to soak in every glimmer of her eyes as she shot him heart-racing looks from across the dance floor, not taking all of the cheesy pictures as they cut the cake, even carrying her across the sweet threshold as they nervously anticipated their nightcap. He probably won't even remember any of it. Instead, he got smashed. He was that guy at his own freaking wedding. So I like that he's taking this opportunity to shit on this totally imaginary couple. Which, once again, didn't happen. And
that he made up.
But he just made up this person and just being like, because the guy's sleeping in, he just assumes that he was too shit-faced.
Also, what does that have to do with fucking? Right?
It's alcohol.
He's saying that alcohol is bad. He doesn't say that premarital sex is bad.
Well,
I mean, he should just convert to Wahhabism.
Yeah,
if he
true.
cares that much about alcohol.
So he goes on and on. He says, then I realized something. Our wedding was truly a once-in-a-lifetime event. It was a God's honest celebration of two completely separate lives now becoming one, physically, emotionally, financially, and spiritually. Everything that made us who we were individually was becoming what bonded us together. Our family travel. So blah, 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 blah. I'm glad he had a wonderful wedding. I'm glad he's so happy with his wife or whatever, but I like that he needed to invent a theoretical other couple to shit on. And then he just goes at the end and says, your wedding can be the most memorable night of your life, or just another party. Oops, did I just make a judgment? You're darn right I did.
Oh, bitch, go off. I mean, isn't this just all conservatism? You do something that's uncomfortable and shitty and kind of sucks, and then to justify why you're doing it, why you're following these completely arcane, weird rules that, if you want to follow them, fine, but you think you're a better person for having done them. You have to invent people that are being mean to you.
I genuinely
I don't give a
care
shit. Yeah.
At all. If you want to remain abstinent until wedding and you want to have that kind of relationship, I don't know anyone who would judge someone for that if that's what they've chosen to do. I will laugh and judge at fucking a piece of shit like Steven Crowder every time he opens his mouth because first of all, I don't believe him and his wife were actually virgins until marriage. Second of all, he's only doing this and writing this so that he can call women who don't wait until have marriage floozies and harlots and say that the other pathetic men were just, weak compared to me because, my cock got in there first. No one else. All right, you guys want to do this Ben Shapiro Virgin article?
Let's do it, boys.
Locked and loaded.
Locked and loaded. Okay. So I was doing Crowder and his Virgin article, which I didn't believe. And then I remembered Ben Shapiro, show favorite, friend of the show, a constantly recurring guest. He also had a Virgin article. He had a whole book about this. And unlike Steven, I actually believe Ben.
Yep.
This is in Town Hall from 2005 under the headline, Rescuing a Generation. This is Ben Shapiro.
This is an historic article.
Ben Shapiro, this is a historic post here. He says, as I explained in my new book, Porn Generation, how social liberalism is corrupting our future. In today's America, being a proud virgin is no easy task. Those with values are under attack. In a culture that treasures tolerance above morality. It's no wonder that because of my outspoken advocacy of traditional morality in general and of virginity in particular, I've become a favorite target of internet leftists who often refer to me as, quote, the Virgin Ben. He goes, the internet is riddled with writing like this, quote, in Ben's case, it is helpful to remember that some people choose celibacy while others have it thrust upon them. Poor Ben. He no more chose abstinence than Clarence Thomas chose to be black. Yep. And then another one, the Virgin Ben also apparently has never had a really great Saturday night. The Virgin Ben, indeed. This guy's interview so completely reeks of repression that I almost feel violated reading it. Like I stepped in someone else's wet dream. It's freaking eerie, man. So he just goes on to list all the things people have said about him. And he goes, such heated, inarticulate, and unreasoned hatred for moral standards should not be shocking. Social liberalism seeks to promote a live and let live society wherein all types of deviant behavior is tolerated and accepted. And by deviant behavior, he means getting your dick wet before your wedding night. Or I'm sorry, I don't mean to make that male-oriented. It means, having sex before your wedding night, experiencing the wonders of magic of human sexuality before a priest or rabbi gives you.
Also, he also means gay people.
Obviously he means anyone. Yeah. So he goes, those on the left have thrust their notion of a civilized, amoral society upon all of us. The fact of the matter is that a live and let live directly contradicts the notion of a communal society. We all have to abide by certain rules to live together. An amoral society minimizes the rules which we live together.
Is this the fucking doctor from Hell? This is exactly what he said.
Any change in those rules is bound to affect us all.
No, it's not.
Yeah, no,
none
it's
of this
not.
is
No,
none of
no,
this is
it really-
true.
it really
you also don't support a communal society.
Yeah.
Support some kind of small government fucking libertarian psychotic thing.
This reminds me a lot of that. Do you remember that kid Pru82 Forever, that YouTube account?
No, wait, what?
Yeah, he was like this little kid that was growing up on the internet and not that self-aware, but he had some amazing videos. My friend Brandon Wardell used to be really obsessed with him when he was in high school. Friend of the show. But he had one that was like, hey everyone, stop looking at porn. I'm sick and tired of all these guys looking at porn. Just go find a girl and have sex with her. It's like pretty much as like advanced and nuanced as Ben's argument here.
I know he's going on he goes, by discarding traditional morality in favor of amoralism, we have catered to the lowest common denominator. Social liberals have taken control of our culture through music, film, television, and other mass media. R-rated films today often include softcore pornography. Television shows like Friends promote a fun-filled, promiscuous lifestyle with no consequence. Friends is his example of rampant amorality.
Yeah,
Why didn't Rachel get scabies at any point? This bullshit.
Friends.
What the fuck? Like, should they have stoned Monica to death? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Someone tell me how they're living in such a nice apartment.
How come they're on time to everything in New York City?
He continues. Rap music is misogynistic, glorifying its own degradation. Pop music holds aloft cultural wrecking balls like Madonna as empowered feminist heroes. He's writing this in 2005.
That's
by the
so
way.
old,
Friends and Madonna were like 10 years gone by that point.
Oh, even more. Like being like the moral panic about Madonna was like 1984. Like a virgin.
Yeah.
He's just copying grown-ups.
Advertisers.
He is. That's his whole thing.
That's his crime.
It's like he's just been inside reading like Edmund Burke his entire life, so he watches Married with Children, and he's like, "Oh, this is what culture is. This is what we're still talking about."
Ben was definitely one of those. I listen to real music, the Beatles, the Rolling Stones.
I listen to a little guy named Beethoven and Civil War marches.
Ben also says, advertisers take advantage of sex sells phenomenon to push our culture to new lows, while teen magazines for young girls push boy craziness and dispense dating and sex advice. Ben is worried that teenage girls are too boy crazy.
Oh man, he's just copying grown-ups.
Yeah.
He's just one of those
He's
kids
one of those
that was
speak and say like puppets who just says what like the adults are in his community around him.
I feel so bad. Because those kind of kids used to just get bullied so bad. I mean, he's a piece of shit, obviously, but like there was a kid I went to school with that was like that, who shit his pants in in third grade, and like he was one of those like listen to the teachers, guys. And then like
that's Ben, and that was Ben's original grift, was the college student who's actually conservative and like sexually conservative for an audience of like 80-year-olds.
Yeah.
Who all think like his bow tie and his roller backpack are just incredibly cute. And so he writes books that are like porn generation.
Yeah, I mean that's
well,
all.
He just wants to meet the granddaughters.
I mean, yeah, like going back to Steven Crowder, if you like look at his Facebook, like there's like an all right amount of views on his videos. Of course, he does like 1/10 of what any Let's Play guy does. But
like Minecraft.
Yeah. All the Battlefield guys that I like to watch, but I do have 3 favorites. But you think about it, and it's like, oh yeah, no, they're just like a lot of 60-year-olds who like do now know how to use a computer, and of course, the first thing they'll see is like the very good boy who likes the grown-ups and tells nice jokes about the Muslim rape gangs.
He's
and,
a
like,
hep cat.
not jacking off. Yeah,
From there, he became, he got made fun of a lot and, like, just wrote a bunch of articles like this that are just quoting, like, fucking Daily Kos and Fire Dog Lake, just ripping on him.
Yeah.
And from there, he wore that as a badge of honor, where everyone's like, Ben, you're pathetic. Ben, you're fucking wrong.
Yeah.
Ben, they didn't send the fucking weapons of mass destruction to Iran from Iraq. What the fuck are you talking about? And he took that to mean, oh, he's so low that he must be correct. And his new shtick is, I'm the logic guy. I'm facts don't care about your feelings. I do facts and reason. But it's not facts. It's sophistry.
One of the best Ben Shapiro videos is when he's on that dais with this trans woman who's in the OJ documentary. You remember the helicopter pilot?
Yeah.
So do you remember when Ben was like telling her like that she's not a woman, and he's like, yeah, facts don't care about your feelings, and then she's like, you better watch your tongue, sweetie, because you could leave here in a stretcher. And he's like, this woman has threatened my life. I will be telling the police.
I think that sums up Ben. Just perfectly.
It's just fucking tattletale. That kid who shit his pants, like I think he's like a research doctor now, but like literally everyone from my third grade's like, oh yo, you know what Eric's up to? It's like, oh, you mean Eric is shit his pants? I think like no matter what he accomplishes in life, he'll always be the kid who shit his pants.
I mean, that's probably the plurality of the conservative movement. It's the roller backpack kids.
Oh yeah, Ted Cruz.
Ted Cruz is Ted Cruz is the kid who, starting in 8th grade, shows up to class in suits and is like, "Good morning, my dear sir," to the teacher, and has just been called a faggot so many times.
His like senior quote was like, "I'm going to take over the world." like those kids that think that they're like evil masterminds.
No,
like Ted Cruz.
In like 7th grade, my friend took like this summer math class so he wouldn't have to take a requirement going into 8th grade, and he told me about this kid who was like, "I'm not taking it because I don't want the requirement. I want to advance. I want to be a genius." And that kid is kid's probably Stephen Miller.
Yeah,
like, he probably works in the White House.
Yeah, those kids that think they're evil masterminds are the best. Like the puny humans kids. Yeah. You simple humans. It's like, shut the fuck up, Jared, dude. Like, we're trying to learn.
Just last thing about Ben and his assault on the porn generation. He says here, we live in an America that makes Paris Hilton a cultural icon and Jenna Jameson, a New York Times best-selling author, I bring that up only because Ben and Jenna are now Twitter buds.
Yeah.
And they chat on Twitter because Jenna Jameson apparently loves Ben Shapiro now. She's a big Shapiro head.
But I thought
Yeah,
she loves
she got
Trump.
engaged to some like Israeli diamond dealer, and now she's just straight up Likudnik.
You know who she dated before?
MMA guy.
Yeah.
Tito Ortiz, the dumbest fighter in existence. He
Who spoke at the RNC? Did he?
Yeah, that was Dana White. Dana White
that was
spoke
Dana
at the
White.
RNC and was like,
But he spoke at Trump rallies.
he
Tito
spoke at
Ortiz.
Trump rallies and it wasn't political. He was just like, when the UFC was down in the dumps, Donald Trump said, I'm going to come fucking fight. And that's what he's going to do for us. And I was like, all right, that's like less crazy than the other shit.
He's gonna come. Donald Trump is gonna show up at all of our pageants.
But, what I love about like that Ben wrote a whole book about pornography is like, imagine the research.
Like
he
not
had-
watching porn?
Yeah. All the not
He had just
watching
spent years
pornography.
not
Went
watching
undercover
porn.
in the big bus. I took a job as the bang bus driver for several
Those
sordid
girls
months.
are not amateurs. They're clearly professional.
I don't
I've
like
seen them at other works.
I don't like to compare ourselves to our heroes in arms protecting us against radical Islam, but I took a hot load to the back of the neck.
But I think it's really touching, and I think it's really nice that Ben and Jenna are friends now.
Yeah.
And like Jenna is like she tweets about like campus snowflakes, like that's her whole like.
Wait, but I
sort of-
thought she was real Trump, but he's real never Trump.
Yeah, but that like
Yeah,
they
but,
believe
I
the
mean,
same
no,
shit.
fuck,
They
yeah.
believe the same shit, you know?
Yeah, like there's no real cognitive dissonance there.
It's
like,
really just about who's better at brutalizing poor people and Muslims. That's really
Mike Pence.
that's what the Never Trump movement is for guys like Ben. That Trump isn't going to efficiently terrorize people in the way
Like
that he likes.
he's too dumb to carry out the great purge that needs
Yeah.
to happen of the undesirables.
There are levels of intricacies of the Gideon protocol that he cannot even begin to understand.
The next news item is sort of, I think, one worth taking a deep dive in. I saw this yesterday and was dumbfounded by it. This was the giant profile of Ben Shapiro in the New York Times.
Finally.
By Sabrina Tavernese.
What if they did it though, and they just lower the font point by like 2 points to make it a little bit tinier than every other thing in the New York Times?
The littlest gladiator.
Yeah, the headline here is Ben Shapiro, a provocative gladiator, wins battles to win young conservatives.
Fuck off.
So I'm just going to dive in here. It begins Dateline, Salt Lake City. It says, Benjamin Shapiro strode down the aisle of a packed auditorium at the University of Utah like a prize fighter walking toward a ring. He came out to Bring the Pain by Method Man and was flanked by several members of the Nation of Islam. and,
Like a prize fighter,
yeah,
though?
a prize fighter.
Like he was pigeon weight.
It was actually, no, it was cockfighting. He was going to step into the ring to fight a rooster.
Yeah.
So he goes, he was dressed in a dark suit jacket and a gray shirt and was followed closely by a bodyguard. So this guy has protection when he goes to college campuses. Yeah, that is the most
Nobody even gives a
bitch
shit.
thing I've ever heard.
There have been no Ben Shapiro riots, right?
No.
Not
No.
like the Milo ones.
No.
Nobody gives a shit about you, Benjamin.
It's like he wakes up and he has a tier 1 operator to protect him from like a woman with purple hair and a nose ring yelling at him that he's a homophobe or something.
That's it. Yeah.
So he goes, the mostly male audience sprung to its feet, cheering him with
Shocker.
thunderous applause. After his speech, a searing critique of mainstream liberalism,
Whoa.
a young man walked up to the microphone. I have watched so many of your videos. I think my girlfriend hates you, he said. You don't need to think, but you don't need to think
She's
about
a woman.
that. That's,
she hates him. It's actually a man.
But once again, I've watched so many of your videos. This is the self-taught by YouTube pedants generation really coming to the fore
These
here.
kids make me dread the future more than almost anything other than global warming. Is the idea of these fucking kids you weaned on these idiot fucking logic YouTube videos coming of age.
So he's described here, Mr. Shapiro, conservative thinker, entertainer, trash talker, and destroyer of weak arguments. This isn't a quote here. This is Sabrina, the actual person writing this article. Destroyer of weak arguments has been
Sipper of tea.
has been called the voice of the conservative millennial movement. How big is this movement, by the way?
Because he got sick of the anti-Semitism at his job, and he was completely fine with it for an extremely long time.
He was there when they had the black crime vertical.
Yeah. But he got so sick of being dunked on, and then he acted like he was making a principled stand.
Well, what this is, and somebody pointed this out, the reason this fucking thing exists, this article, is because the New York Times is desperate to stabilize the anti-Trump conservative movement.
Absolutely.
They are totally
terrified
in
without
being,
institutions. They want the old institutions rebuilt, rehabilitated.
Yes. Because Trump is such a radical threat to the norms that they value, that if the Republican Party and him are indistinguishable, then there isn't two parties anymore. Then there isn't the search for consensus in the middle anymore, because one of the parties is devoted to destroying your norms. And so you have to build up the idea that there is a continuing anti-Trump conservatism, which there absolutely is in a half a dozen zip codes in the Northeast of the United States and literally nowhere else.
Well, it says right here, he represents the tastes of an emerging political class. Like I said, the class of people, YouTube logic pedants. That's the emerging political class. But the thing is, they like
Hitler. They like Trump too. That's the thing. They might like some of his shit, but I guarantee you most of them aren't on board with his Trump skepticism. Because the other YouTube guys they watch are like Molyneux and fucking Mr. Dapperton. And they're all gung-ho for Trump.
So it says here, if Rush Limbaugh is someone your dad listens to on his car radio.
What did you say?
If Rush Limbaugh is someone your dad listens to on his car radio, Mr. Shapiro, age 33...
Monsieur Shapiro.
Jesus Christ, he's younger than I am. A graduate of Harvard Law School is the cool kid's philosopher. Again, this is not a quote. This is not like she's not reading from his press materials. She is describing him as the cool kid's philosopher. Okay, he's not a philosopher, one. And
he has never been cool.
He has never been cool. There's not a single person who looks up to Ben Shapiro who
cool.
in any
remotely
stretch of the imagination would even think to call themselves cool.
It would, yes.
They don't have that delusion.
They would not have that pretension. They fetishize a nerd identity.
He's very smart, and I'm smart for liking him.
We talked
all the other normie chads are too stupid to get it.
We talked about this with Adam when we were talking about like Stephen Miller and like this similar types where it's just like puny human guys, but like also kids who never had any friends their own age because they were such obnoxious bitches and only like socialized with adults they sucked up to.
Yes.
And thought that made them smarter than their peers just because they were such craven, nasty little shits.
Yep. And
Ben Shapiro is exactly that person.
I kind of was that way. I'll admit it a little bit. I would sort of like to get rapport going with my teachers because, it made me feel smarter than everybody. Mm-hmm. And also because they didn't want to hang out with me. But thankfully, at some point, I never took the... I was there on the path, and I took the one less traveled by, thankfully.
You decided you might actually need to develop a personality and a sense of humor and interact with your peers.
I honestly think that having a sense of humor really did help me kind of not get that level because the absurdity of it, I would have been too conscious of. Yeah. I would have been too conscious of how stupid and ridiculous and childish a point of view it was. And like having a sense of humor made me like not take myself seriously enough to do that, I guess. Thank goodness.
We're turning now to the Ben Shapiro publicity manual. It says here, dissecting arguments with a lawyer's skill and references to Aristotle. He exists in places that young people inhabit. Podcasts, Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. His podcast, Ben Shapiro Show, is downloaded 10 million times every month. I'd like to fact check that.
Yeah.
10 million times a month?
None of these things have citations.
There's no way Ben Shapiro has 10 million fucking podcast listeners.
No.
I think if you go to his SoundCloud
they're already doing a thing where it's times a month, and that means how many episodes are there a month, so that 10 million has to be divided by the number of episodes to even come close to an estimate of actual listeners.
He just has like 30 podcasts a month.
Like he gets good listens. Like on his SoundCloud, he gets about 250,000 listens per episode. So that's a lot, but that's not 10. He doesn't have 10 million listeners.
No, he has maybe 500,000, I'd say. That seems like a strong estimate. Would be about 500,000 listeners.
So that's about. So
That's still a lot of herbs.
Well, it's a lot of herbs, but the thing people need to remember is that there are about 1 million politically engaged normal people in America.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So that those numbers, it's always out of a percentage of actual Americans who are tuned into politics to the point that they would want to listen to a podcast about it. And that's like 1 million people on every part of the spectrum, from Nazis to tankies. That's a very, very small fragment of the population. Everybody else just is checked out or has very vague political views and doesn't make it integrated into their day-to-day life.
It says here 70% of his audience is under the age of 40. Ben is the source of a lot of philosophy for young conservatives.
Yeah.
Again, there's that word philosophy again. I don't think they really understand.
Well,
do they understand what the word philosophy means?
But under 40 also includes under 18.
No, these are the bow-tied nerds, the fucking roller backpack shitheads who all think that they can get like a fucking radio deal or a book deal by being a precocious little conservative.
Yeah.
So this is what Cassie Dillon, who's a senior at Mount Holyoke College in Massachusetts, who has written for Mr. Shapiro's website, The Daily Wire, describes him. And she says, I think it would be really hard to find a young conservative who doesn't know who Ben Shapiro is. Mr. Shapiro is trying to define conservatism. At
half of them think he's a fucking cuck, but they know who he is.
Mr. Shapiro is trying to define conservatism at a time when its meaning is up for grabs, and the Republican Party and the traditional conservative media outlets like Fox are built for older audiences. That's putting it mildly. He does not like President Trump, and he disagrees with his old boss at Breitbart News, Stephen Bannon, that Trumpism is the future of the Republican Party. He likes to point out that Mr. Trump won fewer votes in Wisconsin than Mitt Romney in 2012 and fewer votes in Michigan than George W. Bush in 2004. Most Republicans voted for Mr. Trump not because they loved him, he argues, but because they hated Hillary Clinton. But he is not a moderate. His views...
No, they love Daddy Trump. I'm sorry. Do not fool yourself.
Are you fucking kidding me? They love him more than they've ever loved a politician. They love him more than even at the height of the Gulf War frenzy, they love George W. Bush, and they always will.
But he is not a moderate. His views are extremely conservative. And summarizing his views are... Transgenderism is a mental illness, as per the Encyclopedia of Mental Disorders before 2013. Yes, blacks have been historically discriminated against. No, institutions are not broadly discriminating against them today. The rich pay too much tax, abortion should be illegal, Social Security ought to be privatized, and Obamacare repealed.
These are not, though, I mean, what he's talking about, those are like policy positions. Those are not like some kind of fundamental,
it's not a philosophy.
Ideological. Yeah, that's not like, here's my conservative base. I believe that, family should be the primary political unit, or, any of those things that supposedly make someone a philosopher.
I think, in fairness to Mr. Shapiro, except for Cassie Dillon, who used it, I think this is the author of this piece of confusion.
Yeah, this
more
is
than
just
his.
a vapid person, like every idiot who writes about politics and has no understanding of it at even a basic level of how it fucking works.
Yeah. So
they think policy positions equals philosophy. That's how shallow their understanding of politics.
Because it's nothing but takes.
That's all they encounter, exactly. It's takes on the policies of the day. So that's the only way they can relate to political philosophy is by creating a mosaic of them.
Continuing, it says here, liberals loathe Mr. Shapiro. They say he is a pugilist who has built his brand on the nation's addiction to outrage. He is part of an industry that whips up conservatives against the left, they say, and the fact that his audience is mostly young will deepen the divide for years to come. This is hilarious.
There's that cockfighting again.
Yeah.
He's a pugilist.
I love that his opponents think he's a pugilist. That Ben Shapiro, he's just too tough. Well, he's too much of a fighter. I'm so annoyed.
I don't think anyone hates Ben Shapiro the way they hate like I don't think he draws a lot of ire. He's just very easy to dunk on because he's like a silly little person.
He's a silly little elf man.
Yeah,
it's easy to dunk on him. Nobody engages with him or is outraged by his ability to destroy all political views.
I mean, they
logic.
literally threw him on Breitbart so that they could say that they weren't anti-Semites anymore.
I mean, this is the guy who
his
slam dunk case against the Bernie Sanders argument for healthcare as a right is I don't have a right to go to a fancy furniture store and pick out anything I want and not pay for it.
I'm gonna put a pin in that right now because it gives an example later of the laser-like precision with which he dissects arguments with his and the the careful jabs, uppercuts, and combos that he does to annihilate his enemies. I just hold that, keep that thought in mind.
Yeah.
What I want to say about this passage here about how she's summarizing how liberals dislike him because he whips up outrage against the left and that his audience is young and will deepen the divide. I think this is an unknowing but telling description of liberals who are just mad at conservatives for they're whipping up people against us and
they're effectively mobilizing opposition to our policies.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not fair.
And rather than just coming back straight at them, or whipping up people against fucking conservatives.
We agreed not to actually fight.
Yeah. So it says, going on, it says, even some former fans say Mr. Shapiro is a brilliant polemicist, but in a tribal nation, he's just one more partisan mobilizing the troops. Okay. If you had said a former fan of Christopher Hitchens said that he was a brilliant polemicist, okay, that scans. I'll accept it. Ben Shapiro is a terrible writer. We've read his shit before on this show, both fiction and non.
His voice is an unlistenable chipmunk screech that nobody but the most masochistic dipshits could bear for more than 5 minutes.
But to be like a brilliant polemicist is someone or even Peter Hitchens, even Chris's fucking brother, if we're talking about the right. We're talking about someone who can construct a sentence or have some sort of
have
bite
signature
or,
lines
or
that
verb
people remember,
or just to have some style or panache to which the arguments or the things that they write. Shapiro has absolutely
and to be able
none
to make
of that.
an argument that points out inconsistencies and gives you some semblance of higher ground. In terms of ideology, to actually be well, you can't answer this question, which so many liberals have been unable to meet those consistent. We're so out of fucking practice with all of this shit. We've just been watching The Daily Show for 20 fucking years.
So I mean, yeah. So he's been, if we're gonna go with the pugilist, thing, he's just been fighting tomato cans. Who, as soon as someone disagrees with them, they're like, they don't.
You're not supposed to do that.
So continuing.
The only quote that he has in all of his fucking writing that anyone remembers is that awful catchphrase. Facts don't care about your feelings. That's it. That's his only memorable
that's
piece
just
of
a tweet.
Wordage. Exactly. It's a tweet.
So, reading on, conservatives say he is a force for good. Liberals may not like his conclusions, but they are guiding young people at a time when the conservative movement is adrift and ideas of white nationalism are competing for their attention. Okay, it's basically just the fact that he's an Orthodox Jew and really a big fan of Israel is basically the only thing that separates him from white nationalism and the alt-right. He is a dyed-in-the-fucking-wool racist. Look up any of his fucking tweets about Trayvon Martin or Michael Brown and how they basically deserve to die. No, there's one tweet of his where it said Trayvon would have been 21 today if he hadn't chosen to bounce a man's head off the sidewalk before being shot. So again, this idea that he's guiding young people away from white nationalism is absurd.
Yeah, there are only the barest differences between him and Trump on any substantive issue, so that the difference is totally just egos, basically.
And the rest of this paragraph goes on to talk about how he's an Orthodox Jew and was one of the first to call out the alt-right movement and denouncing it as racist. I mean, how is he denouncing it as racist? They believe the same things about black people and immigrants as he does.
It's just basically what they're working towards, either consciously or subconsciously. The Trump people and the anti-Trump conservatives are moving towards essentially that agreement that I think Eli Valley did the drawing of Adelson shaking hands with Pepe. It's basically a population transfer where all the good Jews go to Israel. And then we have these white ethno-states that are organized on the same principles as Israel is. But basically the problem for Jews is just that they're here and they need to be there, which is what they agree with.
Yeah, they would prefer that.
Think that. Yeah, of course they do. And they're moving towards an agreement that's what happens.
Same reason
Everybody gets...
It's the same reason the KKK supported Liberia.
Yeah, it's a future of these ethnic Bantustans armed to the teeth and surrounded with walls.
And I like here at the end of this paragraph, it says, he received 38% of all anti-Semitic tweets aimed at journalists in 2016. This is a statistic from the ADL, which is like...
To be fair, that was me tweeting at him over and over again. I'm going to fold you in half and shove you in a big gulp cup.
See, exactly. I would really like to see an audit of how many of these abusive tweets were genuinely anti-Semitic, or half of them were like being like, I'm going to trap you in a dollhouse and have my cat eat you.
At least half of them were Felix, though.
Yeah, exactly.
Excuse me, but cats, those were the Nazis in Art Spiegelman's mouse.
Yeah. But I just love that the ADO or someone out there is just keeping actual statistics on how badly he gets owned and dunked on Twitter all the time. So going on now, I know this is really great. There's a real battle for hearts and minds going on the right now, and Ben is one of the main warriors, said David French, columnist in the National
warrior,
Review.
pugilistic.
Woo! Dude, this article is bringing back so many of our favorites.
Oh, God.
David French.
And you know,
all of the cucks are coming out to defend Ben and call him a warrior.
You can take my word for it that he's a warrior. I understand war. I went to Iraq. I was in charge of ordering Jimmy John's for the office at the JAG Corps in the Green Zone. I know what war is.
Mr. French calls Mr. Shapiro a principled gladiator.
They keep using this language. It's insane.
This is like, again, warrior, gladiator, pugilist.
I'm just imagining Ben Shapiro with a fucking trident and a net fighting in the Coliseum.
But
and it's tickling.
Like I said, all the language and jobs of combat and war. This all
are you not entertained?
This is this is all due to the fact that Ben Shapiro goes to college campuses and triggers snowflakes by being like, there are two genders, sorry.
But they don't. He doesn't even get the backlash that
no, that's just it. Nobody cares.
Nobody gives a shit.
It's like, remember when Charles Kirk tweeted, I'm going on a tour of college campuses. Better get ready, Antifa.
People are like, who are you?
Nobody cares about you, Charles. Wherever you go, your fucking acolytes decide to put diapers on. It's one of the most entertaining things in the world, and you don't need Antifa for it to happen.
So, going on here, it says, his aggressive tone draws an audience. Aggressive tone. No, it's a high-pitched tone. It's not aggressive.
It is the...
only dogs can hear the aggression in it.
It's the whining keen of someone trying to return something to Best Buy. I was told that I had 90 days, as you see on the receipt. It's only been 87.
So he goes...
Meet your manager.
He does not attack unfairly or stoke anger for the sake of it, or mischaracterize his opponent's positions. He even hits his own side, as he did with Sean Hannity for not weighing in on Roy Moore, the embattled Alabama Republican, and Mr. Bannon for supporting him. He appeals to the better angels of his audience's nature while still being a pugilist, and that's quite a skill.
Somebody went to thesaurus.com and just quit trying.
All right, now it gets into okay, this is great. Mr. Shapiro grew up in Los Angeles in a Jewish family of Reagan Republicans. His parents both worked in Hollywood, his mother as an executive of a TV company and his father as a composer. They lived in a small house, his parents in one bedroom and he and his three sisters in the other. They had political discussions at the dinner table. He was patriotic. He dressed up as John Adams every year for Halloween from the age of 5.
Oh my God!
He had a favorite musical, 1776.
Of course, you fancy little man.
So this is a child who dressed up as John Adams every year.
Oh, God.
I think it says from the age of 5. It doesn't tell you what age he stopped doing that. I don't think he ever did. It's like basically his personality.
He's Jewish Martin Prince.
Ate wax with a wet noodle, libtard.
They stole my dickie.
I want to see Ben Shapiro wearing a T-shirt that says "Wang Computers." So,
my geode must be acknowledged.
So it goes here. So often I felt turning on Fox, it makes you dumber. But you listen to Ben Shapiro, and you're likely to be both entertained and enlightened, said Charlie Sykes, a conservative pundit.
That fucking asshole.
I don't know who that is.
Oh, he's a Milwaukee local drive-time conservative fucking radio shithead. and he was a reliable voice of reaction and suburban racism for generation in the Milwaukee County area. But then Trump came along, and he wasn't going to get on board.
This is the guy that's been profiled recently as just being like, oh, wait a second. I think, I'm shocked that all of the listeners whose base prejudices I've been stoking on the radio in their car for the last 30 years have weird racist feelings and actually admire and love Donald Trump.
Yeah, my entire job for 30 years was channeling the argument that you shouldn't let the inner city buses go out to Waukesha County. That's the sum total of the fucking ideology on display for 30 years. And now Trump has gone too far. But he retired from his show. He doesn't have a radio show anymore. Now he wrote a book, and he's now a touring. He's a gladiator in his own right.
Well, no, he's described here as a conservative pundit and Trump critic. Yeah. And he goes on to describe Ben as he's high octane. He's high octane. He reads books. His mind works really fast. He likes to get under people's skin. He's clearly part of this younger generation. I could imagine Bill Buckley looking down and smiling. No, I can imagine Bill Buckley looking down on him for being a Jewish upstart, but he would be smiling, but it would be the smile of the sort of rigor mortis that was permanently affixed on his disgusting Gila monster like visage.
Yeah. Oh, so cute. A Hebrew.
I love here that like I said, Charlie Sykes is like what he's so impressed. He thinks Ben is such a breath of fresh air and just a real whip smart because he reads books.
Every one of these fucking profiles, when they try to elevate one of these shitheads as an intellectual heavyweight, either side, either alt-right and never Trump, like Bannon, it's always, he's read several books. He can quote lines from one of 3 different books.
Yeah, I think we pointed this out before, but the idea that Steve Bannon has read all of Edward Gibbon's book on the fall of the Roman Empire.
He read the Wikipedia article.
Yeah.
That's it.
So it says, people often discover Mr. Shapiro by seeing a video clip of him arguing with someone. Some have been watched millions of times, like one from a college in Michigan in February. After a back and forth with a young woman in the audience about transgenderism, Mr. Shapiro asked her how old she was. Okay, keep in mind that all of the times previously to this point, he has been described as a brilliant polemicist, someone who dissects arguments with a lawyerly skill, and is shaping the philosophy of a generation of young minds.
A level 1 logic master.
Okay, this is his argument here. Mr. Shapiro asked her how old she was. She was 22. Why aren't you 60, he asked. What is the problem with you identifying as 60? The young woman looked at him and hesitated, lowering the microphone slightly. It's not the same as gender, she said. You can't just... Mr. Shapiro looked at her, his face impassive. You're right, he said. You can't magically change your gender. You can't magically change your sex. You can't magically change your age. That was his brilliant, that was fucking Cicero or something right here. In an age of partisan warfare on college campuses, this video clip is a rare weapon. It is also vintage Shapiro. He takes apart arguments in ways that make the conservative conclusions seem utterly logical, like putting a key in a locked door. The clip has about 47 million views on Facebook. Yeah, it's just like putting a key in a locked door. His argument makes it seem like his position is just the only logical choice.
It's amazing.
If you are indeed have the brain of a golden retriever.
Yeah, it's like a linguistic magic trick. Just gormless fucking rubes. But the thing is that is the number one valued skill among people in political journalism. Is the one thing they can't teach, and the one thing that you need more than anything is absolute, just brain dead, gormless, naive belief in what powers that be tell you about anything. Because that's the only way that your shit's going to get read. Because anything else that's too skeptical is going to be too hostile to people who your peers and your newspaper need to keep cultivating as sources, so it never gets fucking published.
Speaking of so David French says here, there is a hunger in conservative millennial land for a different kind of voice, Mr. French said. They want someone who will unapologetically stand up for conservative values, but who is also articulating a movement they can feel proud of. So I guess that's as opposed to the alt-right,
Yeah.
I think is what he's trying to say.
Yeah,
there.
it's all just about optics. But the question I have, did they actually talk to a single millennial conservative?
Well, they talked to the college senior from Mount Holyoke at the very beginning who said he's like a philosopher.
But she doesn't count because she works for him.
That's true.
So she doesn't count. Do they talk to any unaffiliated millennial conservatives in this thing?
Well, we've read it. I've read every word of this so far.
So they don't.
Yeah.
There's no actual testimony from anyone who is the market for this shit other than somebody who he pays. Okay, good to know.
So here's where the article, I think, really shows the complete naivete and just like how easily rooked anyone the New York Times sends out to cover the right is by all of this shit. So this is the author's writing here. Mr. Shapiro has always been deeply conservative and does not pretend to be objective. But he says his market niche is giving clear-eyed reads of current events, not purely partisan rants. He is often compared to his former colleague at Breitbart, Milo Yiannopoulos. On the surface, they both seem the same. Both speak.
What?
Yeah.
I mean, they're both fancy lads.
Well, here are the similarities.
One of them dresses like a golden girl when he goes on tour.
Here are the similarities. Both speak on college campuses. Both draw protests. Both used to work for Mr. Bannon at Breitbart. Both are young. In fact, they are very different. No.
What?
Mr. Yiannopoulos, a protege of Mr. Bannon, was good at shocking audiences, saying things like feminism is cancer. But critics say that he was empty of ideas, a kind of nihilistic rodeo clown who was not even conservative. Mr. Shapiro broke with Mr. Bannon last year, saying that Breitbart had become a propaganda tool for Mr. Trump. Mr. Yiannopoulos' act collapsed this year. They don't say why. Actually.
Yeah,
They don't mention
weird.
that. But the fact that it lasted so long says a lot about the right's fury against mainstream liberalism, Mr. Shapiro said. It goes on for a little bit, but Shapiro says here, Trump won the nomination because he was anti-left, not because of any political viewpoints, Mr. Shapiro said in an interview. He was slapping people on the left, and people on the right went, yeah, those people need to be slapped. So, and he says, Mr. Shapiro does it too. He thinks it's easy to provoke the left, which he says has become intellectually flabby after decades of cultural dominance. That's true to a certain degree. And he says it's not good. Oh, sorry. That they're not good at arguing and relies instead on taboos and punishing people who violate them. This is the essence of his stump speech. The left believes in a hierarchy of victimhood, he says in Utah. If you are LGBTQ, then we suggest that you are the very top of the victimhood hierarchy. You have been the most victimized in the United States, and therefore your opinion must be taken with the most gravitas. And then he says here, black folks have been historically victimized in the
I love
United
when
States.
everyone gets all folksy when they start saying folks.
Black folks have been historically victimized in the United States, which of course is true. But the idea that every black person now is being individually victimized by the United States is not true. Then he got to the group that made up most of his audience. Way down at the bottom are white straight males. Those are people whose opinions do not matter at all, because those are the people who are beneficiaries of the system. They don't get to talk about the system because they were the ones who built
Which
the
is why
system.
I'm being paid to speak to you right now.
So he says, in concluding, the article says, Mr. Shapiro says he's about more than tribal polemics. In an age of combative politics, you have to be a fighter to be in the game. And he says he's willing to defend conservatism against those on the right as well as the left. I'm trying to militantly defend conservative ideas, he said. I'm not going to be anti-left for the sake of it. And that is the end of Ben Shapiro, Young Gladiator.
The fighter.
The fighter. Ben Shapiro, David O. Russell film.
Not an argument. Not an argument. Not an argument.
I'm not particularly worried about Ben Shapiro.
No. He's being propped up by these people who are desperate to have a decent opposition. That's what they've been panicking about more than anything, is the idea that they're going to lose that decent anti-Trump opposition that might hold horrible views, but stands with.
Well,
certain
here's a good
norms.
example. I mean, I think there is a difference between the Never Trump conservatives in that they're on their way out.
Well, yeah, but that's what I'm talking about when I talk about how there's tension inside any kind of broad right-wing movement or left-wing movement, for that matter. Is that these right now there still are these separate strands, but at some point the pressure is going to come, and one of them, the one that's dying, to survive with whatever it has left is going to be absorbed into the greater one. And then it will be part of a greater thing, even though...
Well, some of them will just die, though. Some of them will turn into like this weird esoteric... Yeah.
They're literally old. They are literally going to die first, that's for sure.
No, but I even think Shapiro, their great white hope or whatever, like he's going to try and carve out a niche for this, but he's just going to become more and more marginal. And I don't think conservatism is going to go back to the way it was.
Yeah, it is like a dying trumpet. It's a retreating sort of. It's a rump. It's a dwindling rump.
Yeah,
and they want to make it viable because the alternative is
he's essentially like
Trump
cosplaying
party, and they can't accept that.
A kind of conservatism that is just on its way out.
Yeah,
because he's a nerd.
Yeah, but the press's main investment is in keeping the sense that there are two opposing forces that we can sort of negotiate with and are operating from the same rule book.
The way that I would still say a lot of liberals, but mostly now like the real chest-beating conservative pro-Israel types talk about this and talk about unarmed people, even though they don't consider them unarmed in some way or whatever, like being gunned down and it's fine. They're in a way preparing you for more domestic insurrections,
yes,
in which black people or anyone of any class or any race want to rise up and, for whatever grievances they have and are gunned down. They're saying, well, I mean, look, I mean, we saw this in Gaza, and are you really going to say those people were innocent? The state needs to take the measures it takes. And we also remember that this stuff is not theoretical, and I'm not just pulling this out of my ass, because Black Lives Matter protesters during Ferguson and during Baltimore were in touch with Palestinian people because the strategies and sometimes the actual materiel were the same. Were linked to the same ideas and tactics that Israel uses against the Palestinians. So this stuff links up beyond, it's Israel, it's always going to be fucked up. They're talking about every event that could happen here, too.
Yeah, I mean, IDF does train American cops, too. But that point about, this we could see this on repeat. Where I really think we're going to see this on repeat, like a sort of gray area, stateless, non-sovereign, non-state, entering a non-border region that just at all costs cannot be let in. What do you think is going to happen when most of the world starts fucking sinking?
Yeah.
This is, if things don't get drastically better, this is what the future is going to look
The fact
like.
of the matter is, white people in this country would support putting walls and armed guards and dogs around every black neighborhood before they even think about reparations.
Yes.
Yeah. And that's citizens of the United States.
And what Felix talks about is that we like to imagine that there's a thing called human rights. But in reality, because of the international system of nation states, the UN, these concepts, your rights really are linked to your citizenship. And if you are deprived of citizenship in a mutually recognized sovereign entity, you're basically not a human being.
Same way that felons, that turning so many mostly black males into felons is a way to abrogate their rights. And then it's like, we're dealing with criminals and drug dealers here, and then it's basically a racial caste system.
So the future is going to be creating these categories, like the Palestinians, like refugees, like illegal immigrants, who, by virtue of the fact that they have been forced by the vagaries of the power of others to try to seek some sort of life in any way they can, their assertion of humanity becomes a crime.
Right.
And because they cannot refer to a citizenship of a sovereign body that is mutually recognized by other countries, they essentially don't have rights. And they can be disposed of any way that the most powerful local government can imagine to do so.
You know what this also reminds me of is, remember when Trump said shithole countries? Is that the huge missed point there with, and this definitely was libs, is, okay, obviously he was being an idiot and racist and just probably thinking that entire cultures are shitholes, etc. But the idea beneath that these countries are in poor shape in other parts of the world, to say, I'm so offended that he called them shithole countries. I'm sure they're vibrant places. Well, a lot of them aren't great places to live right now because of America.
Yeah.
Or because of other imperial designs that have been imposed upon them. And that is a more offensive thing and a deeper critique of American racism and foreign policy than just saying, Trump was mean on the air once again.
A great example of that sadistic line of thought is the Ben Shapiro thing
that quote that I never see in any of the fawning profiles of him, where he says,
"Mr. Too Damn Logical.
Israel is just Jews are just better than Arabs. Arabs like living in living in
They
sewage.
like living in sewage.
Settlement rock.
And he's referring to, of course, the Gaza Strip, where there is just open sewage. But again, this is a function of the absolutely conscious and systematic decisions by their jailers.
Yes.
That is the way to think about it. And I just want to say one other thing, like in sort of trying to metabolize the rotten and just morally hideous people who are trying to get you to like accept this or think that it is in any way just, will say things like, well, what are you going to do? They're armed. They want to cross this fence and they want to kill Jews. What are you going to do? Just let them across the border? Well, obviously, yes. Yeah. But the broader question is, in dying and in showing the world what Israel is prepared to do to stop them from crossing this, again, not border, I think it is important to show to the world exactly what the state of Israel has to do to maintain itself in its current form. And if you're okay with that, well, then just fuck it. Like, forget it. Then you're admitting that you want to live in a state, or you think we should support a state in which this kind of wholesale murder is just just doing business. Yeah, that's just how
you
we
want to live in a murderous war of all against all.
Yeah, and that's the undergirding conservative idea. And that we were talking about how this connects to Black Lives Matter and protests in the United States and also the American border with Mexico, is that the undergirding conservative idea is that you must, in any given situation, ignore the context that created what's happening.
Right.
If someone does something that you perceive as violent to yourself, that is hostility. Why they're in that position, why are they deprived in this way, that is not something to be considered. That is sophistry. Right. Yeah. All that matters is that they're trying to get my stuff. Mm-hmm. Why I have this stuff and they don't have anything, that's for academics to talk about.
Introducing like Jordan Peterson as a figure that's deeply weird and a bizarre product of the moment we're living in. But on some level, I do understand his appeal, despite how boring he is. The other figure that I want to talk about is someone who, again, we've discussed at length on this show, is incredibly popular, and I genuinely have no fucking clue why, and that is young Ben Shapiro. What the fuck? Like, he just seems to me in every way the least appealing personality on the planet. What do you think accounts for his unbelievable popularity?
It's fascinating, isn't it? Because Peterson, I get it, because Peterson is legitimately a daddy, and like I get why people like that. Like he's there's something soothing about his way of speaking. He's reassuring, he's authoritative, he's masculine, and like I can totally see going for that. But Shapiro, what is the deal with this little whiny nerd? Like, why is this guy such like a campus legend? Like, but like it's bizarre.
Because he doesn't care about your feelings. He only cares about facts, and that's the thing. He is just, to these guys, this pure avatar of unbridled, cushioned, no fancy packaging, pure straight facts and logic. Just a pure adrenaline spike of reason into your brain, and the fact that he's such a little twerp is sort of makes it more authentic. Because he doesn't have to have any kind of smooth presentation or a voice that a human could listen to for more than 5 minutes. Because what he has instead is the goddamn facts and the logic on his side.
Well, anyone can present themselves as the fact friend. But
and he is, though, is the thing.
Well, he is, but I mean, I really think it's one part he found himself in the right place at the right time, because he used to be a C-list, conservative blogger guy. And so he had like that kind of institutional support in the established right wing, but then he started going after the SJWs and the campus libs and that kind of bullshit, and that I think that's what earned him a lot of followers. Is just sort of having the same antagonist that his fans had.
What I've noticed about Shapiro and his fans is like they look at, again, this utterly mewling dork who is like, again, has one of the least attractive personalities I've ever encountered in a human being. They, like, his fans look at him as like their heroic like fighter, and that like they look at him as someone who's cool. Like, you see like the Ben Shapiro thug life. Ben Shapiro, you're gangsta. Like, it's bizarre. Like, they look at him as an aspirational figure, which is so weird to me.
I think it's actually very fascinating that so many careers have been made this decade by people antagonizing campus activists. Like it really, Milo Yiannopoulos, Ben Shapiro, Jordan Peterson, the Rubin Report, like Rogan, Steven Crowder, any number of these people, like basically made their whole career off of the SJWs are like someone needs to stop them, and I think that what this has to do with is the psychology of sort of defensiveness in the face of moralizing. So there's one of the greatest YouTube leftist video essays on YouTube is by the channel Innuendo Studios. It's called "Why Are You So Angry?" and it's about Gamergate. It's an old video at this point, but it's a wonderful series that discusses basically the reception of Anita Sarkeesian on the internet and compares it to, for instance, a vegan at a barbecue, or like someone who doesn't drink alcohol at a party, and that how the way that kind of abstinence, even when you're not judging other people, is interpreted as a condemnation of a whole way of life, and that is received with intense hostility. I think that a lot of people sort of resent being, this is the whole opposite in a political correctness thing, right?
Yeah.
Like, for instance, let's take trans issues. That's become kind of the big centerpiece of a lot of this stuff. And a lot of it is that most people do not understand trans people. They don't know any trans people. It seems really weird to them. And they feel like, for instance, these norms regarding pronouns, which they have no experience using, like they feel that this whole thing is being this strange queer framework is being thrust upon them. And they resent not being able to ask the questions they want to ask, and they resent being like they're not allowed to say what they think in order to protect someone else's feelings. So when Shapiro does is he comes along and says, actually, no, I refuse to be polite. I refuse to abide by the usual norms of respect and humanity and civility. And instead, I'm going to insist on just the facts, which means basically, no, I will not meet you halfway. This is not a conversation. This is not negotiation. This is, in fact, me setting the terms. And that's really what he's doing, right? Like, it's, he says why won't these crazy trans activists have a conversation with me? But he doesn't actually want that. Like, if you look at the way he engages when he does occasionally talk to someone like that, his whole strategy is to basically attempt to trigger them and provoke a response. So, it's sleight of hand, but it's effective in that it sort of captures something of the private feelings that a lot of people have, this resentment of being made to go along with this thing they don't get.
Yeah, there's also a Schadenfreude aspect to it, right? Because every Ben Shapiro video you see is like Ben Shapiro shuts down Campus SJW, or Ben Shapiro obliterates Carney, who tells him he's too short to ride the roller coaster. And there's this kind of stock figure throughout media that's someone on their high horse, a moralizer, who gets their comeuppance, who gets publicly humiliated. And I think that's what the people who resent the SJWs, or the resent being told to have a modicum of respect for their fellow man, that's what they want to see.
Yes, there's definitely the kind of bloodthirstiness about this, right? Like they want to see these people brought down. And I agree that this idea of it's a repeated media trope of this moralizer who's shown to be a hypocrite or a liar or something. And I'm actually, I can give this away. I'm working right now on a video about climate change, and I've been thinking a lot about Al Gore and the way that he was given that kind of treatment by the media, whether it's Man Bear Pig and South Park, or whether it's just his, all the articles, pointing, about the think pieces about his private jets or his house, or this man is a hypocrite. This man is, he claimed to invent the internet. They said, even though he didn't, they really trashed this guy for basically just telling us what the science in fact does say. And there's, but what he was saying was, as he said, it was so inconvenient that there was this, he was intensely resented for having the audacity to say this. And I think there's something quite similar going on right now with these campus activists. They're annoying by their demanding that we change our lives, right? And there's an intense resentment for anyone who says you're doing things wrong. No one wants to hear that. And they want to see the people who dare be so uppity as to speak out. They want to see those people brought down. And that is Ben Shapiro's brand.
thinking about Ben Shapiro and really like our entire conversation about like this extremely online subculture and the politics that it breeds, but Shapiro, like in particular, like when I think of his popularity, I think what he represents is like at this current moment now with Trump as president, and of course Shapiro will claim that he's 100% anti-Trump or he doesn't support blah blah blah. Right. Obviously, we don't buy that bullshit, but I think what he represents is like all the uncool kids who, in growing up and in their lives have been ostracized or, bullied or made to feel less than for both good and not good reasons by people who were cool, by what was considered like the dominant form of, youth culture that they felt alienated from, like the briefcase kids, the bow tie kids, the weirdos. Ben Shapiro wrote a book about how proud he was to be a virgin until he got married. And I think in him, they see an opportunity, like he is cool now. Like the uncool kids are cool. And it's this weird kind of like Revenge of the Nerds dichotomy going on, like Revenge of the Nerds feeling with it, where it's like they think that now with Trump in the White House, they feel sort of liberated in a way. They're like, haha, like, now the shoe's on the other foot. Like the uncool kids are going to get their revenge against all like, the moralizing and the pretentious and the scenesters and hipsters or whatever that we felt left out of that. And like now we're going to get our, just desserts.
Yes, and that resonates with like Paul Joseph Watson's slogan of conservatism is the new punk rock, right? A very similar feeling.
Yeah, breaking you on the wheel of logic.
Yeah. Yes, and but it's very respectable and very like conservative in the old way, like as you say, like bow tie briefcase conservatism. You see these people walking around at elite universities, like they're not cool, but they follow Ben Shapiro. It's not at all like the filth of incel forums, though. It's sort of, these are very different takes on the issue.
To sort of like to wrap everything up, like in talking, like I said, like let's just take for granted that the internet is just one giant honeypot for the like lonely, introverted, and potentially alienated and miserable. Mm-hmm. But like not everyone who is exposed to the internet or any of this shit becomes alt-right or black-pilled or incel or whatever. If there was a way to like deprogram someone out of one of these fucking cults, like what would that look like? Or like how would you begin to like try to bring someone back from the brink of this level of nihilism, hatred of humanity, and really hatred of themselves? Like how do you begin doing that?
So I think that when it comes to like reaching out to specific people, if someone is already really deep into that, I don't try. Like, I don't want to put myself through that. I think it can be worth reaching out to some people who are sort of starting to get into it. It's much easier, I think, to prevent than to cure. So, but I do think that some of what I do with my YouTube channel is try to initiate the process of getting people out, which for me, I mean, like I said, it's just so difficult, and like especially if you belong to like a maligned, marginalized group, it's kind of traumatic to have to be engaging with people like that directly. But what I try to do when I'm making videos is I imagine how I'm going to be viewed by these people, and I imagine these people viewing my videos and try to imagine their thoughts as I'm doing it. And one thing I do try to do is to kind of keep a door open to them. So I think that even if a lot of these people are racist, misogynists, transphobic, whatever, like, and on some level, like, do they deserve to be berated for that? Sure, they deserve it, but like, that's not going to help, is it? And so I'm very careful in my videos not to be too sermonizing, too, I guess I try not to adopt too superior an attitude, because I think that triggers that defense reaction. But my videos, like, I make a point of the fact that I regard myself as trash, and like I'm just kind of throwing ideas out there, and I try to be sort of open and inviting in a sense, even if I am making sarcastic comments about Ben Shapiro, I don't say like everyone who follows this guy is a transphobic asshole, like fuck all of you. Like I don't do that. I don't say that, because that's not what that doesn't help. What I say instead is like, look, okay, let's take Ben Shapiro's terms. I'll grant, hello, Ben Shapiro fans. Let's say everything he says. Let's say, okay, fine, no feelings. My feelings don't count for all. Let's have an argument about, let's see how the argument goes. If I'm not allowed to say what my feelings are, and then like try to show how, even if you don't take my feelings into consideration, actually it makes pretty good sense to call me by my pronouns, by, she, her pronouns, even, and it's not like purely a matter of like, I'm not just appealing to like, how dare you, offend me, because that, they don't want that. But I think that showing them that there's good reasons for the things that I'm suggesting, this would not work, by the way, in an actual debate with Ben Shapiro. It's a literary construction in a sense, right? It's an imaginary debate that you draw up, because in person, Ben Shapiro has ways of dealing with this. Because in person, what he will do in a debate with a trans person, for instance, is he will just, if they're not going along with everything he says, he'll start throwing out jabs in an attempt to get them to react emotively or like in a triggered so-called way. And then he can be like, just bring your feelings into it again, And so, but in a pre-composed video essay, you can escape that. There's no risk of that, because you are the one framing the whole issue. And
all right, I saw this thing and it made me laugh so hard. There's some woman who writes for like the Daily Wire, one of those bullshit right wing sites, posted a picture of Dan Crenshaw, who's one eye, and two other Republican congressmen who were amputees. And with a caption like, yes.
From war or just like diabetes or something?
From war. They were veterans and just said, yes, I love this so much. And all I can think is like, what? Soldiers getting their comeuppance?
Yeah, she sounds Maoist third worldist there. Glory at the insurgent armies as they wreak havoc on the soldiers of empire. May their blood fill the streets.
Dude, I mean,
and quench the sands.
Props to Ben Shapiro for giving a voice, like, he is interested in debate with the JD Pond. Like he doesn't want any of these running dog, demsock.
Yeah, none of that bullshit.
That's real intellectual diversity. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I don't want to debate with social fascists. The only left I will entertain is in the Maoist tradition. The fallacy is like the ocean, and the logic is like the fish.
You don't win debates with logic and reason. You win debates through class struggle and class struggle alone.
Through the lessons of class struggle. Oh yeah, the other thing, the AOC, she's made quite a splash because the video of her dancing came out, and then she did like the reply video. Basically, like the narrative was like the right wing or like the Daily Wire nerds are just like, can you believe how dumb this makes her look? And everyone was like, what are you talking about? But I couldn't really even. It was one of those things where it's just like looking at an Escher drawing, trying to figure out who was mad at what. But like basically now what I like is all the right wing, or what they're really mad about now is the implication that they were ever mad at all about her dancing.
Yeah. And then she proposed 70% marginal tax rate and reminded them all why they actually hate her. That and their confused sexual feelings.
Yeah, they were all just kind of like really horny. Like that's the thing.
I remember seeing this post like right when she first won, where it was like you know like some QAnon being like, "Look at this insane woman," and one of the replies was like, "I think she is absolutely insane, but she has those wonderful Latina eyes that I love so much." And I think it does like drive them a little insane. They don't know. It's like our favorite guys ever, the guys that Brian found, the horned up libs.
Oh God, they're like, I'm gonna put my liberal dick in Sarah Palin. Fuck the crazy right out of her.
The best phrase I've ever read. I'm gonna give her a liberal WMD. It's the same sort of thing where it's like they can't like govern their feelings sexually, so it's just like it's almost like a child. It's like when a kid first like starts to like girls, and they're just like, "Oh, I should pull their hair in class and like hit them in the leg."
I think it's just they're also so used to being fed like a steady diet of like the the ramen hair girl,
exactly,
and like just
they're
like,
used
all
to
the
sexy
gun
women presenting them with red meat, with ideologically compatible red meat. So they're like getting horny. It's like when George Costanza got sex and food twisted in his head. For them, sexiness and right wing politics have been fused. They get horny, and it makes them more right wing, and they think about right wing stuff, and it gets them horny because of all of the hot ladies they see on Fox and they follow on Twitter. And now there's a sexy lady talking socialist stuff, and it is frying their brain because it's not supposed to happen that way. They're like a 50s robot with sparks shooting out of their heads.
They're also really having trouble with the idea of not just someone on the left, but a member of Congress who is young, charismatic, optimistic, and very plainly full of life. which is not at all like any of them as individuals or any of the people they like.
Yeah, that's absolutely no one. Like everyone in Congress is just they gave up on their souls a long time ago, and you should just be cynical of literally anyone in there because it just, you know, Congress. Usually the best case, they're just people who can get a job anywhere else. They're just whatever freaks from their district who, you know, they were drunken lawyers like John Boehner, or they're just ambitious freaks. But yeah, no, she is unusually charismatic and energetic.
And even their young people are like Ben Shapiro, where their idea of fun is talking about how rap isn't actually music. And everybody in Congress is just a guy who drank the wrong Grail and then stumbled out of the cave.
Right,
Congress.
They're epic congressmen. It's like when that fucking repulsive thing Rand Paul does every year, where he's like, "We're doing the Festivus tradition." I give Senator Ben Cardin from Maryland 3 epic files. And everyone's like, this is the funniest shit I've ever. It's like even those hooting MAGA people have to pretend that's funny now because Rand likes Trump now.
The other so like Ellie, like over the last certainly in the midst of the Meghan McCain thing and the Ilhan Omar controversy, and then you have people, you know, like a Ben Shapiro flunkies comparing you to Joseph Goebbels or whatever, and then supporters of Donald Trump, you know, accusing you of, you know, misappropriating Judaism for bigoted ends. It's like, do you even have to draw anymore, Ellie? Like, is there like, are you still drawing?
It's true. I mean, it's a cliche now when I keep saying, you know, satire has been eclipsed by reality. But the last comics I've done, I really don't feel like I've changed much. You know, like the Ben Shapiro videos are racist, and I just drew him with his crocodile tears. I mean, you know what I mean? So
yeah, you know, there are photographs.
No, I actually like doing something that is so literal and then just focusing on the art, because the art brings out the grotesqueness behind the words that they're using. So
the interesting thing is like the people who are most furious at you, like I said, like the Ben Shapiro flunkies who say that this is like Joseph Goebbels, or I think Eli Lake said you do cartoons for anti-Semites because he's smart enough not to call you an anti-Semite, you know, you personally.
I'm doing the work of anti-Semites for them.
Yeah,
you're also a minstrel. He's repeatedly called me a minstrel.
A minstrel and stuff like that.
Yeah,
like,
you're a Shabbos Jew.
But
Shabbos Mensch.
They all hate Trump, or at least claim to.
Yeah, when push comes to shove.
Yeah, but when push comes to shove, like
he rolls down that hill.
Which is baffling to me because he gave them everything they want. He moved a fucking embassy to Jerusalem.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, how do people like Brett Stevens and like Barry Weiss square it in their own mind that like I think the tone that they've adopted is like the left is making people support Trump, and by like they're implying subtly me as well.
Yeah,
because of things like Ilhan Omar.
I honestly think they wish that they could just be open Trump supporters at this point, because thinking it through, it's you could make the credible case that if you're anti-Trump, you're anti-Israel.
Well, that's the case they're making. I mean, not Barry and Brett, but that's what the Republicans are.
But we're talking about people like Barry and Brett, like the supposed like the rational, never Trump conservatives and Zionists.
Yeah, I wonder if it all comes down to that. I mean, it's ridiculous that they're actually equating, you know, fascism, you know, ascendant fascism with basically a neutered opposition, and you know.
Yeah, but I mean, a theme that you return again and again in your cartoons and comics too is this idea that like that in a moment in which like there is a genuine breakup especially among young people in like what was considered the consensus about U.S. and Israel and America's policy towards Israel, and this sort of special status is like Israel is like the second America, who's like our little brother in the Middle East and the scrappy guy that, you know, we'll always stand up for. That consensus is breaking up right now, especially among young people and among young Jews, and the people who are, you know, essentially shackled to it or are the most devoted to it are having to find a way to deal with that. And the way they're dealing with that is getting in bed with basically, you know, with Donald Trump and a neo-fascist right wing in this country that, you know, is going to toe the line on Israel, but at the same time, you know, like Steve King, people like that.
And redefining anti-Semitism to mean criticism of Israel, and ultimately they're gonna redefine it to mean criticism of evangelicals because they're the most fierce Zionists in America, and that's the trend we're heading towards.
So what is it like to be, accused of hating Jews or being a self-hating Jew by people like Ben Shapiro or the Mandel brother, the brother and sister wife?
Who?
Beth and Seth. Beth and It's Beth and Sethany Mandel.
Yeah, Sethany. Yeah.
Sethany Mandel. Yeah,
I like Sethany.
Yeah, I want to say about them, and I've said this repeatedly, and I'll keep saying it. 6 weeks after the Pittsburgh shooting, the most horrific pogrom in American Jewish history, they went to the White House Hanukkah party. They rejoiced. They took smiling selfies in front of the presidential seal when we should all have been out in the streets, and we should be out in the streets every fucking day, but especially while the bodies were still warm, essentially. And they're calling me a fucking anti-Semite. They should be. That's like excommunication material.
Wait, I thought they don't like Trump. They went to his fucking Hanukkah party.
Yeah, well, like the hors d'oeuvres must have been more than worth it for the fascism.
I doubt it.
She actually wrote a post in which she's bragging about the buffet. She took pictures of it.
God, these people can be bought so cheap.
What a fucking rube.
What a bunch of cheap dates.
Can, if the PFLP was still kicking, if they could have just gone to Costco.
I could make a great Hanukkah meal.
No, you. All right. We're talking about fake anti-Semitism versus real anti-Semitism. This is a violent threat to the Jewish people.
No, what's the food? It's like brownies.
It's not brownies.
Did you say brownies?
This motherfucker said brownies.
Oh my god! I love my classic
Actually, first, I'm going
Hanukkah
to teach you something actually here. The Hanukkah meal is actually not supposed to be good or good tasting or enjoying. It's supposed to remind you of the hardships.
That's Passover, you fucking goy.
Oh wait, what's Hanukkah?
No, the oil, not the hardships, but the oil could last. So
it's the same. The Passover Seder. That's a bad one.
If it's like a fish fry.
I think those are included among some people. I think, I don't know. Wait, can we go back to anti-Semitism? I know Virgil's taking the floor there, but I just want to say that when people ask me if it bothers me, it used to bother me somewhat, but now when people are on the side of actual Nazis calling me an anti-Semite, it just becomes so absurd. It's like it just dirt off my shoulder because they have zero argument coming into this game, and so maybe they could have made some argument. And it was totally immaterial and unjustified 10 years ago, but now they are explicitly on the side of fascism. And it's preposterous.
Not just in America, but also in Israel too, and the Netanyahu government, which is becoming explicitly tied, has reformed with the Kahanist party to eke out another election,
and supporting European fascists as well,
and Viktor Orban and the likes of them.
Yeah.
So,
I also want to say, when Meghan McCain, everyone was they said it was such a silly, it's so absurd. This obvious Gentile scion in America accusing a Jewish cartoonist of anti-Semitism. I think it's people maybe that didn't know my work too well, but for me, it didn't even occur to me that was the absurd thing because I've been so used to being called anti-Semitic for years now, just for criticizing Israel's treatment of Palestinians, that when she did it, it was of course, because they consider her, and Bethany Mandel actually said, you're invited to Shabbos because of the cartoon I did.
You got a hood pass now.
Megan, you could say kike now. Oh yeah, I can start saying that. I don't know why the Jewish people are punishing her by sending her to the Mandel Shabbos, but
people like Bethany consider McCain more of a Jew than me.
Yeah. Well, did you see what David Frum said? How the McCain family would put on yellow stars in the case.
The apocryphal Danish.
The King of Denmark one.
Yeah, exactly. And then he published a thing about how immigrants shouldn't be allowed into America.
Yeah. No, it's you can't make it up, and why would you want to? Why would you want to think about anyone like this? I have to say, I was not really surprised by the amount of wagon circling around Chelsea, because it's a lot of completely average people need to protect their jobs and upward momentum in their careers. It makes sense. They're well connected. But Meghan shocked me. Because first of all, what can Meghan do? I know she's on The View, but what can she do for any of them? It was just this, I'd say an even more mediocre person than Chelsea Clinton with even less abilities. And I had never seen, just the blood loyalty to her was incredible. just for going on TV and crying the big girl tears. It was fucking unreal. I didn't feel like I was witnessing reality.
Yeah. You mean not what she did, but the rallying around her.
Yeah, I mean, Meghan McCain. These people used to fucking hate Meghan McCain because she wrote completely ineffectual blog posts that no one read that were like, "I'm a Republican, but I don't think we should kill gay people." You know, like very courageous stuff. And they'd be like, "Hey, Mrs. Boobs, calm down." And now it's just like read Ben Shapiro's old blog post about her. It's
Yeah,
exactly
or his
that.
tweets, I think they're still there.
Yeah. Or her husband's tweets, for that matter.
Oh my God, yeah.
Just the it's insane. It's a siege mentality, I guess. But like, holy shit.
No, but as we said leading off the show, I mean, like, the victims of these terrorist atrocities are, of course, the people in the media who get made fun of for their, idiotic appropriation or comments on these things.
Also,
either before or after it.
You could just see the dehumanization of Muslim life clearly in the reaction to the Chelsea thing at NYU. Because I mean, the only comparison that is that occurs, the main comparison that occurs to me is it'd be like a day after the Pittsburgh shooting, and I'm forced to sit with somebody who's in the Republican Party who's been dog whistling this Soros caravan bullshit. I would have yelled at them, of course, and I think because Jews in America have been normalized into the country more so obviously than Muslims have. I don't think. I think there would have been sensitivity towards my rage, and this woman, this college student at NYU, she wasn't even. It wasn't even rage. It was just like she was. It was tears. It was emotion. It was so raw. Her
She was
emotions.
angry, for sure, but it was like,
I don't mean to.
yeah.
But I mean, it was also like it was rage born of mourning and like the immediacy of the tragedy. And for people to be telling her that she needs to find a better way of communicating these things when she's in the middle of grieving this atrocity, it's just like, it just shows that it's just such a devaluing of Muslim life, in my view.
Yeah, a lot of the response to it was from volunteer RAs. Talking about how she's going to get written up by the provost.
Oh yeah, or like she's not. There's a lot of snitching, trying to get her in trouble with NYU for like not comporting to NYU's like student handbook of behavior or whatever. Yeah, really, really gross.
Yeah, that's fucked.
I saw people dig up tweets from when she was like 14, using bad words to talk about Drake, which is compare what she's doing to what Chelsea was doing at the same age. Protesting for the Iraq War.
Yeah, I thought that was apocryphal, but apparently it's true. She actually, I can't believe that.
When she was at like Oxford?
Yeah.
Another thing she achieved by her own merit, by the way.
That was amazing. One guy was defending Chelsea and said, she got into, these 4 elite universities. She's sat on 5 boards. You think that wasn't from her own merit?
Someone really said that sentence.
Yeah, that's like why you shouldn't really argue with those people. That's just being insane. I'm not kidding. That's just insanity if you think that.
Well, that's just being a sucker.
No, I think that just you literally look at Chelsea Clinton and look at the fucking pablum she said her entire life and her green pancakes, and you're like, yeah, no, everyone just noticed a smart woman and didn't see her last name till later.
You remember when NBC hired her? I think it was NBC hired her to be like a correspondent, and it was like the contract was something insane, like $750,000, and she did like 2 on-screen appearances throughout the entire 2016 election.
Didn't they do it with a Bush kid too?
The Bush kid did way more actual work than Chelsea did, I think.
Why do these networks they hire every failed daughter? I kind of get hiring the Bush daughter because like presumably that gets you access of some kind, but Abby Huntsman.
Huntsman's a weird one.
We got to know what's we got to have access to John Huntsman.
We're losing the John Huntsman primary. Thing is though, I was never one of the people who like hated Chelsea Clinton until like the Ilhan Omar thing. Really, I was just like, yeah, she's just a completely fucking dull. She's the woman version of Luke Wilson in Idiocracy. Basically, that's what I thought. Until all this, I was just like, yeah, it's fine. Like. I was like, she's so much better than Meghan McCain, and it's like, no, they're just both equally fucking shit. But Meghan's like a more openly malicious and
sanctimonious and toddlerish.
Well, Meghan's more of a caricature that you can relate to. Like you can see that person
screaming at a returns department at a department store. Chelsea's,
about her dad.
Chelsea's like more ambiguously bad,
Yeah, the Jews are so lucky to just have both of them with the combined power to write a single entire children's book without a ghostwriter.
Oh, that was one of the things on Chelsea's resume. Oh, she wrote 2 children's books.
Wow.
It is funny that the victim of anti-Semitism last week was Meghan McCain, and the victim of Islamophobia this week is Chelsea Clinton.
Chelsea Clinton.
Yeah, I mean, God works in unexpected and mysterious ways.
But when the Meghan McCain the cartoon controversy was going on, and again, people were like, I think Meghan said like the reaction to to her crying on The View was, in her words, quote, the most anti-Semitic thing I've ever seen.
No, the actual comic was.
The comic itself was.
Yeah, and I joke, she was in a coma during Charlottesville and Pittsburgh.
Yes, you didn't notice those.
Yeah,
she didn't notice that. Yeah, she said your comic was the most anti-Semitic thing she's ever seen.
Yeah, a satire of Christians fetishizing Jews.
Here's the thing: like, what in the imagery or content of the comic was anti-Semitic?
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's like you drew her, and let's be honest. I think in a way the way you portray most people, like Trump, you just is like this pulsating blob of flesh with like teeth in it. Right. It's like very sort of like some sort of like tumor come to life.
Yeah.
Meghan McCain, you pretty much drew her as Meghan McCain. It wasn't very exaggerated.
Yeah, I was actually conscious about fat shaming.
Yeah,
I was trying not to do the fat shaming thing. So, but I actually had to.
But like, and then she was surrounded with like a Matisyahu CD, and like, so was that what they interpreted as anti-Semitic? That she was surrounding herself with like Jewish cultural.
Wait, let me just say, whatever I do, I could have drawn her with the Chabad Lubavitch rabbi, ascending to heaven, and they would be anti-Semitic. I think
most Ayak is here, but it's Megan.
Yeah, exactly. But no, I think they would have called it regardless. But I think the Judah, the German Star of David, forced upon Jews in Germany during the preceding and during the Holocaust, and throughout Europe. I think maybe they did some twisted, reaction to that. It's really hard to analyze. It's clearly a very, very intrinsically Jewish, in my view, piece of art, which has intratextual Jewish playfulness regarding like the Matisyahu shit and stuff like that. And it's making fun of Christian Zionist anti-Semitism via the Jewish Race Explained book and that kind and what she's actually saying. But because they have already adopted Christian Zionists into the Jewish fold, any criticism of that has to be anti-Semitic.
Now, again, it was the exact same ideology, that led that guy into Pittsburgh and led this person into those mosques in New Zealand. But like for people on the Jewish right, like Ben Shapiro, it's obviously a lot more difficult. It's a lot harder for them. I noticed like right after the Christchurch massacre happened, Ben Shapiro was like, don't share the video.
Yeah.
Don't say his name. And
Don't say my name.
Which
is classic.
Don't say my name. Yeah. Don't search his browser history. Don't see what he like. The guy who shot up that mosque in Quebec was a huge fan of Ben Shapiro.
Like to start
and it's
off,
hold on. I agree with like don't share the video or say his name, and I don't think anyone should spend any amount of time like trying to understand his manifesto or like parse it or find any kind of meaning there. It's fascist insanity. It's not meant to be consistent or have any kind of coherent. It's an ideology of death. That's all you need to understand it. And we know who's stoking it. It's an ideology of violence towards immigrants, towards Jews, towards Muslims. Like that is what's going on here. But for someone like Ben Shapiro to then just be like, in fact, actually don't tell us anything at all about the shooter whatsoever. And let's just assume that like just bad things happen,
Yeah.
And they're having a hard time towing that line, but they're going to do it. And of course, no one's going to call them on this bullshit.
Yeah,
because like Ben Shapiro or like any of these YouTube guys, like these the Logic Brigade, have been saying for years now in books and tweets and videos or whatever that Islam and Muslim immigrants represent an existential threat to your life, your identity, and your safety and Western civilization. And it was interesting. Louis Gomer, he had one of the most bizarre and terrifying reactions to this, where he was like, wow. It was basically like sickening what happened in Christchurch.
Do it in the courts.
Yeah, he's like violence is never the answer. There are legislatures and laws. If you want to get rid of undesirables, do it through the proper channels.
Disenfranchise them step by step. Don't shoot them.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's insane.
But like for a guy like Shapiro to again play, see no evil, hear no evil about this bullshit is pretty rich.
Yeah. And also, you're talking about like the anti-Semitic accusations, etc. I think it's partly that, and if you try and see through their eyes, they see the future of Jewish life around the world in Israel, and so to them, especially, Ben Shapiro himself has said that I am a Gino, that it's this fucking word, Jews in name only, that everyone who voted for Obama is a Gino, is not really a Jew.
That's 80% of Jews
exactly.
in America.
It's 80%. And so I think he's already written this off, and he doesn't. It just doesn't really enter his radar the safety and security of Jews outside of Israel, and that's why he can sleep, I suppose, at night while implicitly, tacitly allying with the forces seeking the destruction of the Jews.
Shapiro has just explicitly said like, bad Jews are destroying Westerns. Like he's found a way to do the Zionist version of the
Zog government,
Judeo-Bolshevik shit. Yeah,
and then of course, other people like I saw Dave Rubin was like, he's like not even going to tweet today, just thoughts and prayers or whatever, and it's just like, why not, Dave?
Yeah,
why don't you tweet out that fucking interview you did with Stefan Molyneux on your fucking your asshole YouTube channel for fucking babies? Like, I mean, these people are, again, like, when it is convenient for them, they will become so Jewish and talk about how unsafe they feel by when, someone criticizes Israel or waves a Palestinian flag or, supports solidarity at any level with the Palestinian cause. They will immediately tell you how Jewish they are and how afraid they personally feel as Jews. But then it's just like their ideological fellow travelers basically did nothing other than take the things that they've said and done seriously. Then they got to clam up. So, I mean, I think it should be pretty clear to everyone what's going on with regards to, the people who have spent years, flirting with, the intellectual dark web, the alt-right, like the race IQ people, the fucking, let's just have a conversation about, immigration or Islam or all that bullshit. Like, they're all drinking from the same fetid sewer, basically.
Yeah, they just erase Jews from it when they're making their arguments, but the people that they're, whose philosophies they're subscribing to, add Jews to the Muslims, to the Mexicans, etc., that are bringing down this country and Western civilization in general.
I mean, again, like it just seems like it's one after the other, not just mass shootings, but mass shootings with an explicitly, fascist, racist, ideological program and targets, like, and how they choose it. Like, I mean, again, this is hard to talk about, on a show that's supposed to be funny or whatever, but it's just like, the thing I'm tired of hearing is that, like, it's the internet is making this is the reason for this, or like it's, the memes or the trolling. And I just think like that's just covering up for, I don't think like there's anything like particularly special or interesting about like the internet's relation to these kinds of terrorist acts. It's just like, I mean, that's where it's being shared and people, I guess, are sort of finding purchase for this kind of ideology, but like, it's not like it created it or it would, not be there with absent the internet, or if we just took everyone's Twitter account away or whatever.
No, it's like it's just the new medium to broadcast this kind of hateful ideology.
Every time, something inconceivably awful happens that we see front and center more than pretty much anyone in human history could see it, there's like an immediate, I don't think, bad impulse to want to do something. So it just turns into this like referendum on the closest thing in front of us. So it's like, it's the internet, because it's true, the internet makes it easier to disseminate like hate and conspiratorial thinking, and can make it easier to like buy guns and talk yourself into it. But let's not act like that didn't happen before, or it's a billion other like value neutral things. It's irony, or it's internet forums, or it's video, just the concept of videos on the internet. And you go through the same cycle every time where you see like some very navel gazy thread from everyone who ever posted on a forum talk about how, this is I saw fascism firsthand when I posted about Long Cat in 2006. And it's tiring, but I don't hate anyone for that, or like we've got to fix the algorithm. That's the only problem. It's a very normal impulse, but yeah, it's short-sighted. I agree.
I mean, yeah, or fix the algorithm, or like, just quarantine all of them on Gab. Like, fine, I don't care about that. But the point is, like, even before social media was a big thing, way back in, let's say, 2001, the U.S. government since then has been dedicated to, killing Muslims en masse throughout the world. And like, Islam has been, like, the enemy for quite some time now. And, I'm sorry, even the good president, Obama, spent a lot of his time in office fucking killing a shitload of innocent Muslims in the name of our, safety and security.
What do you think has like a bigger effect on the culture? Like, is it like 4chan, or is it like you make a $1 million movie like American Sniper about how cool this guy was because he could just fucking one tap all the Muslims?
Yeah, or spending an entire week prior to the atrocity, finding out, Congress trying to figure out a way to ostracize and humiliate Ilhan Omar.
Yeah.
When Trump is actually signal boosting white supremacists throughout the world.
And I don't like blame anyone for not looking at that shit first, because like it's like incredibly less appealing. That's such a harder problem to fix than like YouTube. Absolutely. But yeah, it is. You do immediately want to go after the thing that you think is right in front of your face. But sometimes it's the thing under your nose.
Thanks for these are like the hard episodes to do, because everyone's, thinking about this horrible thing that can happen. But it's just sort of, I don't know if there's anything new to say. It's
There
like
really
it's
isn't.
what makes it so terrible, other than, our expressions of grief and solidarity along with America and New Zealand's Muslim community. And just, I can't help but be inspired by all the people who showed up to, services over the weekend and will continue to do so, knowing full well that there's probably another person out there fantasizing about making them, their next live stream, I will say it was nice to see New Zealand just be like, yeah, we're getting rid of guns, and that was it. And they did it.
Yeah.
Not going to happen in this country, but it's good to know that someone somewhere can just be like, yep, we're banning semi-automatic weapons. And they're like, yep, that's it. Seems reasonable.
Yeah, it's amazing.
It's like, it's not worth it if like, shit like this can happen otherwise.
What are you going to do if you don't have a semi-automatic weapon and you're confronted by a kakapo in the wild?
There are a lot of scary animals, in that part of the world. Yeah. More so in Australia, though. A lot of poisonous things over there.
Yeah.
Didn't they already deal
And
with
venomous.
guns there in Australia? I forget. What's the Australian?
The Port Arthur massacre.
Okay,
yeah, they did like a massive gun buyback after that. And what do you know it? There hasn't been another mass shooting there, and their suicide rate like dropped by 1/3 or something insane like that.
Think how easy it is to just commit suicide by nature out there. Though. That's instead of reaching for a cop service weapon, you just reach into a kangaroo's pouch.
That's how you kill yourself in Australia. Well, I'm just going to walk in one direction for a while.
Okay, why don't we dip into this now? We referenced it earlier. This is Bethany Mandel, one half of Bethany and Sethany Mandel, the awesome power couple of the Federalist, New York Post, and generally being insufferable on Twitter. You referenced this. She wrote for the forward here. This is Trump's Hanukkah party reminded me why America is great for Jews.
Yeah, it's disgusting. But wait, I'm sorry.
Ben Shapiro has a book coming out.
Yeah,
later this week.
go to his Twitter, and I think New York Post ran that would be a good thing to read too. New York Post ran an excerpt or something, or I think one of these tabloids did, and it's like really great synchronicity for his book with marketing that New Zealand happened.
Yeah, another
days
mass
before.
murder.
The book was titled "There Will Never Be a Mass Shooting in New Zealand."
The real reason I was attacked on college campuses. Listen,
Huh? Me?
Yeah.
I'm trying to find this fucking quote from Steve Bannon where he talks about like what Western heritage is.
Right.
Like he defines it, and he defines it by 3 cities. I know one of them is Jerusalem, and I'm trying to think of what the other
is one of them.
I think so. It's like Jerusalem, Athens, Rome, or something. Or it's Jerusalem, Athens,
Cairo,
DC.
and Istanbul.
Of course, but I can't find the goddamn quote because I wanted to compare it because it's basically exactly the thesis of fucking Shapiro's book.
It's Jerusalem, Athens, and Chicago, baby. Chicago.
Atlanta.
It's weird. It's actually Terre Haute.
Terre Haute, Indiana.
I'm gonna say
an E1 fan.
I'm gonna say Athens, Jerusalem, and DC. I think that's what it is, and that's the
Oh,
exact same.
DC, DC has literally never produced any.
No,
DC is not a city.
Is that it was the Jews created it. Like
Jews created DC.
like religion is this product of is a Judeo-Christian process which culminates in like a value system that is durable and leads to social flourishing. Simultaneous to that is a revolution in human reason that starts in Athens and gives man governance over his passions and allows him to negotiate with others in the form of politics. And those things were brought together and perfected with the American Revolution.
Right.
That's the theory that Shapiro puts forward, and that's his definition of like Western civilization. And that is basically exactly what Steve Bannon says.
Yeah.
It's the exact same thing.
Well, that's
it's
why
the same idealist miasma.
Like this book, I think, is Shapiro's attempt to rebrand.
Oh yeah.
So after like leaving Breitbart, essentially for being bullied, he said it was out of defense of Michelle Fields. Like he was doing it, he was trying to act like he was
a woman protector.
Yeah, he was a woman protector or whatever. All 5'4" of them, and I think it was actually pretty obvious what was happening. Is that he said this is not like Andrew Breitbart's legacy.
Yeah.
And what he basically meant is that he thought that because, Breitbart sucked enough wasp cock that they let him in the country club, that he was going to be the new in-house Jew.
Yeah.
And then when Bannon came in and it was just like, yeah, we don't like you anymore. And he harkened back to some more traditional right-wing texts.
A little Father Coughlin action.
Some protocols.
Certain protocols were followed.
So he suddenly he saw which way the wind was blowing, but also people were more interested in Steve Bannon because he didn't speak in platitudes,
and he wore 4 shirts at the same time.
He was hot. Really sexy.
People wanted to fuck him.
People looked at this stud getting off the bus, and they saw his rippling midsection in 7 layers of Lacoste shirts, his Barber jacket shimmering, both from just the aura of Steve Bannon and the coke sweat pouring out. They saw this absolute stud whose midsection looked like those Bell cheeses if you let a baby chew them and spit them out. It's a torso of those, and you're like, we need to fuck on this guy intellectually. I want to give him a sexy blowjob.
Oh my God! Thank you.
That's what this book is.
But
him trying to find
a
new way in.
The reason I said Coughlin though is because the reason Bannon supplanted Shapiro is because he harkened back to that old time religion of right wing populism during the Depression, which is basically what we've been in since 2008, even though nobody wants to admit it. And that's the conditions that are shaping what people want. And so he's there with that Coughlin style, right wing nationalism. Whereas Shapiro, he is a sun sign patriot. His Buckley-esque ideology is an ideology of plenty. It's an ideology where the bellies are full and you can kind of have an intellectual approach to politics. When things get skint, when your kids start dropping like flies from fentanyl overdoses, the florid voice of a whiskey drunk Irishman telling you about the American stab in the back by the cultural elite, and the hardy virtue of the lumpen American white person. There's going to be a lot more receptive to that, and he's just trying to do it over again. It's like, dude, this is not your time.
But Bannon, who is we'll go ahead and say not very smart, I think still better read than Ben Shapiro.
Ben Shapiro's read 4 Bill Bennett books about American history. It's the same thing.
It's completely the whole book is a survey of Western thought, which I've said before. I'm fine with canon. You want to talk about dead white men, that's fine, especially because those are the ideas that did, for better or worse, shape the world.
That's true. You need to know about them to know how it happened.
Exactly. but he clearly did not do the reading.
Oh God, it's
he has
just the
no
most
idea what's
surface-
going on.
It's the most surface ass Jonah Goldberg. Hey, if anybody knows anything about the founding fathers, slip me a line. You know, I'd like to use your research for myself.
He was
Just-
like,
it's just
and I don't know a
service level
lot
shit.
about this stuff either because like it's boring and like I'm cool. But like, I mean, like literally when I hear the word like teleology, I like black out and like hear the Baby Elephant song. But like when he gets to the Marx part, the first thing he starts talking about is like Marx's belief in human nature. Like he has no idea what any of these people said.
Yeah.
It's like a
It's not a thing.
A
Shapiro,
bad
you
like
dumb.
freshman
Yeah, that's the whole thing, is that it's not a thing.
This is like a first semester freshman year like intro to like Western
thought.
civilization and thought, and it's written at that level or probably okay. So just to formally introduce the show and what we're talking about today, this is Chapo. We're here, and I wanted to take a dip into young Master Ben Shapiro's latest masterpiece. I am going to warn you, it is not as uproariously funny as his attempt at
Few
writing a
things
novel.
are, though.
It's really tedious.
This is really tedious, and he is again incredibly impressed with what he thinks of in himself as this huge breadth of knowledge about Western civilization.
He's a dumber Steve Bannon.
But
less Coke.
Yeah.
He's on like
You
a
need the Coke to do
thimbleful
that
of
reading.
Monster Energy drink.
Yeah.
Steve Bannon does funny things. Like when he was like, it was like the first week of Trump's presidency, and they were like, doesn't the entire National Security Council just fucking hate each other? Aren't you guys just getting nothing done, and everyone hates the shit out of each other, and it's just like a constant backstabbing? And
He's a
you're
messy bitch.
Yeah, you're just getting pushed out by people who've been in government and haven't just been writing blogs for 10 years. And Steve Bannon was like, well, it's like Dostoevsky says, all families are different. He double fucked it up.
No, he's so much better. He's so much better than Shapiro because if you hung out, and this is why I think journalists love Bannon so much, and why he was more magnetic. Just because if you're stuck in a room with both of these guys, one of them by the end of it is like, I want to kill myself. Only one of them is gonna talk to you about how you should buy a minor league baseball team together.
Yeah. Bannon, like, I feel like
I wonder if Bannon is the kind of Coke user I am, where he just gets really supportive.
I bet he is.
He's just like, you should write that play.
Geert, you're doing such a good job in Netherlands, dude.
We should
you are doing
take
so great.
a rock climbing class, like
Geert,
right now.
Geert,
Right
you're
now,
amazing.
we should.
Geert, your hair is amazing.
I
Geert,
bet you'd be
I
good
love
at
you.
it.
That's why there are so many like good, terrible, far right art projects. Is because Steve Bannon just hung out with enough guys, and he's like, "Yeah, you should totally write a play where Claudius comes back to life in modern day LA and shows up these gangbangers with classical knowledge or whatever the fuck he's into." Ben Shapiro has some funny stuff. Like he's had a bunch of things where he's like, my favorite tweet from Ben Shapiro is the one where he goes, "The fact that people listen to rap music instead of Mozart proves that many people are stupid." But it's just like, do you want to hang out with that guy? No, I don't want to hang out with either of them, but I feel like, yeah, you have a higher chance of fun with Bannon.
So the title of Ben Shapiro's
Also, he makes you feel pretty.
The title of Ben Shapiro's new book is called "The Right Side of History: How Reason and Moral Purpose Made the West Great." And this is like the newest entry in a line of these boilerplate fucking conservative dad books about like you said, this like, I don't know, high school level intro to Western civilization, of which the point is like, there's a reason America is the greatest country in the world, and it's because of God and rational thought.
It's just
and
he is literally one of those Twitter accounts that just has classical Greek statuary. Like he's that kind. He's pivoting into that kind of right winger.
Well, that's the new skin they're putting on racism because it's not palatable to be about
But
racial
that literally
categories.
just bit him in the ass. I don't know how he didn't see it coming, just from a self-preservational kind of point of view. It's like when Schlafly, smacked down equal rights amendment, and then she really thought she was going to get a cabinet position.
Yeah.
And like Gloria Steinem, who I think is a goof and I have a lot of problems with, which
She's
is
the
like
feds. She's the
she
feds
she
too,
is the
low
feds,
key.
yeah. But she was like, poor Phyllis, tommed her way right out of a job.
Okay, so and then the subhead here and the flap copy just says, "America has a God-shaped hole in its heart."
What? Hold on.
Argues New York Times best-selling author Ben Shapiro.
Hit me in that God-shaped hole.
We shouldn't fill it with politics and hate. We've got a big ass hole, and we need to stuff it with God, not politics and hate.
America's pussy wide AF.
Can you please God my nag hole?
America is gaping right now.
But I just want to say, the reason I wanted to talk about this and look at his book this week is, again, the backdrop to this is basically the pogrom that he is beginning to try to inspire both against Ilhan Omar, Muslims of any kind in this country, and immigrants of any kind.
Yeah.
So he's trying to say that, we've become so divided and hateful, but let's look at it why. And I think it is interesting. The book is, like I said, dog shit and incredibly tedious.
It is so bad.
But I think, like I said, the pivot and what he's attempting to pull off here, I think, does speak to a certain kind of right wing politics that is trying to be in vogue now. Because famously about Ben Shapiro, again, he's another one of these very anti-Trump guys who, again, strangely have sort of come around on that and for some odd reason.
What it is? I blame the Democrats for not being a reasonable opposition.
Exactly.
You went too far to the left.
We did not read the whole book. I farmed out a few of these chapters. I read the introduction and first chapter, which I think basically tell you everything you need to know. But I'd like to, join me and us now in going through some of this book. And I think it will become apparent what he's trying to do here. So the very first line of the book is, this book is about two mysteries. The first mystery, why are things so good? The second mystery, why are we blowing it? And
Damn,
Matt,
why am I so good?
Matt, you said his
why am I so thick?
His politics is the conservatism of a time of plenty.
Yep.
And this is essentially what he's setting up in his introduction, is that this Panglossian view of America as hey, everything is so great. People have TVs and cars, and for the most part, food is plentifully available, and but why are we so damn depressed?
He also provides, by the way, extremely faulty information on infant and maternal mortality rates.
I'll get into that. So he goes, in 1900, some 10% of all infants died before reaching their first birthday in the United States. In other countries, the number was far higher. Approximately 1 in every 100 mothers could expect a giant childbirth. And he's going using infant mortality rate as an example of it's dropped dramatically and as you did in the 19th century or whatever. But the thing is America still, our infant mortality rate is dog shit compared to other first world countries.
It's dog shit compared to Cuba.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Cuba kicks our ass.
He goes, we live in an era in which the vast majority of the American population lives in climate-controlled spaces with plenty of food, a car, and at least one television.
And there's no way any of that will ever end.
We can speak with each other across thousands of miles instantaneously, find and collate information with a touch of a few keys, send money seamlessly whirring around the globe.
On the information superhighway.
And buy products manufactured in dozens of different places for cents on the dollars without leaving our homes.
It's like a 50s education
video. And he's going yeah, exactly.
It's a film strip.
I'm Joy McClure.
Look at America's vast agricultural yields. Beep. It's fields of barley. Beep. Wheat, beep, millet.
And then he goes on to say, there are no restrictions barring particular races or genders from particular jobs. No governmental rules designed to privilege one particular biological or religious in-group at the expense of any other out-group.
What's a biological group?
Oh, we know what he means.
But I like to say, everything's so good in America because, we have these freedoms that, there are no laws barring the practice of religion or certain people from holding certain kind of jobs. Unlike what Ben Shapiro has been trying to accomplish in my entire political career, either at the National Review or Breitbart, is setting up precisely those religious tests for employment or holding office. I mean, there is a good chunk of the GOP base right now that literally thinks that there's a law that can be enforced that's if you're a Muslim, you can't hold office in America.
Yeah, no, there's some fucking copy pasta boomer meme going around about how there's some law in the books from the 50s that could be invoked to just kick Ilhan Omar out of Congress and then maybe deport her.
Now, dude,
activate the dang 1954 alien laws.
I spent a lot of time researching the law, and during the space race, it was called the Moon Act, and we could not have any persons or individual style humans who worship the moon, as it were. And Muslimically, they worship the Quran, which is a lunar object. The Quran was cast down by the demon god Muhammad from lunar scenarios to tactically ascertain a Kaaba-style cube here on Earth that connects with Muhammad and Allah, the moon prince, as it were. And Ilhan Omar, she will pray to this moon god every day. And due to the stipulations of the 1953 Moon Act, she will be rejected and ejected back to her lunar home.
Felix, as you're well aware, one of the first films, one of the first major silent films, is about our war on the Muslimic moon god.
Mm-hmm.
The French were very ahead of the times.
They have always had a problem with that.
The spirit of Charles Martel was alive in that rocket that crashed into Allah's lunar Muslimic eye.
So
he could not see all the infidels that one day, but of course he repaired it using Islamic magics.
So this is I want to point out one of the we were aware of the Ben Shapiro style when he's writing fiction, which is to just reuse cliches in the most
bears of men everywhere
mind-numbing way possible, and then describe the ghetto style kid wearing a Bart Simpson t-shirt.
Homer Simpson t-shirt.
Kiss my ass, buddy. And
Homer Simpson t-shirt. It's a Homer Simpson t-shirt.
He looked at it.
I have a Duffman t-shirt. I have Desert Storm Bart.
Of course.
I have an Italian. I have never I don't
seen
have
a Homer
Simpson
shirt
t-shirt
ever.
I collect bootleg Barts,
Yeah.
and I don't own.
It's not a thing, dude.
He looked at his beeper. What's up? The Budweiser commercial. Remember that? It said.
So that's his style of writing fiction. His style of writing what is supposed to be a very serious nonfiction book that is about the big ideas of Western culture. What he does is he'll say something like, okay, here, conspiracies have replaced reason and subjective perceptions have replaced objective observation. Facts have been buried to make way for our feelings. A society of essential oils.
I hate those feelings
A society
so much.
of essential oils and self-esteem has replaced the society of logic. That is his attempt to be like.
Those are for the God-shaped hole. You need oil.
You got to lube up that hole with
Pithy
essential oils.
That's his attempt to craft an interesting sentence or idea. And then he'll end a paragraph like that, and then what he does is every time over and over again spends the next page or so just dryly citing statistics in the most boring way. He's like, to prove my point, what I just said, did you know just 43% of voters had a favorable opinion of Hillary Clinton and 38% of voters had a favorable opinion? And then literally for another page, in July 2007, Pew Research found 47% of just reciting statistics like this, padding it out.
This is
anything
a
on
bad
fucking poll
student's
numbers?
excuse.
Exactly. This is the way, if you're a bad writer in college, this is how you pad out an essay.
I remember, by the way, moving to New York and being very sort of intimidated by everyone and how much they had read. And my friend Jen Pan, God love her, gave me the best advice ever because she went to read and she was like, Amber, the one thing you need to go into this knowing, everyone's lying about having done the reading. So if you read just a little bit, you will have read more than all of the people that went to these Ivy League schools. And he is that Harvard guy that lies about doing the reading. He's again, this is a high school student's term paper trick.
No, and also, how are you going to hang any argument on unaggregated poll results? These are literally individual polls of and not even of binary choices of sentiment.
Yeah. Approval.
That just shows, you're just
Approval
filling things out. And it's
nothing.
this
Yeah.
looks.
And he goes,
This looks real.
80% of Americans said America was more divided today than ever.
Says who?
Ever. I don't know. There are citations here for it.
No,
I'm sure,
but one poll is never anything other than a transient snapshot.
And again,
you cannot
this is
use
all
it to make any kind
It's
of
all
long,
polls and holes
deep
with,
argument.
with Ben Shapiro.
And that, like I said, all these sightings of Gallup polls goes on for 2 pages. And then he gets back to the point he's trying to make, which he says, brutal division has infused every aspect of our social fabric. We can't watch a football game together without debating the merits of protesting during the national anthem.
We literally can.
Or watch a television show without falling into debates over representation of women, or go to church without arguing over our vote. We fight harder and more viciously. We fight harder and more viciously over smaller and smaller matters. The more frivolous the topic, the harsher the battles. What in the world happened? And then he goes, there are some trendy answers. Some blame our current political and social disintegration on heightened economic divides. He dismisses that right off the bat by saying, they say too many Americans feel left behind by the new globalized economy and that either mild protectionism or redistributionism will heal those ills.
That's absurd.
They argue that the 1% have outpaced the 99%, that urbanites have outpaced rural Americans, that white-collar jobs have outpaced blue-collar jobs. And then he says, income mobility hasn't changed significantly in the United States since the 1970s.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes,
it's stultified. You fucking asshole. That's when it all went to shit.
He's like, since the 1970s, the wages of the American workers remained totally stagnant in 4 decades.
Flatline for 40, and there's been an accompanying 40 years of increased efficiency.
Yeah, no huge upsets.
That's
fine.
insane.
And Matt, you'll like this. The next paragraph, he says,
productivity.
Exactly. Productivity has risen as wages have remained stagnant for 4 decades.
Theft.
And Matt, you'll love this. He goes, the Great Depression didn't tear us apart the way we're torn apart today, and our economy has indeed grown steadily since 2009. Maybe one of the reasons it didn't tear us apart is because of
Great fucking New Deal, you douchebag.
Yeah, exactly. Because of like
because
the
we tried to address
WPA
it?
Exactly.
Because we addressed the fucking thing instead of just letting the canker just grow unattended, fucking gangrene to set in.
No, I think it's because we filled our hole.
We emptied our hole.
Everyone in the Tennessee Valley got their holes filled up real good.
Without compensation. It wasn't fair.
Yeah, they did get
and then he talks about
my family's still mad about that.
He talks about race, blah blah blah. Which by talking about race, he spends about 2 pages just block quoting Ta-Nehisi Coates.
Of course.
He wrote this at 3 a.m. right before it was due.
Oh yeah, totally.
And he goes, in truth, we're more racially equal than ever before in our history, more equal than any other society in human history.
And
then he goes on with the stats. In 1958, just 4% of Americans approved of black-white intermarriage. In 2003, that statistic was 87%.
That's still a lot of people who don't approve of interracial relationships.
87% approved in 2003.
I know, but that's still a lot who don't.
And then, he says, like, it can't possibly be race because we've solved those racial problems. You know?
I mean, like, I think he would find it more convenient to say that it was race, though, because, like...
No, because he's not going to fight the race war. He's determined to not actually say the quiet part loud.
Right.
He's going to keep it neutral, and like that's his whole effort, and that's why he's been superseded by the real, stem-winding white populace, because they're willing to do that, and he will not cross the Rubicon, which means him having to make up all this bullshit. Like
he won't cross the Rubicon now, but like we all know, like he's had numerous comments about like Trayvon Martin would be alive today if he wasn't a thug.
He gets as close as he can to the edge, but he's determined that he's not going to cross it. For now, he could honestly just decide, fuck it.
Also, it would age him, and his whole thing is that he was like a wunderkind.
Yeah.
He still thinks of himself as a 35-year-old child prodigy.
Oh, no, totally. Little violin boy.
And then he goes, okay, a third popular argument suggests our national disintegration suggests technology is the culprit. Social media, we hear, is dividing us more than a...
People said that, why don't they call it a dumb phone?
And he goes on to dismiss that as well. And he goes, finally, there's the most basic argument of all. For whatever reason, human nature has kicked back in. We're naturally tribal, naturally possessive, naturally angry. For a while, we suppressed those instincts. We called it the Enlightenment. Jonah Goldberg, in his masterful Suicide of the West, calls that overthrow of human instinct the miracle.
So, yeah, that's always good. Your theory should always depend on a literal miracle that you even call that. That's always a good sign that you've got a really persuasive model.
Saves us from like an ultimately hostile human nature that we're mean, hateful creatures.
Yeah,
of
so
heart.
that you turn human history into just this fucking fairy tale. I mean, it's the opposite of dialectics. It's the opposite of materialism. It just says this is just a fairy tale battle between good and evil.
You know what it is? It's teleology.
Yeah, and it's just nothing but Deus ex machina after Deus ex machina. It's just you're showing it. You're circling the remainder and saying, "Look, I have not solved this fucking equation," and you're just basically daring somebody to point it out.
He says, this book argues that Western civilization, including our...
Western civilization.
This book argues that Western civilization, including our modern notions of values and reason and science, was built on deep foundations. And this book argues that we're tossing away what's best about our civilization because we've forgotten that those foundations even exist. So where did this book come from? It came from my sense, widely reflected, I think, that we're tearing each other apart.
Yeah, Lisa!
That realization hit me on a precise date, February 25th, 2016. Late in 2015, I'd started a speaking tour on college campuses.
Oh God! Of course,
Heading first, of course, we realized this when people were mean to him on college. The entire thesis of this book,
they're mean to me on college campuses, mommy,
was inspired by people being mean to him on
God,
college campus.
Of course it was.
And he goes,
"Oh, I'm so tired."
I gave a speech to students on campus, viewed 500,000 times, and he includes his viewing stats on YouTube. Viewed 500,000 times online within a week.
Did you see his author bio?
What is it? What did it say?
It literally ends with, and is one of the most requested campus speakers in the country.
Oh God!
And he said,
He's so
I
proud of
posited that all people of good heart want to fight racism, but that vague charges of institutional racism and white privilege obscured individual evil and slandered the country more broadly. I attended the speech without security. Everything went well despite an attempt to pull the fire alarm, and students lined up for a broad questions and answer based session
Really,
too.
everything went great. Someone tried to pull the fire alarm.
Well, here he goes. Just 3 months later came the rude awakening. I was scheduled to give a speech to the Young Americas Foundation group at California State University at Los Angeles. 2 weeks in advance of the speech, we began hearing rumblings about protests. The week before the speech, the president of the university announced the event had been canceled outright. I refused to accede to that clear breach of the First Amendment rights. My taxpayer dollars had gone to the California State University system, and I announced that I would show up anyway. My business partner, Jeremy Boring, I'm not kidding, that's Jeremy Boring.
I bet.
Insisted I bring a security team. But I was pretty skeptical. After all, I'd never needed security for any event. Yet God is my bodyguard. Fuck that shit. I lift 4 pounds. That's my fucking
How the
security.
fuck you miss a whole 100 shots?
Yeah. And he goes, after all, this wasn't Fallujah. This was a major college campus in the middle of my home city.
Yeah, we all know there's nothing dangerous that ever happens on college campuses.
Just to be safe, Jeremy hired security anyway. Thank God I listened. On the day of the scheduled event, our security team began hearing rumors that violence was in the offing. An hour before the event, the president of the university announced that he would back down and the police would protect the speech. As we approached the campus, we could see helicopters swirling overhead. And then he just goes on about like hundreds of student protesters had filled the hallway outside the auditorium. They had blocked off all the entrances. A few rioters were physically assaulting students who wanted to enter. The police set up a backdoor route, but could not only sneak students in 2 at a time. I put my ear to the auditorium door. It sounded like a zombie apocalypse outside.
Literally more likely to die in like a random college campus school shooting than a
You're more likely
protester.
you're more likely to injure yourself like slipping in the cafeteria.
Excuse me.
I mean, I think you can say, yes, there is violence that befalls campuses. It tends to be from like
The
weird,
National Guard.
Yeah, the National
Pulling the
Guard.
trigger.
Excuse
And
me.
it tends to be like weird psychopaths that read too much Breitbart and bring a gun.
Excuse me. You are minimizing this. One of these hooligans held Ben at arm's length while Ben futilely tried to strike him.
He's held his head.
Held his head back. Yes. That was
Swinging his arms.
Yes.
Can
was
we-
flailing his little fists.
Can we just get rid of colleges?
Yes, yes, yes. Oh,
I'm so sick.
yeah, not free college, abolish college.
Save the left, burn down the university.
crap.
Oh, I feel like a dam just burst. That's the solution to this.
I've been saying this for
Oh,
2 years.
God.
We're getting
the one
nothing
thing
out
those
of them.
Maoists and Lachinois were correct about. They
Yeah.
just didn't quite understand why.
No, like every point of college is just it's just credentialism.
It's about
to get into the
reproducing the
upper
class.
It's just laundering privilege. Every one of these skills that we need can be accomplished otherwise than this absurd institution. Get the fuck rid of it.
It is a daycare.
Oh, it is a daycare. It is a propaganda mill. It's an ideology factory. It sucks.
It produces Ben Shapiro's.
It creates class traitors, is what it does.
Yeah.
It manufactures a
It
million
sucks
things in your head.
I mean,
to
like
to turn class solidarity into alienation and
Yeah,
to
like
launder
Mark
the
said,
privilege of the wealthy.
the ruling class, immediately finds representatives from the people it's suppressing and puts them into little positions, and that's how the representation argument,
Yeah.
still serves to reproduce capital.
Yeah, just abolish college. Come
Yep.
on, Bernie. Just
No
say it.
college.
Well,
schools out, motherfuckers.
I mean, like, so
schools been closed forever.
So, like, all like the thing that's funding college, taxes in some cases, and in other cases, it's like, like Bob Iger will send his kids there, and so they can do what? so they can become influencers or work for his company. They can do that without college.
Yeah.
And then the other people.
Laura Loughlin's going to jail because she got to get into college, and she now just takes pictures of her fucking tummy tea on Instagram.
Yeah. First of all, college has ensnared Lori Loughlin, who
She was led astray.
She's very cute.
here's
Come on,
here's the things about Lori Loughlin. She's pretty and she's nice. And she was ensnared by this scam that has been going on for hundreds of years, known as college.
Just let your
and
kid-
all
She just got caught. That was her crime.
and now like all we hear with college is Ben Shapiro tried to talk there and people threw a coconut at him or whatever. I don't care. I don't care about anything.
Nothing good has come out of the student movement since civil rights.
Yeah, and there's nothing that couldn't. It's not. There's no, and there are advantages in bringing people together and stuff, but I feel like they are outweighed by the disadvantages.
Well, specifically,
The
as campuses
propagandistic-
have become completely isolated from the larger
Exactly.
communities, it's entirely. It's like, well, we're going to keep you in a tiny little vacuum-sealed
And
room, and
it's
they're
like,
like, we're
oh,
doing politics,
you
and it's
bring
like,
people
no,
together-
you're renovating the country club.
Exactly, like you bring people together, but just to end up sterilizing their activism by keeping it in that
Facing
fucking
inward.
totally inward-facing and non-threatening milieu.
Well, Felix, you say like you don't care if someone throws a coconut at Ben Shapiro's head.
I don't care. I think they should all do it. I think like there should be no speakers because it's just a scam for the speaker. They're just going to go there.
100%.
They're just going to go there and say shit they say in a YouTube video for $250,000.
Oh God, yeah.
So I think like all the right wing students and all the left wing students, they should just like put on armor and joust each other. All of them.
Should be
So all of them.
medieval times.
Yeah.
You get your knight, and you're both on one side, and you're all rooting for your knight, and that's how we're
there
gonna
should be
do
a
it.
referee. There should be a referee.
Medieval times.
No, you settle it. You settle it with the the Greek Week contest at the end of Revenge of the Nerds.
Okay.
Where they had to like do the belch,
And that-
they had
and
to
that
do
will
the
decide-
drunk trike, and they had to do the pageant.
And that will decide who gets to invite speakers for the next
Yes.
year. Noam Chomsky or Ben Shapiro.
Yes, that's how you do it. Clap your hands, everybody! Everybody, clap your hands.
Chris, edit in the music they do at Revenge of the
Great song. It's a great song.
Clap your hands, everybody, and everybody clap your hands. We lambda, and make a move. And we've come here on stage tonight to do a show for you.
So, like you say, Felix, you say you don't care if someone throws a coconut at Ben Shapiro, but I would submit this, in response to that. After the speech was over, I wanted to go out and mingle with the protesters. At which point, my security team and the police pulled me backstage. If you go outside, one of the officers warned me, we can protect you from the first guy who throws a punch, and also the second guy, but not the third guy.
Here's the thing, Mr. Shapiro. I cannot count that high. I am not blessed Hanukkah to count.
I don't have your skills.
I've never reached number 3.
I don't speak Rosh Hashanah. Mr. Shapiro, I'm afraid that when E. Honda throws his Hadouken at you, we'll be able to block the first and the second strikes, but the third one will be beyond our grasp.
I mean, like this is proof enough to get rid of college.
Yeah.
He can't even. They're over.
It's outlived its
over
use.
2 punches thrown.
Yep,
that's enough.
What Ben is saying in the introduction of this book is that like his entire motivation for writing this incredibly tedious book that's been written a million times before is when he finally realized we're losing what made Western civilization great, but as he calls them, the violent rioters that made fun of him at college.
The urban thugs.
Yeah.
The hip-hop thugs.
Here's my favorite part, though. He goes, during the election cycle, I was highly critical of both candidates. As a conservative, I'd been a lifelong critic of Hillary Clinton, but I was also highly critical of Donald Trump. Thanks to my criticisms of Trump, and thanks to my very public break with Breitbart News, an outlet I believed had become a propaganda tool for the Trump campaign, I quickly found myself targeted by a new breed of radical. In late March, the exorable Milo Yiannopoulos penned a story at Breitbart openly praising the alt-right, including odes to racist cretins like Richard Spencer. I'm sorry, like the difference in my mind between Richard Spencer and Ben Shapiro is nil.
Minuscule.
Ben likes Jews and Richard Spencer doesn't.
No, that's it.
Well, actually, no. I would argue
Actually,
this.
Richard Spencer likes Jews too.
Well, he likes them as long as they're in Israel.
But that's the thing, is that they're the only real split in the right. The only real split in the right is what do you do with the Jews? One side of the right says Jews are fine, they're like white people as long as they have their own country and they should be there. The other side says, no, they are a pathogen. They are bacteriological, and they will destroy any society from within unless they're extirpated. That's the only real divide.
I gotta say, I disagree, mainly because I think their audience share is completely different. So Ben Shapiro is trying to get college Republican nerds, like the Republicans that don't scare him, and Richard Spencer was trying to get like these downwardly mobile lumpins. And that didn't work because they quickly realized that he is also a fancy lad.
And a college Republican nerd.
Yeah, exactly. A college Republican nerd that like got a haircut or whatever. So it's all about who they are trying to sort of triangulate their audience to.
I think they're aiming for different segments of the population.
Different market shares.
But their personality and beliefs are, I would need a jeweler's loop to tell the difference. So he goes, egging on his alt-right followers, cheering on their jolly trollery. Milo sent me a picture of a black baby on the day of my son's birth that May. The point being that I was a cuck.
He is a cuck. That's his whole thing.
No, that's being a cuck is the degree to which you won't cross the fucking line. And he won't do it. He's defined his whole thing by not doing it. So he is the definitive cuck.
So here's where he gets into he's reaching back into history to give you a history of thought.
Ooh, yes.
And now, okay, when I start reading these sections at home, if you have some sort of alcohol available to you, or maybe like a vape pen,
Fent
a
patch.
bong, just a joint or something, I want you to do a shot, take a hit, use your intoxicant of choice every time you hear the phrase Jerusalem and Athens. Okay,
I said, very popular cities also for Steve Bannon.
Let's go.
No difference.
We believe freedom is built upon the twin notions that God created every human in his image and that human beings are capable of investigating and exploring God's world. These notions were born in Jerusalem and Athens, respectively. Oh, God. This is such bad writing. Those twin notions, those diamonds of spiritual genius, built our civilization and built us as individuals.
Diamonds of the gibberish.
Here he goes. If you believe that life is more than a materialistic pleasures and pain avoidance, you are a product of Jerusalem and Athens. Shot. If you believe that the government has no right to intrude upon the exercise of your individual will and that you are bound by moral duty to pursue virtue, you are a product of Jerusalem and Athens. If you believe that human beings are capable of bettering our world through the use of our reason and are bound by higher purpose to do so, you are a product of Jerusalem and Athens. Next paragraph, literally first sentence. Jerusalem and Athens built science. Jerusalem and Athens built science.
Let's ask the Chinese.
Let's ask the Chinese and Arabs about that.
Mayans, anybody.
I am not, opposed to the idea of discussing Western canon again because of how it's.
No, I like
shaped
it. We
the
talked
world.
about Moby Dick last week.
Yeah, totally. But like the idea that like virtue is he literally said virtue is a Western concept.
Yeah, right.
That's literally psychotic.
Yeah.
That's actually
Well,
psychotic.
the thing is that, all right, take your own life. Think about how complicated it is to you. Think about like trying to explain a week in your decision making to a friend of yours or what happened in your life. It would be hard for you to even understand it, and you fucking live.
I don't know why I do
so
what I do.
So think about how much harder it is to understand the incredible web and complexity of human history, the tapestry of events that made up our lives and why we're here. So when you think of how hard that is, I think you should keep that in mind anytime somebody wants to give you an explanation for how that world works with something like, well, once there were two enchanted cities and the king lived there and he was very wise. This is the most simplistic fairy tale, and it explicitly sells it to you as a fairy tale.
And here's the thing, like the classical world of Plato and Aristotle, they did contribute, and then when the Roman Empire was made into Christendom, basically, the philosophy of them underscored what would later go on to be Augustine and et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
But the Jerusalem and Athens thing, what they're doing here is he keeps coming back to the phrase Judeo-Christian
Of course,
values.
that made up thing we all love.
Again, cuck move too.
Oh, so
cuck
cuck.
move.
It's
the Jewish neocons are not cucks. They have found a way to be Jewish and a Republican in a way that does not cuck them. If you are a Buckley-esque Jew, you are the biggest cuck. You are literally the biggest cuck.
He's trying to be a wasp.
He's trying to be a wasp. He spends the entire fourth chapter just fawning over American Protestants.
Yep.
Oh
No,
God.
he needs to watch A Gentleman's Agreement. Like, dude, you know, Gregory Peck.
He
in that
literally
movie,
says
they-
like the shortcomings of Judaism and like Catholicism to some degree are that
to
they
work
relied
too
on
hard.
structure
Yeah.
and rather than just faith,
Yeah.
rather than just the idea of just religious ecstasy hitting you in the face,
Yeah.
like they
Well,
he
he
picks
said
the
that's what made it-
literal worst parts.
Yeah, but he said that that's the thing that made it spread faster. And the thing is, well, that doesn't tell you it's better. It just says
Yeah,
it's more,
gonorrhea
it's more
spreads
viral.
fast.
Exactly, viral spreads. Syphilis spreads really fast. Like that doesn't make it good just because it was more effective at spreading the pathogen of Christianity.
But the point I want to make is he uses Jerusalem and Athens over and over again because he wants to harp on this. The Judeo-Christian, which as I've mentioned before on the show, is
He's just,
idea that was
he wants back in the country.
It's an
club
idea
so
that was
bad.
invented out of whole cloth, pretty much in the 1980s.
Oh, yeah.
To just do a patch on the software update of evangelical Christians,
Yep.
Yeah.
so that they could be like,
It's
oh,
like
we love
State of
Israel,
Israel.
State of
Born-
Israel, boop, and they're like, oh yeah, now, we're the heirs to the Judeo-Christian
and
heritage
the funny
and
part
values.
is now that's they don't need that anymore because now they're fully on board with we need them there for
People
the rapture.
forget too.
We need them there
like,
for the end of the world.
there were like serious Catholic anti-Semites
Oh, big
in
time.
like up as like kind of into the
Westbrook
early
Pegler.
90s.
Oh, yeah.
like and
Westbrook
it was just
Pegler
fine.
and that
It's
shit.
very recent that we're like we have to tone that down.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, but they've moved the Overton window back, and
Oh,
he's
yeah.
really shocked by it. When it wasn't that long ago, when you could just
James
be an
Burnham
open
was kinda
anti-Semite.
anti-Semitic.
So here he goes. He goes, Jerusalem and Athens built science. That's one sentence. The twin ideals of Judeo-Christian values and Greek natural law reasoning built human rights. They built prosperity, peace, and artistic beauty, which again, heretofore did not exist in anywhere in
beauty
the planet.
anywhere
Yeah.
else.
Jerusalem and Athens built America, ended slavery, defeated the Nazis and the communists, lifted billions from poverty, and gave billions spiritual purpose. Okay, I'm going to go through those. The sort of foggy, like the mystification that's going on here with history, where he's like, it's all this unbroken chain leading to right now our most perfect of all worlds, which is based on Greek natural law. I'm sorry, all of that classic 5th century Athens shit that we all love so much. They love the hell out of slavery.
That's
That's
really
why
into
It's foundational to the whole
that's why
project.
they had all the free time
But
to fucking
also,
be, thinking about
just
caves
think
and
about
shit.
bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah.
But also, like, we literally regressed from that anyway into Western society, into we innovated slavery into chattel slavery, which is literally worse than the
way worse.
regular type of
We
slavery.
refined it, and it was by refining it that we were able to supercharge capitalism. And
Yeah,
capitalism,
and just accelerate
the
through to
capitalist, like,
developing the nation.
Capitalism is the nitro booster in the engine slavery was the nitro booster in the engine of capitalism. It catalyzed it. It pushed in so much raw material and liquefied the markets to such a degree that it made capital accumulation so much faster, and it exacerbated technological innovation. It was the fuel in the fucking rocket sled of capitalism, slavery. It made it possible.
Jerusalem and Athens were the foundations of the Magna Carta and
Love
the
it.
and
Love
the
that
Treaty
Magna
of
Carta.
Westphalia.
Oh, I love
They
it.
were the foundations of the Declaration of Independence.
Big fan of the Treaty of Westphalia.
He gets my dick so
I
hard. the
love
Treaty
it.
of Westphalia.
Abraham-
I prefer the Treaty of Wynphalia, but what are you going to do?
Abraham-
No. West.
Wynphalia?
Wait a minute. West. Yeah, Win. Yeah. Win. Not fail. Win.
Well,
This
now
is the
you-
Where Wins Treaty.
Now you guys got to see how the sausage get made.
Yeah.
man.
Sometimes you have a problem.
Yeah.
Okay. Declaration of Independence. Abraham Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation.
This is a three-toke episode,
and
by the way.
Martin Luther King's letter
Of
from
course.
Birmingham jail.
Yes. So just everything you barely remember from junior high history.
Okay, so in the previous sentence, in the previous paragraph, he said Jerusalem and Athens defeated the Nazis. In the next sentence, he says, in the next paragraph, he says civilizations that rejected Jerusalem and Athens shot.
Marx beat the Nazis.
And the tension between them have collapsed into dust. The USSR rejected Judeo-Christian values
And they
Greek
beat the
natural
Nazis.
law, substituting the values of the collective, and a new utopian vision of social justice. And they starved and slaughtered tens of millions of human beings. And like I said, also defeated the Nazis in World War II. The Nazis.
I don't understand. Like, he comes to these great thinkers. He does mention Marx. He completely doesn't understand Marx at all. But if you're going to attribute the wins of societies created by thinkers, then Marx beat the Nazis.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he got those turnip farmers to get their shit together.
Oh, they got their shit together.
We are in the process of abandoning Judeo-Christian values and Greek natural law, favoring moral subjectivism and the rule of passion. The funny thing about Greek natural law is that, like, natural law is what's always cited by, like, weirdo Catholic reactionaries to, like, as their justification for why sodomy is, like, always a sin and wrong.
Ironically, though,
you know who also
the
invented
Greeks.
sodomy?
They love
Athens.
They love that shit. Their natural law did not. Their natural law was towels optional.
I think their natural law said that it was okay as long as you just held their thighs together.
Oh right, yeah, you had to
Yeah.
frottage them. You couldn't go in.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
See, there, he doesn't have anything about that in this book.
That was coined by the Greek philosopher Sisyphus.
But just think in this very small example, how much is lost in his retelling of these things, and how
Yeah,
much
exactly.
he simplifies it into a cartoon that bears no relationship to reality.
And he goes, oh, and we are watching our civilization collapse into age-old tribalism, individualistic hedonism, and moral subjectivism. Make no mistake, we are still living off the prosperity of the world built by... What are those two cities again? Jerusalem and Athens.
But see, this is perfect in that it totally exemplifies how it's a fairy tale, because given the way he describes the miracle of Athens and Jerusalem, that should be uninterrupted glory and improvement until the end time. It should be an unbroken string of development. Like, it's the perfect, it's the best system, therefore it's going to persist.
Well, why did we abandon it?
Exactly. And the answer is evil wizards. And it is. It's just totally idealistic horseshit about, like, this evil wizard named Marx cast a spell, and this other evil wizard named Martin Luther came down, and that those people bewitched people's minds into going back to their awful human.
And Matt,
ways.
And now we live under Toronto and Gainesville. It's tragic. It's been terrible for society.
As you said about the wizards, the vast majority of this book is him taking his reader, who, again, like, Ben Shapiro, as dumb as he is, I will give him credit for knowing how stupid his fans are.
Yeah.
The respect he has for his fans is summed up in the fact that he sells them caffeine pills for $70 a bottle.
If anybody is hawking survival seeds or miracle brain tonics to you, that means they don't give a shit about your intellect. In fact, they're betting on you being a dumbass because they wouldn't sell any.
So Ben Shapiro's fans are either, like, the most bullied kids in their schools, or, like, college sophomores who are all named Dylan, who like drink two natty shandies and are like, last night was savage.
That's exactly what it's like.
Just watch, like, Ben Shapiro owning trans people cringe comp.
No, but Matt, you said like that. The magical cities gave us the winning formula that was winning for
We
eternity.
got the key that went into the magic rock.
and then the evil wizards like turned us away from it. The vast majority of this book, which thank dear Christ, I'm not going to read to you on the show.
No.
The vast majority of, like, the middle chapters of the entire book is him going through and giving you this high school freshman history of the Enlightenment and its major thinkers, and telling you which ones were good and which ones are bad.
Yeah.
And he's like, John Locke, good. Rousseau, bad. And
Well,
the reason
he
they're
knows
good
that,
at,
again, his readers, like, they just want the footnotes.
Yeah.
and the reason that one is good and the other's bad is one is liberal, the other's a conservative.
Yep.
But one is a liberal and conservative based entirely on subjective definitions of what liberal and conservative means in 21st century America.
He's historical. Just absolute contempt for any kind of historical context for anything. Everything is evaluated from 21st century just superficial conservative array. Like, that's it. You know? Oh, yeah. It's awful.
The ties that bind us together are fraying. Those ties were forged through fire and water, reason and prayer.
Game of Thrones, baby. Tonight, I'm so fucking psyched. Gambo's going to get that throne, baby. He's Gambo throne for a reason.
Forged through fire and water.
Forged through fire and water.
Reason and prayer. Again, he's a terrible writer. Just awful. The tension between Jerusalem and Athens, Drink, is real. By removing the tension, by abandoning either Jerusalem or Athens, Drink, collapses the bridge built between the two. So we say there's Jerusalem and Athens, but they're in tension. And what Western civilization did was build the bridge. But now the bridge is rickety.
See, this
is like
dialectics if you have a head injury. because that is a dialectical reasoning that he's doing, but it's totally ideal. It's totally idealistic. It doesn't bear any relationship to material conditions.
Now there are two cities in the world. So you got South Bend, that's where Notre Dame is, and you got Des Moines. Now my brother lives in South Bend, and we haven't talked in a while, but in Des Moines, there's a Culver's that's open till 12, but they're very far away, and when the interstate is crowded, that's when things get rough. This is just a boring guy talking about geography. This is just
boring, confused guy.
This sucks, man.
This is nothing.
This
is absolutely nothing.
He can't even really make up his mind about anything. Like, he has like these semi-positive but conflicted views of like the way Christianity developed and its role in society. He wrote a book so that dumb people can feel smart because they can refer to Hume.
Absolutely. As Hobbes would say.
How many pages did he stretch out of this?
Not that long. I don't.
It's not that long.
He stretched the whole.
No, he's not. He's not going to give you a
that
tome.
whole and he stretched it.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's less than 300.
It's 288 pages.
That's still 300 pages.
That's still amazing.
No.
It's long for what he has.
It's long for what he has, but in terms of his pretensions, it's hilarious because that's a booklet.
There are wide margins.
That's a booklet for dullards.
He widened the margins.
That's a thing to read on the crapper. And
Also,
then you come out going, now that was quite a Lockean dump I took.
Sorry, just two quick points I want to make. Like, he says that line, and it's on the jacket copy to his book. Civilizations that rejected Jerusalem and Athens have collapsed into dust. Again, where does China or India fit into this equation?
Yeah, China had a hell of a blow up.
They've had a pretty good run.
Yeah, even by his own metrics.
And like, forget the communist
Be careful
revolution.
who you're mean to in high school.
Yeah.
But like, China has existed almost.
Well, that's
in
because
like,
there's no. These things are. What he's done is he's taken all the good things that people like and said these are exemplified by a cast of characters who embody their good qualities. All the bad things are embodied in these people who are a cast of characters who embody their bad qualities. And then they just have it's like it's literally recreating Olympian fucking mythology because now they're fighting on Mount Olympus. For the soul of humanity. And we have nothing to say about it.
I thought it was more like the animatronic Hall of Presidents.
Also that, it's all, you always have to have an array of names.
You hear a little, and they kind of like move mechanically, and you come out of being like, was that educational?
Yeah.
I am Jeremy Bentham, the utilitarian philosopher.
The greatest good
for the greatest number of people.
Yeah, and that's what this is in book 4.
I don't know if he references Bentham in this book or where he falls on him, but I'm going to guess he's against Bentham.
I think he puts it in the same paragraph with like Thomas Aquinas or something. Like it's just he's just name dropping. Like your worst friend who is like, yesterday I was talking to my friend Natasha Leone. It's like your worst
because utilitarianism is like one of their bête noirs.
Yeah.
And that's one of the evil spirits is utilitarianism.
So, and like the second point I want to make, aside from the fact that he glosses over like vast swaths of human history that don't conform to the Jerusalem-Athens theorem.
All this ghost stuff, all these spirits he's invoking, I'm feeling like Sterner right now.
The other thing is like he keeps saying that like we're so that like the Enlightenment, as in the masterful genius words of Jonah fucking Goldberg, was this like miracle where like just it's like the key turn in everyone's minds. They're like, we will we no longer be tribalistic and governed by our like baser
the
instincts.
Square root of the isosceles triangle is equal to the freedom of the remaining sides.
It should, I'm sure, as it will not come as any great shock to any of you listening to this show. Ben Shapiro is intensely driven by tribalistic loyalties and racial hatreds.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we all know his famous comment that Jews build things where Arabs enjoy living in sewage.
They enjoy
like dogs.
living in sewage.
They enjoy living in sewage.
They love it.
They're not human beings.
Search any of his comments on any of the teenage black kids murdered by the police, and you will see some fairly obvious and base tribalism beginning to express itself. I would say a product of maybe unenlightenment thinking.
Yeah, but that's because the bad guys in his teleology are others, racial others, religious others, cultural others that like are outside of his perfect little world and are trying to undermine it. For people on the left, like the things fucking up places are the actual people who benefit from the way things are. Those are the bad guys. Those are the nemesis. That's the cause of the problem. That's the person that you have to deal with, is the person whose material benefit is things staying as bad as they are and getting worse. And that's the difference between the left and right in terms of how you view like what the cause of social decay and problems are. And we say, no, it's the people benefiting from it, not the people, in most cases, who have the least amount of actual power in the society. Those are the people who he thinks are most responsible for its decline.
So I'm not going to do all of chapter 1, but this is the one I read, and it's called The Pursuit of Happiness. And it's all about what makes people happy. And his answer to that question is moral purpose that is decided by a belief in God.
Yeah.
The Judeo-Christian God specifically.
Getting your hole filled makes you happy.
You got to fill the hole daily.
So, and he goes, chapter 1 begins, "Are you happy? It's a question my wife asked me one day a few years ago, probably because I was, as per usual, skulking around like a miserable little cunt with a dumb look on my face.
Crying after
Crying and bitching and whining constantly.
Take that, intolerant
He goes, we were going through a stressful period. My wife is a doctor, and she was working brutal
really,
hours.
Ben? You never mention it.
Our youngest child, Gabriel, that's like Ashley Schaefer and fucking Eastbound and Down. Gabriel, my boy Gabriel, he walked in on me and my wife. I said, you watch, boy. Our youngest child, Gabriel, was waking up at all hours of the night. Our eldest, Leah, was going through a stretch in which he'd burst into tears at the tiniest provocation. Are you sure that wasn't your wife, Ben?
Yeah, seriously.
And work was trying to. My business partners and I were working to get our website, The Daily Wire, functioning at top level. Read into that. Get some bizarre, like, dark money billionaire to underwrite our blogging and memeing.
Exactly. Yeah.
So that, I can cash a fat check by
after
doing
my
YouTube videos.
my tough weekend in a hot tub with Sheldon Adelson.
Oh, God. No, I'm just
Can you
imagining
imagine?
that. Felix, do you like thinking about that?
Oh, man.
I'm imagining.
You know
there's sort
how
of
like soup gets a skin on the top?
Oh yeah, I was thinking about how there's got to be. Like
I'm imagining there's like
skin.
it's Sheldon Adelson, so it's like a giant hot tub, but there's sort of like a ramp / water slide that they pull up his little motor scooter and then sort of dump him into it. It's sort of
like a lobster,
like a turkey, just like slides
and like
into
a lobster, the air escaping from his folds make a screaming noise.
Yes. Oh God. He looks like Zoidberg without his shell.
I mean, I'm not even going to say, because that's the dream is to share the hot tub with Sheldon Adelson.
Oh, God.
I just want to lick the residue out of the hot tub after they drain it.
Another connection here, Steve Bannon, well-known hot tub pimp.
And murderer, most
yeah,
likely.
He dissolved the body in a hot tub in a rental property.
He did a Walter White on someone's rental property. There's no other explanation. Allegedly.
He fucked it up, though. Like everything, instead of being like, I'm Heisenberg, he was like, I am Dr. Asperger.
So he goes on to talk a lot about the pursuit of happiness, and the phrase "the pursuit of happiness," as we know. And he's like, we say it's the pursuit of happiness. People think government can give you happiness through healthcare or a basic standard of living. But you would be wrong. The thing I want to point out again in this chapter and how utterly lazy and ahistorical he is in this invocation that progress cannot exist without virtue, and virtue cannot exist without our inherent moral reasoning, which cannot exist without the Judeo-Christian, the God of Abraham.
Of course.
Right? He glosses over entirely in like sucking off the founding fathers for creating the perfect document and perfect system of government, that they were by and large deists who rejected Orthodox Christianity explicitly.
Yeah.
He talks about he goes on and on about Jefferson. He's like, this is why Jefferson knew we weren't guaranteed happiness. But again, mentions nothing about Jefferson. Literally was so full of himself that he did his own remix to the Bible.
He did. He cut out the miracles. He cut out the miracles of the Bible.
And it was just the moral teachings of Jesus of Nazareth is what he called
Get
it.
all that hogwash out of there. That is an alpha. That is definitely a pimp move. Gotta admit it.
That is literally the equivalent of like translating the Bible into Klingon.
Or it's like that guy who made
Such a
the
nerd
Return the Last Jedi without any women in it. That's the modern equivalent.
And so this one highlighted. This is like a subhead to the chapter. Happiness is moral purpose. Pleasure can be gained from a variety of activities. Golf,
filling your hole.
Well, pleasure can be gained from a variety of activities.
Getting that nut.
Golf, fishing, playing with your children, sex. I would reverse the order. I love that, like in his brain. Like here are the 5 things that can make you happy. Golf. I'm sorry, if golf makes you happy, you're brain dead.
And if it's number 1 on the list, you're a psycho.
Fishing.
Oh my God, he's never
been fishing in his life.
Off.
No,
he would be the fucking bait.
First of all Only Goy's fish. We know
Except
this.
for Felix.
It's law.
I've caught a fish. I'm 1 for 1 in all
He's
my
the
fishing
goyest
attempts.
Jew, though. We know.
Yes,
that.
yeah. He's a Midwestern boy.
I literally have a 100% success rate for fishing. I've never gone.
It's like your
fishing and
slot
not
machine
caught-
system. You're like, I got a system for this.
No,
You're
no,
like,
no. The slot machine system, that's strategy and
Race science.
reaction times, mathematics. Whereas the fishing, that's just all luck and bullshit. No one's good at fishing. You're just lucky. You can be good at slots, though.
Okay.
So sex is at the bottom of his list.
Yeah.
Not quite as fun as golf.
Yeah, not as sketch as hooking an angler. Oh, I got a trout today.
And he goes, amoral activities can bring us pleasure. That temporary high.
Like golf.
That feeling
sex.
of forgetting
Yeah.
our cares. Yeah, golf is also deeply amoral. I mean, think about the water that it takes to fucking use
golf
one of
is
these.
not even
No.
immoral. It's criminal. It's a criminal waste of land.
Golf is like
And resources.
if we can do for a 2 for 1. That's the grand compromise. Conservatives want to get rid of college, as do I.
Yes.
We have to get rid of golf.
Get rid
too.
of golf.
Golf and college. If we get rid of golf and college,
That's the grand bargain.
we might.
Yeah.
We might have like
30% of our economic and class problems
Okay.
solved.
if we got rid of both of those, there might be like 3 more generations of humanity. Honestly.
Yeah, we could honestly stretch it out a little bit further.
This is the new bargain. Jerusalem and Athens. That's over. Now we're making the grand bargain between Berkeley and Orlando, Florida.
Yep.
Yeah.
Golf and college.
Golf and college.
Get rid
We're
of
done
them.
with them.
Crap.
Done.
Crap.
No more of either of that bullshit.
I don't see why rich people can't just play with tech decks.
Yeah.
Play video games.
Foosball.
Have sex with their
No.
friends.
The
keep it
ballerest
analog,
thing Chavez ever
they
did
can-
was take over the fucking golf courses. And turn
Yeah,
it into
that was
public housing.
definitely
That
cool.
was dope.
The amoral activities can give us that temporary high. He's talking about chewing.
Yeah.
And
Getting off that lounge.
the feeling of forgetting our cares. However, that pleasure is never enough. Lasting happiness can only be achieved through cultivation of soul and mind, which presumably he means watching PragerU videos.
yep.
Or actually, if he's being honest, watching my YouTube videos, me, Ben
Yes.
Shapiro.
Watch me own
Well, how
trans
does-
people.
How does Ben Shapiro do either? Is it just like when he plays violin with his dad?
Yeah.
That's literally what he means. That
he
sucks,
he
dude.
goes around the country just grimly triggering the libs. Is that a
Yeah.
fulfilled
Yeah,
person?
he just means like he just.
seems
That's not a happy person.
All right,
Also, he operates a website while his wife is a doctor.
Yeah,
Which he brings up a lot, but I think with some shame.
all he does
you
is
could
like
cultivate your inner fucking garden if you didn't have all this hole to fill with all this bullshit.
all he
He's
does.
miserable.
All he does is go to like whatever California, like go to Pomona or whatever,
Yeah.
and like find some like 19-year-old who's on like 3 different types of benzodiazepines who can like barely make it through the question while like 12 Daily Wire cameras are on her and just demolish her with logic.
Yep.
Just absolutely demolish her. That sucks, dude. You're not cultivating shit.
You cultivate nothing.
You're
my
finding
ass,
the
dude.
weakest people who are literally going to see you to be
You're
triggered.
just abusing people. You're abusing fragile people. It's like it's intellectual bum fights.
It's literally just the guy who took a month worth of karate classes,
Yeah.
beating up everyone in his hometown.
Yeah, it's some
it
Danny
sucks,
McBride
man.
shit.
Stop it.
So he goes on a bit.
Oh God, a movie about Danny McBride triggering libs on college campuses.
Oh,
being
that's
like a grifter style, like a Ben guy. Oh my God,
That's pretty good.
So except it would probably have to be played by Walton Goggins instead of David. Well,
he could be a competing huckster, a different guy on the scene. That's actually a good idea.
and
I'm
then
writing that down.
then they become friends.
Of course. Oh, I'm
so
writing that
he goes
down.
on to talk about how the Bible's vision of happiness is. We just surprised you to know that God wants you to be happy, but that doesn't mean just chuming or having sex or
right.
doing anything fun.
God mentions nothing
and
about
he,
chuming.
And he goes, if this. That's where you're wrong, Amber. If you read the Bible closely, there are many coded references. He goes, if all this sounds like a more restrictive version of happiness than we're used to, that's because it is. Happiness isn't rolling around in the mud at Woodstock, nor is
rocking the fuck out at Woodstock '99.
You are the oldest young man in the world.
And then he
making a Woodstock reference.
And then he
These
goes-
are presumably college students reading this. You can't even say
Again,
Woodstock '99.
Still,
And he goes-
the child prodigy just means you're stunted at an age that you
We're
never
surrounded
were.
by your
Yeah,
odd
like-
uncle, like your aunt's sitting around smoking, going, "Oh my God, look at him." Their references are your
like
references.
Ben is like in his he's like 70 years old because he says like at Woodstock. He could have just said like a weekend at Coachella
Yeah.
on Molly or something. But he goes, nor is it a nice golf game after a rough week of work. These are like the two poles in his mind. These are like
balls of human behavior.
the freaked out hippies, man. They're rolling around in the mud at Woodstock, and then he's like, the square upright businessman goes plays a golf after a hard week in the office.
That's true. Fuck, that's so true. It's like when he closes his eyes, heaven is like an Enzyte commercial. And hell is, it's like the footage from Martin Scorsese's Woodstock. Do not eat the brown acid. Whoa, man.
But he's telling you, he's mature enough to tell you, hey, golf guy, hey, wavy gravy, these things may feel good, but that's actually not real important happiness and moral meaning in your life.
This is his attempt to turn the chair around and sit in it wrong way.
Yeah.
But
Have you
like
heard
he
of
just
a guy-
trips over his
Have
like
you ever heard of a
loafers.
guy named JC? Judeo-Christian?
Yeah, you may think it's cool to, golf for 30 years and collapse of cardiac arrest on the green while all your friends named Harold just look at your body and a golf cart runs over your head. That may be cool to you. Or it may be cool. It may be cool to smoke 7 bowls out of a bong and inject acid while the monkeys are playing. But it's actually cool to find the nearest 19-year-old who's already crying and destroy them.
Oh my god.
So he goes, happiness.
that is a good point. They are already crying.
Yeah, they
Before
literally-
he even says it, he finds the crying one.
I've watched
It's
those.
shooting crying fish in a barrel.
I've watched those videos, like the Ben Shapiro most savage moment videos, and like literally they're already like shaking, like they come up to the mic and they're like, Mr. Shapiro, like, come on, man.
Whereas, like, again, like,
they just got triggered by an Arby's commercial.
If Ben
and then they,
Shapiro
like, stumble
approaches
into the
you
room.
to own you or debate you, like, it's not difficult. Just say like, fuck you, little man, and just ruffle his hair.
ruffle his hair.
Or just be like,
oh, look at the little fella.
There's this rhetorical technique.
Oh, is that okay? Is that a microphone?
Oh, look at you, little guy.
It's a rhetorical
how about you lick
technique
my asshole?
that I heard of, from Buckley. That is just called giving someone a wedgie. That you could get away with it. What would he do?
Oh, you could.
What
wedge
would he
him.
do?
You could fucking hang him on a doorknob.
Yeah,
You'd be dangling.
yeah, kicking his little feet,
Kicking his little feet in the
kicking
air.
at the clouds.
So he says,
little guy.
happiness is not it's not a golf game and it's not Woodstock. It's the pursuit of purpose in our lives.
Oh, damn.
If we have lived with moral purpose, even death becomes less painful. Here's one of my favorite parts. When Washington Post columnist Charles Krauthammer knew that his death was imminent, I'm just smiling a little to myself, thinking back on
That's
the
right,
moment,
that bitch is dead.
the moment in which his conscious brain knew that his own death was imminent. Wait, hold on a second. Let me just say, yeah. Okay.
This is like an insult to Viktor Frankl.
Oh yeah.
He name
checks Viktor Frankl.
This is such an assault on Viktor Frankl. Like the guy who lived through the Holocaust and just basically invented this amazing new way of thinking and wrote this seminal work. And just Ben Shapiro's like, yeah, I go to college campuses and find people with badly dyed hair and argue with them. I'm the same as you. Like it just it's hurtful to me.
More than anything, you love to see it.
Well,
I do love to see it.
He wrote a letter in anticipation of his passing. Here's what that great souled man wrote. I believe that the pursuit of truth and right ideas through honest debate and rigorous argument is a noble undertaking. I leave this life with no regrets.
Wow. One regret.
Don't dive in that swimming pool.
I mean, he has to
See,
regret
I was
that.
going to say, like, if Charles Krauthammer did indeed lead a moral life, he would be leaving life racked with unbearable guilt about the millions of people he helped kill in the insane wars that he started for moral and just reasons.
You heard him though. No regrets. No regrets.
In his dog shit Davros Doctor Who style villain.
Yeah. No, he's the closest thing in the op-ed world we had to Dr. fucking Strangelove. I mean, he was just this perverse figure of he worshipped death like a lot of these guys.
Felix, you brought up Viktor Frankl. Literally the next page. As Austrian psychiatrist Viktor Frankl wrote in his stirring memoir about surviving the Holocaust, Man's Search for Meaning, Woe to him who saw no more sense in his life, no aim, no purpose, and therefore no point in carrying on.
Viktor Frankl would just euthanize you.
Frankel's
Like,
feeling.
if he talked to you and you told him, you're like, golf is one way to live your life. Another way to live your life is to play violin with your dad. Frankl would just furrow his brow and look at his notes and just write, euthanize immediately. He's not getting better. He's never finding purpose.
Sometimes death is kinder.
Yeah, he's got a chapter about like the meaning of life, and then there's a guy who wrote a book, literally, Man's Search for Meaning. I mean, he's just running up the flag. I'm just giving you the signifiers. What would you expect in a chapter about that? Man's Search for Meaning.
Everything is sort of Chekhov's gun with Shapiro, but it's Chekhov's book.
Yes, that's it. He will always make the most obvious fucking book drop. And
He's
name
like
drop.
he's like an AdSense algorithm.
Yeah.
I see you're interested in meaning. Well, another book I've read.
No, totally.
Or another book I
absolutely.
know of.
No, absolutely. It's like it's every. It's cliche. It's a cliche list.
So,
Ben Shapiro, Reed Nausgaard, 2019.
Now that would be something.
Felix, I'm reading Nausgaard.
He's rocks.
Yeah.
He's the man.
I like this section. He says, even the most ardent atheists have historically conceded that much. Voltaire famously stated, I want my lawyer, my tailor, my servants, even my wife to believe in God, because I believe it means that I shall be cheated and robbed and cuckolded less often. If God did not exist, it would be necessary to invent him. I think a very funny quote by Voltaire.
Yeah,
but again,
God owned
Ben
that one.
Shapiro's bringing back to the cuckolding thing. It's the second time he's brought that up.
Coming back around.
Without belief in our innate individual value, we collapse into animals incapable of seeking moral purpose, even though we feel the need for it beating in our chest. Again, I just want to underscore again, Ben Shapiro has literally written an article, not just a tweet, saying collateral damage and civilian casualties in Iraq and of Arabs, like, doesn't matter to me. I think it's okay and worth
think about it at all.
Because, like, I've made the moral judgment in mind that, like, their lives aren't, literally he said that their lives aren't worth the same as even a single American soldier.
Yep, he said that. Now that's the fucking meaning.
That's just moral math.
That's the moral meaning right there.
He goes into talk about, because there's another line I like. All of the American founders were self-help specialists.
Wait a minute. They sure as hell didn't help themselves pick the fucking cotton.
Yeah.
Well, and he says Washington spent his formative years copying out rules for civility. And he mentions
wait. Those two things have to do with each other.
And he goes, wait, Benjamin Franklin was a notorious devotee of self-betterment. He actually created a calendar of virtues seeking to wipe out his tendency toward wrongdoing. Another thing Ben Franklin was a notorious devotee of, French widows and divorcees.
Of course.
Yo, my man gotten it in.
Prostitutes and meetings of the Hellfire Club. You know that?
Yep.
He went, him and like Jonathan Ish or whatever his name, and were like having weird orgies underneath a church when he lived in London. He was a fucking perv.
Everyone in charge has always done that.
Yes,
Pizzagate
of course.
is real. They just have, mislocated the centrality of it.
I would love to. All the good things these guys did in his mind can all be defined by their essential virtues. Everything bad they did is just a mistake or something.
Or it's an aberration and not the actual reflection
You
of.
get to pick which one counts. He gets to pick which aspect of their character and their behavior counts.
I would love to have an orgy in the 18th century.
Oh God,
I bet
Can
that
you
smelled
believe it?
amazing.
I bet the smells would be
the wafting
amazing.
smell. Oh man.
I would love to get
The
lead
corsets.
I would love to get lead poisoning from my maiden's makeup.
Oh yeah. That would be so good.
I love wearing a condom made out of a lobster shell.
Removing all those smegma-covered lacy collars.
A lacy collar right around
Instead of a pearl
Tip of your
necklace, you
dick.
get a lacy collar.
Gross.
Oh,
we love to think about it.
We love to think about
How,
it.
by the
how
way,
have we continued as
not
a species?
lobsters.
Sex used to be way grosser.
French women and prostitutes would use citrus rinds as diaphragms,
Yep.
which actually kind of worked because the acid would kill
yeah, but you
sperm.
burn your pussy with citric acid.
Yeah, I'd imagine it hurts as well.
It
Yeah.
can't feel good.
No, it's the past sucked so bad.
Oh well,
It's
talk.
so bad.
Okay,
the
talk.
past sucks so.
Like,
fucking
we're not
bad.
pinker people here, but like the past definitely sucks.
Oh, it was so.
Olden
bad.
times were bad.
Oh my God.
Okay, so here's the synthesis though. They put orange peels in their cooters. So Dan Quinn realized that the orange peel.
Speaking of playing the violin,
He realized that the orange peel had
Speak on
nothing
it.
to do with
Speak on
eating
it,
pussy.
Chetawala.
That eating pussy had to do with music, the violin. The orange peel could help in smoking weed, and could help him beat 9 hits off of 1 bowl and potentially win the weed smoking Olympics.
Playing violin with my dad taught me how to eat pussy.
Yeah, Dan Quinn is Jerusalem and Athens.
Yes, he's
100%.
He has built the bridge.
Yeah, I could.
Dan Quinn is Baltimore.
Well, Dan Quinn's Sacramento. He's the most Sacramento man. He's the most NorCal man.
Mm.
I think everyone in Northern California, they just wake up in their cars and start recording into their phones. Like that's how. Like if you're married and you want your wife to like go to the grocery store on the way home from work, your phone's on your dashboard and you're like, all right, listen up, you fucking pussy.
Well,
I've been told you.
That's why that is essentially one of the reasons I find myself physically repulsed by Ben Shapiro's or any of these videos, or like owning a liberal or owning a homeless person with logic or whatever, is because I like YouTube videos where people get called out and owned, but like Dan Quinn, that's the real shit. Where he calls out Crazy Joe, or the woman knocking on the door of the Burger King bathroom.
Busy. It was the Starbucks.
A Starbucks bathroom. Yeah.
I admit YouTube used to be something awful happened where YouTube used to be just people like in their bathroom mirrors being like, and another thing for all you fucking pussies out there, yeah, I've had sex. Like it that went away and it just became like PragerU and just algorithm. It sucked. It became like produced versions of that. Ben Shapiro could never be as compelling as Demonius X.
The thing is, like I've been reading you guys this, and you the listener this book. Like again, I cannot be stressed enough. Ben Shapiro is routinely talked about as a leading intellectual figure on the right, the cool kids philosopher, as the New York Times described him. His writing is dog shit, and it is written by a stupid person for stupid people.
Yes.
He cannot craft a compelling sentence or paragraph to save his life.
Nope.
The parts where he actually is describing his thesis or like the statements he's laying out are such childish nonsense that like it is like a freshman in college paper that would get a C.
Is a stupid person talking down to you. That's what it is. It's
Yeah,
like
he still has
he's
contempt,
condescending to you
intellectual
in the
contempt
prose while
for- yeah.
being a fucking dullard, which is the worst possible combination.
Yeah. People with an undue sense of intellectual confidence. Just the best people.
Here's another line that I really like that will speak to his abilities as a writer. Our society was built on recognition of these 4 elements. Those
Fire.
No. It's breakdancing, graffiti, MCing, and
Find, torture, kill.
He says, sorry, the 4 elements according to Ben are individual moral purpose, individual capacity, collective moral purpose, and collective capacity. So that's just 2 things that he's applying to. That's just 2 things.
I got an idea. Humans need purpose in a godless age. I agree. How about building fucking socialism? How's that for a purpose? How about getting humans to a point where we actually are free of the burdens of fucking history and of capitalism and can begin the very first time in history, begin the process of even trying to achieve human potential, all of which can only be done in the context of socialism, which we are horribly far from, and which we have a responsibility personally and morally and collectively to fucking pursue, and that we could actually just find purpose in doing that,
or allowing the planet to be inhabitable 30 fucking years.
There's
from
another
now.
fucking
There's
purpose.
a huge purpose.
That's a good one. Are you going to tell me that a guy on a fucking sinking battleship trying to get guys into the lifeboats, that guy doesn't have meaning in that moment? He's got more meaning than he ever will again in his life.
Okay, I hear.
That's where we are.
I hear what you're saying, but can I counter that with? But what about Jerusalem and Athens?
Yeah.
I would like to speak on those 2 cities for a moment, if I would.
Jerusalem's going to be a fucking lazy river if we don't do something.
Okay, so those are the 4 elements, but this is the thing I highlighted that I really like. Our society was built on the recognition of these 4 elements: the fusion of Athens and Jerusalem, tempered by the wit and wisdom of the founding fathers. Like they're fucking like a Dave Barry book or something. It's tempered by their potent quotables of Ben Franklin.
In Ben Shapiro's mind, the founding fathers changed human history by writing fan fiction about Jerusalem and Athens.
This guy's literally like a fucking Muppet in a kitchen going, well, you take a pinch of freedom and a dash of Judeo-Christianity and it comes out America.
It's just like the same thing as like, previously I had always wondered what it would have been like if Link and Donkey Kong knew each other. This is Kingdom Hearts shit. This is Kingdom Hearts for Western civilization.
Yeah.
You know what? That actually is kind of it's like. It's a giant game you get to play where it's just like Thomas Jefferson and Aristotle together. What?
It's like the end of Bill and Ted, where they're all on stage.
No, this was a terrible book. I didn't enjoy the parts that I had to read. I started to glaze over after a while, and I don't want to read anything about this again. I'm reading Nausgard, nothing but that from now on.
How can Nausgard write books that are like literally 500 times longer and just
And also
totally,
just about like moving a refrigerator with your father-in-law. And they're great.
they're totally gripping. Like the part Nausgard wrote like 100 pages about when he was dating a girl he didn't really like when he was 15, and it was a million times more interesting than any of this.
All right, I'm gonna close out the first chapter. He says here, the history of the West is built on interplay between these two pillars, divine meaning and reason, and also the two cities that we mentioned. What were they again?
St. Paul and Minneapolis. Twin cities.
Yes, and there are actually bridges connecting them.
There are a number
but they're
of
in a
them.
bad state of disrepair. We must invest in
One of them
infrastructure.
fucking collapsed and killed a bunch of people.
We do believe that Somali style ISIS has been pouring citrus acid on the bridge to weaken it over a course of 3 decades.
So he says, we receive our notions of divine meaning from a 3 millennia old lineage stretching back to the ancient Jews. We receive our notions of reason from a 2,500-year-old lineage stretching back to the ancient Greeks. In rejecting those lineages, and first of all, who is
Still
rejecting?
doesn't even really talk about like
It's just the idea
what
that
happened,
these
like
things
how
are
this doesn't
defined
work
by
anymore.
these trajectories only, and that no other cultures presented any versions of them.
And also, it has nothing to do with material reality.
Of course,
either.
like
It's
what's
just
moving
ideas.
these things? What's in his mind?
Here's
these things
a
are moving
guy
by
for
a
you,
spirit.
Hegel.
Yeah.
Hegel. He's a Hegelian. This man. This
Well,
man
it's
is a
just-
filthy Hegelian.
You got to turn it over like Marx did. You got to get to where the thing moving is the actual material reality. This is all just ghosts. This is just haunting.
So he goes, in rejecting those lineages, and again, like I'd like any sort of indication that America or the Western civilization has just rejected ancient Greek history or the Old Testament.
I mean, they're rejecting everything in the face of capitalism, absorbing everything into
Yeah.
a matrix of price and
So he goes,
benefit.
and again,
cost benefit.
I want you guys to remember
You
now.
want to talk about killing God? That did a hell of a lot to do.
We started out our conversation talking about how Ben Shapiro is like it's left Breitbart because they're like, oh, they're anti-Semitic,
Yeah.
and like this is the new like sort of racist right wing populism that I can't fully sign on to, even though I basically kind of agree with it. Here's how he ends the chapter: in rejecting those lineages, in seeking to graft ourselves to rootless philosophical movements of the
I hate
moment,
those rootless
cutting ourselves
cosmopolitans.
off from our own roots, we have damned ourselves to an existential wandering. We have become the rootless cosmopolitan wandering Jews, and we must make our way back to our roots.
Holy
No, I'm one of the good ones.
Yeah, this kind of shit. That's the most anti-Semitic
cuck.
thing I've ever heard.
He's a cuck.
How you can't get more cuck than a fucking
He's
anti-Semitic
trying to
Jew.
suck up to anti-Semites
Holy
now.
shit, that's astounding.
I know we've gone along with this one and probably definitely driven you guys crazy by reading this to you.
Yeah,
and,
no, we've lost our minds.
I just want to say, Matt, any other things that you read?
The one that always takes my eye is is the potted history of America going from of reconciling the Constitution with slavery and Indian destruction, and how you make the founders these paragons of human virtue when they were doing all this horrible stuff. And of course, it's like just classic Whig history, which is the literal opposite of the dialectical materialism, where it's all just ideas and everything getting better over time and just pulled magically along.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, that is Ben Shapiro. Those are the two cities that make the one city. We built this city on rock and roll.
Yeah, it's rock and roll.
The other thing that happened this week we didn't get a chance to talk about was Ben Shapiro destroyed by BBC.
Why don't you just say that you're on the left? Is this so hard for you? Why can't you just be honest?
Mr.
Seriously,
Shapiro,
it's a serious question.
Mr. Shapiro, if you only knew how ridiculous that statement is, you wouldn't have said it. I just asked
Really?
you a question.
Yeah, he got his back walls blown out there.
Who is that?
Ben Shapiro?
No, I know Ben Shapiro. Who's that one BBC guy?
His name is Andrew Neil.
Well, that's the thing. He's a 3,000-year-old Tory.
Yeah,
he's the turtle from Neverending
Yes.
Story. That's like you can't get there. It's over 10,000 miles away.
No, he's like he's like one of these British TV interviewing fossils that he destroyed Ben Shapiro just basically by asking him questions. But the thing is, everyone assumed that it was like Ben Shapiro pawned by reality, but like Andrew Neil is like thinks that being gay is a disease and that like global warming is made up along with vaccines. Like he's just like a weird ancient Tory lunatic.
Which just goes to show how much of a precious little boy Ben is.
Well, the thing is, like, it's just the conventions of like British TV news interviews are completely different than American, which is like in America they always want to get you book backed and they never ask a follow-up question. Where it was like in the BBC, like they take pride in making you uncomfortable or just sticking the knife in.
I've got nothing but time to open up this textually printed copy of your Twitter posts.
Yeah, the best thing is like Andrew Neil, like in the UK, is just like psychotic far right lunatic. But like people who watch it with no context were like, oh, this epic liberal just pwned Ben Shapiro.
Well, but the way
like, no, America's just an exceptionally right wing country.
But that's the thing. That's Ben started that because when he started getting pushback, his only move was, you're actually a liberal, and this is actually a biased interview, because that is the strategy: is that you prevent getting any kind of critical pushback in an interview by working the refs, by establishing a thing where you say any kind of hostility is proof of your bias. And since every American journalist is terrified of being called biased in any way, that keeps them from doing anything that'll make it hard for him to respond.
What's so funny about that is that like this Ben Shapiro is like Mr. Too Damn Debate, and like isn't the entire like convention of a debate is that your opponent is biased against your point of view?
Yes,
or that will argue against
but
it.
But he only wants to debate, as we've discussed many times, weeping college students. Those are the only people who wants to debate. No one else who has ever offered to debate him has ever been taken up on it, other than like dog and pony shows at like Politicon, where it's like just a bunch of media hacks. Otherwise, it's like if you don't have purple hair and you're not already crying when you're talking to him, he doesn't want to debate you.
Yeah, Ben Shapiro will get thrown off if somebody isn't actively shivering around him.
The way to defeat Ben Shapiro is to slow down his voice track to normal one-time speed. He's usually played at 1.5x, and if you just dial him down,
if you chop
a click,
if you chop and screw Shapiro, it's his points become instantly assailable.
It's like he's like the chipmunks. If you slow it down, you can slow it down and hear how they accomplished. Ben Shapiro.
Yeah, no, he should cut a Christmas album too. Alvin, Simon, Shapino.
Actually, your argument is false.
It's absolutely insane that a chipmunk wouldn't wear pants or a coat, but he's going to wear a turtleneck. Unusually bulky. You're going to tell me he's going to wear it to bed? Like he's going to wear it to bed like a nightshirt. Okay, well, that's an entire separate article of clothing that could stand alone. Yet, he doesn't even have underwear on. He can't even wear basketball shorts. Are you going to tell me because his legs are short? There are plenty of people with short legs who wear pants.
We can hardly stand the weight. Please, Christmas, don't be late.
The other funny thing that came out of that was, as you do, you make fun of Ben Shapiro's stupid squeaky voice and his height. But like the backlash to the backlash are people saying that like, please let's make fun of Ben Shapiro, but could you do it based on something other than his height, stupid voice, or general physical appearance? And it's just like, if you can't make fun of someone based on how they look and sound, then what really can you do?
What are we doing here?
Doing here, people?
Let's just pack it in.
And it's like being short. It's not like it's not like he was born with dwarfism or something. Being that's not a disability or anything. It's just
he's just a wee guy.
Yeah,
he's a little guy. I mean, the shortness wouldn't really matter if he didn't have just such a hall monitor energy.
Well, he has short guy energy.
Yeah.
That's the thing. There are short guys that pull it off,
Yeah.
Like Tom Cruise.
Exactly. He's a fucking 5-star pimp.
That's the energy of an intergalactic dictator.
Yeah, he's got big Xenu energy.
I mean, as look, I think, obviously can't speak for everyone, but, I'm only 6'1". Obviously people under 6'3" should be murdered.
Wow.
I actually started like kind of subhuman.
Latter-day Napoleon.
Yeah. I was significantly below average height myself, 6'1". I think it's okay.
I mean, I'm just like a hair under 6 feet and 26 years old as well.
And yeah, as all of us as men below, average height for a man is 6'4". And if you're below that, it's probably okay if someone kills you by accident. Not on purpose, but by accident. And we say it's okay. So there you go.
You please make fun of Ben Shapiro all you want, but can you please do it in dry academic language in a peer-reviewed journal that's properly vetted by academic sources?
No, I mean the only good way to make fun of somebody is like a compound swear that would have like just been even unfunny on like fucking Reddit or GameFAQs in 2005, but sort of make it woke so you're not making fun of anyone's appearance or anything else.
Fuck button.
Yeah, call him a fuck button. That will own him. Everyone loves that.
Are so cool.
Oh my god, they're fucking sick. It's like, wait, all right, he's gonna call him a fuck. Oh wait, no, there's a waffle in there. Where is this guy going? Whoa! Oh my god. I'm glad I brought my seatbelts to this riff. Fuck. Shit. Cut that.
Whoa,
not Chris.
You brought a
God.
seatbelt to a riff fight.
Oh.
You should bring a seatbelt to a rift if you're going to fall into it or something.
What the fuck did you say to me, you little shit?
You go through the rift, and then that's when you encounter Enya.
Yeah,
that's what lays beyond. Well, I want to move on from reviewing comic strips to I've got some very special movie reviews lined up for you guys, but by way of introducing them, I think we should play this clip first. I mean, this is sort of a new character. This is sort of like I don't know, conservative online personality rookie of the year. I'm talking about Ben Shapiro's sister, Abby Shapiro, also known as classically Abby, who is sort of making a play to sort of coast off her brother's mega popularity to be sort of like a sort of conservative like lifestyle blogger and like influencer. But she's also like previously known famously for her wonderful singing voice. And you know, this is one of the most talented things about her. She's really incredible. So let's just let's run that clip of Abby Shapiro singing the national anthem. And I believe this was at CPAC.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the
There we go. There we go.
God.
There we go. Chris, can you just jump ahead to Home of the Brave? There we go. There.
I'm taking a knee.
Oh God!
Oh my fucking God!
Oh!
Holy!
Oh my God!
Shit!
That actually like really hurt. Like that hurt my fucking ears.
It hurt my ears.
Yeah,
That's because you guys are used to all your hip hops and such. You don't know what it is to hear a classically trained musician using their voice as an instrument. I'm sorry that they don't have that on TikTok.
By the way, we started out talking about YouTube algorithms. Like just on the YouTube page for that clip, like one of the suggested videos down was probably a 9-year-old Ben Shapiro playing the violin, and the title of the video was Ben Shapiro plays Schindler's List.
That's dark. My only interaction with Ben ever was he tweeted one time. He tweeted, "What's your favorite underrated film? I'll go first. Mine's Amadeus." And I just replied, "Amadeus won Best Picture and 11 Oscars." Oh my God!
I mean, it hasn't been remade, so I guess that means it's technically underrated now.
True. I want to remake it with like Lil Nas X just to watch Ben Shapiro's head explode.
yes.
I like the Ben Shapiro and Abby Shapiro.
their like obsession with like violin and classical singing, it's cool because their interpretation of it is so shitty and shallow that it just like they only like it in the sense that it's like, oh, this is enjoy this while you're we're enjoying this while you're listening to rap, and it's literally
it's pure. It's just resentment. Like there's no actual like because they're one-dimensional humans who can only like operate on the axis of who they hate, and like things like classic culture are used as weapons because that their parents were because his dad's the composer, I guess. That they just got like the enforced classical education with the idea we're going to make these kids into real classy, fully cultured people. But because it was just, rote and forced, all they have is just like this sad simulacrum of it. And so now for Abby, like classical music just means bellowing like you've been fucking shot with a harpoon.
Yeah.
Also, I will say, like, and I don't throw this word around a ton, but like I think Ben is legit racist. I remember I saw one time on Twitter, like when Black Panther came out, right? Like, whatever, black people were super excited. Finally, like a huge $100 million plus movie that's like not just like for us, but it's like it examines blackness and it's about colonization. Like they were very excited. They were dressing up and going to like the premieres and stuff and like Ben just like there's so many tweets of him being like, Wakanda isn't real. And like blah blah blah. Like the most important thing in the world, according to black people, is that Black Panther came out. And like all these fucking tweets shitting on them, and then someone put up next to them every tweet where he's like, and if this was Westeros, we'd be doing this. And in Westeros they did this. And it's like, oh, okay. So Game of Thrones is cool, but like whatever, Black Panther is terrible because I get it, Ben.
Oh wait,
we see you.
Chris, drop that classically Abby singing Old Time Road, as long as we're talking about Little Time. This is some high tier warbling right here.
I'm gonna take my horse to the old town road. I'm gonna ride.
That's fucking rough.
I surrender. I'll tell you where the bomb is.
That is fucking rough.
Yeah, well, they know why it's supposed to be good. They've had it drilled in their head why this is good. This is good culture. This is classic culture as opposed to the bad modern culture. But they have no idea why. They don't know what the actual like values of it, like the actual valences of it are. They just know you warble, and that's better than rapping.
Yeah, if you
warbling and playing a fiddle is better than rapping and playing hip hop beats or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, if you ask them like, oh, what's your favorite symphony? They'd be like, just name some shit that they play on CVS at the CVS in-house radio station, or like the Band of Brothers theme.
It would have to be something
classical
that people.
symphony.
The thing is, they're wedded to this culture they hate because everything that they like has to be in relationship to that. Like they can't operate as in sort of a quietist mode of enjoying classical culture for its own sake. It can only be a weapon.
Well, speaking of that, their views on culture, I would like to share with you now. These are a series of man and wife, traditional husband and wife movie style watching. This is Abby and her husband sharing their thoughts, I should say, on the films of Quentin Tarantino. And like, this is a long video, so let's just get just get a taste of like
the husband appears to have pink eye. That is pretty classical to get that.
All right, so like let's begin with Abby and her husband, their review of Reservoir Dogs.
Okay. I thought it was extremely along the lines of if you gave a competent high schooler the opportunity to film a stage play.
Yeah, it was very overrated. People talk about this movie like it's amazing. And you know what's weird is it's been a couple of days since we've watched it, maybe a week or so, and I kind of get why. After a certain length of time, you remember the snapshots of it, but actually watching it, no, it's not.
Well, that's
very
every
good.
Tarantino movie.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I really think that's kind of his thing, is that afterwards, after a little bit of time has passed, you remember the punchy moments, and so you're like, oh, I remember liking that movie.
Is Tarantino the memorable ex-girlfriend or boyfriend of film directors, in the sense that, like, you're watching it and you're bored because almost 90% or more of his movies is just dialogue you don't really care about in order to characterize without characterizing people you feel nothing towards.
Yes.
And then the few things you remember are his 2 to 3, it's always 2 to 3, stylish moments in the movie that are like, oh, that was a cool thing, which he probably stole from somewhere else because he's a massive film nerd who just cribs notes.
Yeah.
And then it's a week, it's 2 weeks, and they're like, yeah, that was a cool moment. Maybe you look it up on YouTube. Yeah, that was a cool moment.
Right.
And then you forget that the movie is an hour and 40 minutes of just utter, just boring nonsense otherwise.
Yes.
Or 2 hours, then 2.5 hours, then 2 hours 50 minutes, then 3 hours of nonsense. The guy just keeps adding more and more to these movies. And
All right, we get it, man.
We get. If you go on in this video, Abby's husband will say, his problem with Reservoir Dogs is that like it seemed like it was just like a play rather than a movie, and he also says he didn't care about any of the characters because Tarantino doesn't give them any backstory. And I was just like, yeah, like it would have been a much better movie if it spent like a lot of time just outlining, like, why did these men turn to a life of crime? Who is Mr. Pink really?
I think Felix and I might be able to speak on this a little more based on our ethno backgrounds, but it appears he is suffering from a symptom of having your yarmulke too tight onto your head, and it cuts off the airflow to your brain, and you say stupid things.
And when she talks about like it's just his movies are like 2 to 3 really like stylish moments that you remember and like, and then you watch it again and it's really bad. It's like she's talking about the scene of a guy getting his ear sawed off and then gas poured on it. Like that's the cool fun thing that she's remembering, and she's like, oh, the rest of it's so boring though. So all right,
how could they not like Inglourious Bastard? Didn't they love that movie? Shouldn't they have loved that?
All right, let's see what they have to say about Pulp Fiction. Reservoir Dogs, that's a first effort, but Pulp Fiction, this is the one that really made him.
Mm-hmm.
So Pulp Fiction, 1994. Again, an ensemble crime movie set in Los Angeles. Oh, where did he get that idea before? And so here it's even more disjointed, right? Reservoir Dogs was going to be heist movie, it went wrong. Here it's like an anthology series of short stories that are about a bunch of different characters across the LA underworld. A lot of vignettes, and they intersect, and they don't intersect, and they're anachronistically ordered. So, you're going back and forth in time and across threads, and it's like stylishness, the movie.
Yes,
not
very
fashion.
much so.
Oh my goodness, not fashion, but in terms of like self-consciously directing. Yes, wait.
Yes.
Oh, I think we're getting into opinion. Time to hit the clock.
Okay, let's go.
Boom.
So here's what I thought about Pulp Fiction. It felt like the kind of movie that tickles your brain. You're like, oh, I remember that person from that vignette. That's cool. It connects. Does it mean anything? No. But
wait, I'm sorry. We're talking about Pulp Fiction or all Tarantino movies? Does it mean anything?
No. Fair enough. But this movie specifically, I felt that. I felt like, oh, this is kind of fun because you're connecting the dots, because he's kind of like giving you little hints in each vignette of how they all connect, and that's kind of like entertaining, but it doesn't mean anything. And I feel like that's a big thing, exactly like you just said, in Tarantino films, is that there's all this style and there's all these things that he puts in, like when you open the briefcase, it glows. Oh, that's interesting. Why?
Well, it turned out they just kind of did that. And then later on, when one of the guys who's like the big producer on the movie was interviewed about it, because, oh my God, the fan theories that we've heard from people when we went on Twitter and said we weren't the biggest fans. Oh, but once you know what's in the briefcase, it's profound. And then it turns out that the people who made the movie said, oh yeah, it's whatever you want it to be. It's just a plot point. Like, we put a light in there because it was cool.
Right.
That's the level of the creator's relationship to this movie. But because the style and the way it's talked about feels so significant, people want to import meaning. But like, this is like a bad English class where your teacher tells you the book is great, and so it just gives you an
okay,
A
all right,
to
pause. Okay,
Sir,
so
I give up. I surrender.
It's okay. It's like you say it's like a bad English class because it allows you, the viewer, the ability to import meaning on something that isn't explicitly spelled out for you. But like, it's clear from their takes on these films, and like, you don't necessarily have to like Reservoir Dogs or Pulp Fiction or think Tarantino's the greatest filmmaker, that like essentially their problem with them as art is that like they don't just like it doesn't mean anything because the script and director don't tell you what it means explicitly. All right, so like this is the last one, and this one is by far the most.
Hold on, but can I ask a question? Well, what movies do they like? Like, what do they have? Ones where they're like, this is a great movie. This is whatever. The Chosen, starring Robbie Benson. Like, what do they like? I
would have to do more research into that, but my guess would be like Saving Private Ryan would be their like example of like the best movie ever made. But like, okay, all right, let's go to this is the shortest one. I just want to see just the very beginning of it. This is their take on Jackie Brown.
So here are my thoughts on Jackie Brown. It was entirely forgettable.
Stop.
Also, just that's not. A movie could be forgettable, but you can't describe it as forgettable and have anyone give a shit. That's not an actual, like, a meaningful criticism of film is one that communicates, and it takes the subjective experience of watching a movie and translates it. I don't know what's in your brain, you motherfucker. I don't know if you're fucking what you're forgetting. Maybe you got hit in the head.
Well, we know what's in their brain. Like, if you look at the background of the video, there are these like reprint lithographs of women in fancy dresses from the 20s, and like just I'm obsessed with their interior. Like, look, like if you go to this video, it's just like their entire house, and really their personal and cultural affect is like if you put a gun in a 10-year-old's face and we're like, all right, you have to become fancy.
Yeah, she's got fucking posters just of ladies in old-timey evening gowns. Just to remind you of a simpler time.
This is a bit of a Star is Born situation where you brought me into this because you hooked me into the star, Abby, but then this other person is a much bigger star.
Her
boyfriend is her husband is a much bigger star in my mind. And by star, I mean someone that, like, when I wake up to pee at 2 a.m, I'll lay in bed thinking about why is he in my life? Why am I thinking about him right now?
He is a fascinating figure because he's a Jewish man, but his personal style and affect is like, it's like, you know, a guy in the Dallas-Fort Worth area who's $300,000 in debt and hangs out exclusively in axe-throwing bars. And he also has pink eye, again, in this video.
Yeah, also a little bit of the male lead on a sitcom's best friend.
Yes.
Oh, I'm going to wear this like floral shirt. He's so crazy. He's going to go kick off the B story.
He has the it factor.
So I was watching this excruciating video of them, shit all over Tarantino, which is like, fine, you can make intelligent criticisms of his films. They obviously haven't come close to that because they're just it doesn't mean anything, or like it doesn't tell me what it means, or it doesn't have like a wholesome or uplifting message. And it was like the Reservoir Dogs and Pulp Fiction thing. Like I was watching, I was like, oh god, this is fucking unbearable. And then they bring up Jackie Brown, which I think is like legitimately probably his best film. And they're just like, okay, well, what do you think about it? Totally forgettable. And it's just like, whenever I see this shit, like, these are the worst movies that millennials like. I think you should be required by law to put out your 10 favorite movies so that I can fucking come, so I can come down on all of it with a steel-toed fucking boot. Because like you shouldn't be able to like just only shit on popular, like well-respected stuff without like going on the record of like what do you consider like a great film or great art? What's the great American novel in your fucking opinion, Abby?
Yeah, this is absolute shit. It's ruined my day.
In between breath, take the shot.
You've done really good out there, kid.
This is high school. Nothing that happens here matters in the real world.
Okay, we are in charge now, so please pull out whichever app you use to do live streaming video. Get them up and running and point it at me. Now!
I'm calling 911.
Get back to your homeroom and stay put until
You should be ashamed.
Are you guys nervous to be here with us?
A little bit.
Yes.
I get nervous around the young savages, the young gunners on the street.
Young savages? Damn. Good. You fucking should watch your.
I don't have the hairline of a young savage.
I do.
It's true. One of the savagest hairlines you can possibly have.
I got a hairline in the back of my head with like my eyes.
Well, here we go. Hey, boys. It's Chapo. We're back again. It's me, Matt, and Felix. But joining us this week are three young savages that I think you guys are really going to get a kick out of. It's the podcast about List Gang in the house. What's up?
That's right.
Yeah.
What's up, guys?
What's up?
What's up?
We're bringing that back.
Yeah. We got a lot of complaints that we were, essentially we were reviewing a lot of Christian movies that are all are actually about high school. Like all these Christian movies are about people who are 15 and like have to save the world or have to save Jesus Christ. And the average age of our guests is I would say about 73 years old. And I don't think this is an error in our part. Like we vet industry professionals, but we are, every February we're open to audience suggestions. So we've brought down the average guest age. We have people who are their memories of high school are closer. We all on the show, we're all 63 years young. Mm-hmm. When we were in high school, we played football with leather helmets and turtlenecks.
Yeah, I'm still in high school. I don't know.
Yeah,
I know about the other two.
15-year-olds on. We're ringers.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So this is, we've done we're reviewing. I wouldn't really call this a Christian movie.
No, it's not. No, it's
not
really
really.
not.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There are Christian elements in it, but it's not made as a Christian
Like a mom
movie.
with cancer. I would say that's an extremely Christian motif.
That's whenever Christians they can't think of something more tragic, they already spent their tragedy point. They're like, yeah, fuck it, cancer mom.
Yeah, insanely hot mom who has to be bald.
Mm-hmm. The biggest tragedy of all.
Yeah, that's why the girl in the movie was so mad. She's like, my hot mom, Rhoda Mitchell, looks disgusting after chemo. She's not even dead.
There's the fucking scene where she comes back. She doesn't have hair at first, and then she does, and the girl goes like, "Oh, nice hair."
Yeah.
I thought that going into this, that you guys maybe asked us to be on this because I looked like the school shooter or something, and it was such a disappointment to find out I looked like the mom. That really fucked with my head.
So, in case you haven't figured it out already, we've got the Pod About Lisp gang in the house, both because we want the young, hungry wolves inside the tent, just snuggling with us rather than trying to get in the tent and rip our throats out. But we also wanted to show them the new Ben Shapiro produced Daily Wire exclusive film product, Run, Hide, Fight. It's a survival thriller about what you would do in a school shooting style kinetic scenario. Mm-hmm. And I just want to
do all this.
Yeah.
Just want to get that out there.
Yeah. If you follow the steps laid out in this movie, you stand a pretty good chance of surviving a mass shooting situation.
Or if you die, they will name one of the bathroom stalls at the high school after you for your heroism.
Just a plaque on the door.
One kid gets the stall, and the other kid gets the toilet inside. Not enough stalls to name after people.
They could put an eternal flame in a urinal.
True.
Urinal cakes with the kids' faces on them.
I want to make clear though that this is distributed by Ben Shapiro's Daily Wire. It's exclusive to their streaming platform, I guess. But I should be clear that this movie, they did not they got the distribution rights to it. At no point were they involved in the writing or actual production of this film, which screened at the Venice Film Festival, but not in competition. It was just sort of screened there. And, it's a movie that does reflect their rather stupid right-wing politics, but they were smart enough to pick up a movie that this is not True Allegiance, the movie. And it just shows that they were smart enough to think that okay, this is our entryway into the broader culture. So let's pick a movie that we had nothing to do with because we are just loathsome dorks. And if we're trying to broaden our appeal, we need a little buy-in from a movie audience. And I think that it is my grim duty to report these grim and brutal truths. Run, Hide, Fight is a movie I would describe as not wholly terrible, and in fact, even had some pretty good kills in it.
I actually would go a little farther. I really actually liked it. I enjoyed the entire. I enjoyed the whole thing, and I will admit that a lot of that was. I mean, I was sort of like, okay, what is this? But then it had never really lost me, and then school shooting happened, and they started shooting people, and they were using real guns with blanks and squibs. And at that point, it was basically inevitable that I was going to love it. And by the end of it, I was like, I can't get annoyed by any of this, because when they shoot people, the fucking blood comes out of them.
Okay.
And no movies do that anymore. And I just cannot, I don't have the luxury of turning my nose up at a movie that does that at this point.
So I raised my first objection in the episode. I think that Matt has an obsession with squibs and fake guns, rather similar to, sometimes when a child develops an obsession with like conveyor belts or price guns or things like that, and learns everything about them, and they stop screaming and shaking when they see one. You have to take them to Costco to calm them down.
Spoken like a man who did not see Da 5 Bloods. Has anyone seen that movie? The Spike Lee movie that was on Netflix?
No, I haven't seen it yet.
No. It's all in Vietnam, and there's a bunch of shooting. They use rubber guns. They have to mime the recoil, and it's not even just squibs, not even just CGI blood. They use CGI muzzle flashes. And the whole thing is like a cartoon. Any kind of real drama is just bleached out of it as you're watching that. And that's a fucking Oscar-winning screen filmmaker. And the demons at Netflix were like, no, cheaper, lower price point. And to me, that's so repulsive that I don't care if Ben Shapiro was involved. That I will defend this movie to my squib.
Here's my question.
My squib aided death.
I agree with you. Like, I strongly prefer that, but it didn't blind me to the reality that this movie sucked.
Okay, we'll go through it.
We'll get into it. It's pretty goofy, but if I would have like one overarching criticism of this movie, is that it could have been, it's not a good movie, but it could have been good, in my opinion, if it had leaned wholly into being what it actually is, which is a deeply sleazy exploitation film that just rings feeling out of exploiting school shootings and mass shootings in our sort of public consciousness. But instead, both in the way that the Daily Wire has promoted it and the film itself, the movie really does, and the filmmaker, I think, really think that this is like a serious movie that asks a question like, what would you do? Like, it's like that's a worthy question to be posed in a movie about mass murder, rather than just exciting us with a vicarious thrill of shooting up your high school.
I agree with that. It's like we talked about how S. Craig Zoller is the best reactionary filmmaker, and this really felt like a Zoller-esque movie where it just didn't have the courage to fully hit the exploitation pedal to the metal the way he does.
Yeah, it's super like nasty and exploitative, especially the first scene when they just pull in and start shooting people. But then it's like they don't commit to it. They have the ghost, the imaginary friend mom, and who's giving helpful advice through the movie. And there's this scene where the guy's like, "Well, we're not Nazis," and it's just like, come on, go for it. I want to see something really evil.
I want to see some Uwe bullshit.
Yeah, if I'm watching a movie about a school shooting, I want it to be pure evil. You know what I mean?
I want him to say that he made the school in Doom. I want it's got to be something like that.
See, I actually have a theory where the main school shooter actually is fully evil, but we'll get to that.
Yeah, he wears a velour jacket. That's evil.
That is pretty evil.
I mean, you know what I was thinking about a lot was that movie where Muslims try to time travel to kill Jesus Christ.
Assassin 33.
Yeah. And The Reliant. And I liked how idiosyncratic they were, because we've talked about this a lot with ostensibly or explicitly Christian or more explicitly conservative movies, that there's a real fucked upness about them. There's a real there's so many jagged edges that are the gulf between the filmmaker's intentions and what they are able to actually do, that it creates this very interesting thing that isn't the smoothed over crap you usually see. And this was mostly the smoothed over crap. There were parts of this where I was like, oh, okay, this is The Reliant. And for instance, where it's oh yeah, she sees ghost appearances of her cancer mom. That's a very shitty Christian movie, and I enjoyed that. But for the most part, it was just you know what this movie is? Everyone has that friend who's constantly fucking up. They're the person in your life who it's always something, right? Like they lost their fucking wallet, or like they it wasn't their fault, but they like crashed their car into a curb so hard the tire fucking exploded or something. It's just always something. And when they're not like texting you about some problem they created, they're like, have you ever seen Galacticus? It's like something that only comes out in red boxes in St. Louis. Just people who haven't been in a movie in theaters in 10 years in it. And that's what the rest of this movie felt like to me.
Okay, you know what I couldn't stop thinking about throughout this entire movie, particularly as it relates to the bad kids, the villains, and their school shooting plot? I could not get out of my head watching this entire movie that prospector tweet about doing a mass shooting at Pfizer and then having the SWAT team lead him away in the van and compliment him on his loadout.
Yeah, I guess that's undeniable about this movie is that the bad guys do have swag.
Yeah,
It's
no,
just sad that they have swag.
their plan is pretty goated, honestly.
And they keep complimenting them on the plan throughout the movie, too.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, if this were a better movie, it would be loathed and reviled, not because Ben Shapiro is involved in it, but it would be loathed and reviled because it basically is a blueprint for how to get like a massive KD ratio at a school shooting.
Yeah.
Well, that's like, so I figured out like that is one of the only things about it that's identifiably very political. Everything that conservatives like latched onto after like Sandy Hook or whatever, where it's like, oh well, like the problem isn't that like just any schizophrenic person can just like buy a fucking gun. It's that they do the school safety meetings in public where you sure can do it, and it's like, yeah, I mean, like I guess they shouldn't do that, but is that really the problem here? I don't know. I'm not even like a super. I'm not really into gun control all that much, but it just seemed like all the things that they latch onto to explain like why school shootings happen in this country and don't happen in others. And I mean, like I have my own theories about why this is such a mass shootery country, and I think it stems back to just the basic idea of culture being downstream from politics, that like the political ethos you get from having like the dominant empire in the world is that like human life is meaningless, that like you can kill 1 million people in another fucking country on a lie and it's just okay, and you can even be a hero for participating in it, and it cheapens and just deadens people's values of human life, and that it's also like this in every empire. Like young men used to, if you were a middle class young man, like a lot of these shooters are, you would just like fucking go overseas and kill somebody and come back, and that was part of growing up.
Yeah.
And like now, because we've like outsourced war to be invisible to us, and for the fighters of our wars to be invisible mostly, like that doesn't go away, and it just gets turned on, our own people. But like the Daily Wire isn't going to do that. Like the Daily Wire, like their idea of how you should stop mass shootings is like, oh, we should send every mentally ill person to serve in the IDF so they can do this constructively.
Well, before we get into actually talking about the film itself, I do want to share with you guys briefly just a clip from the Daily Wire's backstage premiere event. Before they screen this movie, and I just want to give you like you and the listeners here just a little flavor of the geniuses behind the film distribution of this and sort of how they see the film at least. So, Chris, could you bring that up?
Now, about a decade ago, maybe more than a decade ago.
Oh my!
I know.
Yeah, look at this.
Really good.
And we met in my two-bedroom condo, and we were talking about making movies and how difficult it was for conservatives to understand that we actually need to challenge in the culture. And over the preceding 10 years, we've seen as the culture has moved further and further left, as more and more people are shut out of not only the entertainment industry, but out of sports, out of journalism, as we saw today, and out of virtually every area of American life, how there's a blue tsunami that has come and washed through all of our institutions. And we've been talking for a long time about how we need to fight back on this level. One of the things that I have to say here is nothing but love for our audience. I mean, seriously, nothing but love for our audience, because what we're doing here is truly something audacious. I mean, because there's a gap that has always existed in the conservative mind between the stuff that we say that we want to watch and then the stuff that people actually want to watch. And a lot of conservatives, if you ask them what kind of TV do you want to watch, and they'll say, well, like a Hallmark film. Right, something that I can go to church and feel good that I've watched.
Remember
and
Little House on the Prairie?
Exactly. And then when it comes time to sit down with the wife or sit down with the husband and sit down with the boyfriend or girlfriend, or then you just flip on Netflix and whatever everybody else is watching, that's what you're watching, and you're giving your money to people who really despise your values. Well, what we've decided to do here.
All right, now enough of this. Enough of this.
With a film.
You get the thing. I just
It looks like on cinema.
Yeah, it looks like for the listeners here, like
They got the popcorn machine.
A jar of Twizzlers and then a jar of Skittles. They're all wearing fucking tuxedos and patent leather shoes, but then there's just like a buffet.
There's also a cigar store Indian in the background.
Yeah, what the fuck? This feels
basement. Whose dad's basement is this?
This feels exactly like Christopher Moltisanti pitching his movie about like a serial killing mob man.
And just one other thing, it's like the Chiron, it like the set, and not just the set, but the brains behind the words are exactly identical to the On Cinema Oscar specials. Like, everything about it is perfect. But there's a chyron on the bottom that just says "Take back our culture," and they view this movie as their attempt to take back the culture by producing something that has a skein, a sort of a sheen of conservative politics to it. But like as Ben Shapiro says, it's like nonetheless, you can watch it on Netflix with your boyfriend or girlfriend.
Wait, can I just point out one thing on the set that I just noticed?
Yeah.
They have a bell jar full of pipes on the table, like smoking pipes.
Yeah, what the fuck is that?
That's distinguished. That's elegant.
Yeah, this is like what I think my clubhouse would be when I was like 5.
Yeah. This is the intersection of class and swag right here. This is
that's basically like that place looks like Neverland Ranch if Michael Jackson molested middle-aged white men.
Oh my God! Instead of offering them wine, he just gets your uncle in there and he's like, "Hey, want a Cuban? Want a cigar?
Just want a huge bucket of popcorn?
You want to? Hey, this is Jesus' dick. Suck on that."
My uncle didn't get molested by Michael Jackson, but he had really intimate, like, emotional connections with them, and then just moved on to older uncles.
I do want to say though
Bob
that
Seger's in that room if you want to go meet him.
So yeah, the set is identical to On Cinema, and I do love that they're all smoking cigars because like that is like the sort of middle-aged conservative guy affectation of being cool. It's like, yeah, I'm not just a conservative. I'm not just like some front of the class kid who's been bringing a Snap briefcase to fucking grade school. I got a little bit loose here. I like to put a big turd in my mouth and suck on it. But I do want to note though that this movie is currently at 25% on Rotten Tomatoes, and I swear to God, if the Daily Wire were not involved in distributing this movie, there is no way it would be rated that low.
No,
considering the shit that gets fucking like Hosannas, the absolute garbage that the fucking streaming services put out that gets like critical acclaim, absolutely ridiculous.
No, I mean, I actually think like if they didn't do their cool production where they're all wearing fucking tuxedos and like if they created a shell company basically and were like, this isn't a Daily Wire movie, like I think they would eventually succeed in sort of shifting the culture right if you just made more. Because the move isn't to make Mel Gibson makes movies that are sometimes have like conservative undertones, and it's the same with Clint Eastwood, but it's like you don't change the culture necessarily with Oscar bait or near Oscar bait. You change it with the movies that imbeciles like rent from Redbox or watch on Netflix, and this is one of those movies. Like that 25%, I completely agree. I have seen this movie sucks. But I have seen people rave over much shittier movies. And there's no reason why, they did crack the code. They cracked the code of what the average Indiana Opana residue liquor likes in a movie. They could make more of these.
That's why we're here. We're here to raise that Rotten Tomatoes number up.
Let's get it up, folks.
That's what I'm here for.
Get it up to 50%. By the end of this episode,
I just
If
think
Ben
it's
Shapiro promises to put squibs back in movies, he could literally be in charge of Hollywood. I don't give a fuck.
Well, I mean, I read one review where it was just like, it's impossible to separate this movie from like the truly terrible people who produce it. And I'm like, what?
Yes, you can. Are you a baby?
Unlike every other Hollywood movie that's produced.
Anyway, time to watch X-Men First Class.
Yeah.
Annie Hall sitting at 94% on Rotten Tomatoes.
All right, but I mean, let's. Let's start going through the movie bit by bit. And I think the important thing to remember here is that Ben Shapiro and friends all think that this movie like should win Best Picture, and won't because of liberal bias.
Like when American Sniper was robbed.
Exactly.
So like, so yeah, like I said, this movie has pretensions of realism, and it always seems to be asking the audience, "What would you do?" I mean, even the title of the movie, Run, Hide, or Fight, it should be called. But the movie's answer to that question is be John McClane. Like, if you're not being John McClane in a survival situation, you might as well kill yourself before it even starts.
Have a sniper dad.
That's how all conservatives answer that question, though. It's like, what would you do in this situation? And they're like, well, I just kill everybody. You just kill all the bad guys so easily.
Yeah, the big problem that the kids at Parkland had is that they didn't level up their dad's sniper stats.
Yeah.
And you need that for the final school shooter boss fight.
You have to kill a living thing before school every day to get primed
The problem
for what you might
is
run
that
into.
The problem at Parkland was that David Hogg's FBI dad was like a fucking like white collar crime guy and not member of a hostage rescue team.
Yeah, when they got the shooter on the horn at Parkland, his dad, David Hogg's dad, was like, "Can you convert him to Islam so I can like entrap him in the stupidest plot of all time?"
I have nothing else.
Yeah,
I have no other skills.
Look, is the shooter a 70 IQ Muslim 14-year-old? No. Well, good luck, guys.
So yeah, the movie opens up, and it's like it's our main character as a hero who's like she's a teenage girl, and she's with her dad, and they're hunting in the woods. And she draws a bead on a good looking buck, pulls the trigger, blow, takes it down. But the deer, it was not a instant kill shot. And then her dad, played by the great Thomas Jane, always a joy to see him in a movie. I'd like to see more Thomas Jane in movies, in my opinion.
Absolutely,
agreed.
So goddamn came here to motherfucking do.
And what they came to motherfucking do is kill this deer. But the deer is like wheezing as its lungs fill with blood, and he's like He begins to lecture his daughter, and he's like, you still have a responsibility here. There's still some work to be done. But before he even gets done finishing his little spiel about how you have to honor the kill, she just takes a giant rock and crushes this thing's skull. Just whack.
Love that.
Doesn't even wait for the dad to finish his sort of inspirational dadly speech. So she's like, this is a girl who's, she's okay with killing. She's inured to death and violence. So like that's our hero of the movie. And that's, honestly, you have to basically make yourself like that if you wanted to survive any kind of kinetic situation. So step one, kill an animal.
There's no way to make a character more relatable than just instantly have them cave in a defenseless animal's skull like in the first 2 minutes of the movie.
They had to show that she turned to a savage.
I thought that was a very funny moment because he's in the middle of literally a sentence and she just crushes the skull. I laughed. I thought that's clever. I thought it was funny, but it's also true that the warning signs of someone who's going to shoot a school are the same as the sign that somebody can survive a school shooting, which is killing animals.
Well, do you believe in vaccines or not?
So yeah, her dad is a troop dad, and her mom is a cancer mom and also a ghost.
Classic couple.
One of the best combos.
Yeah.
The mom is played by Radha Mitchell, who you remember from such films as Pitch Black and Man on Fire. And I got to say,
the Silent Hill series.
Always like to see Radha Mitchell in a movie too. So it's got some good casting in this movie, but it's mainly about the kids. The adults are filled in with character actors of yore, but this movie's mainly about the kids, and it's about this teenage girl. Who's sort of, she likes wearing her dad's army jacket to school every day because she's like, yeah, every day at high school is a fucking war, Dad. And he's like, take it off. And there's one point where Thomas Jane says to her, he's like, you've got a look that guys in my unit had. You need to come back. You need to refocus here. You need to be drawn back into humanity because she has Fallujah PTSD from having her mom die or something.
Yeah. No, I lost a parent to cancer, and I am an operator. Yeah, no.
So she gets picked up at her house, and like I would say another plus to this movie is that the action starts pretty quickly, and like there's not a lot of like boring lead up. It's basically like her and her sort of friend zoned best guy friend drive
Her
to
Urkel.
school. Yeah.
Okay. I had some problems with this. I did not realize until about a quarter into this movie. Well, first, let's just say this is a Rosario Dawson, Cory Booker type relationship. I thought he was the gay best friend. I'm not trying to be mean. I literally thought that. I was very confused.
He's super soy is the thing. He's got the soy banter down, and like that's sort of it codes over a while as being sort of effeminate.
Yeah, he's doing like Joss Whedon, like They Fly Now stuff, like while the shooting's happening.
Yeah.
Everyone's doing that. Like the shooter does that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like, it's the most-
I think that's a great choice. I will defend it later.
Okay. Well, so I mean, I would say, like they're on their way to school, and then they see like one of the weird kids in a field doing something shady, and they're like, okay, I hope that doesn't come back later in the plot. But so they get to school, and I thought there was another sort of like a clever plot device here, where that it's like. The school shooting happens on the day of senior prank day and senior promposal day. So it's
Worst like prank of all time.
And a lot of the pranks are like, let's set off these firecrackers or balloons, or like, wouldn't it be crazy if we played gunshots over the PA? So when it does actually happen, they're not ready. People think it's a joke, but no, it's very real. It's very real.
I like that everyone had their own individual pranks.
Yeah.
Like everyone had their own thing to do. Like I feel like that's not usually how it happens on prank
No,
day,
it's
but
usually
maybe
like
that's
one
just me.
collective prank.
Yeah, I don't remember like everyone doing their own thing.
And like something like they fill an office with balloons. There's sort of like a sloping hallway that they put a slip and slide and like Crisco on so people fall down. This all comes back later, in the kinetic situation. But it's like pretty much a standard day at school. The friend zone friend is like really struggling to shoot his shot and invite her to prom, but she doesn't want to go with him because she's still traumatized by the death of her mom. But things are going along. The chemistry class teacher is played by the great Barbara Crampton. Horror movie legend and all-time
babe.
All-time dime. Horror movie icon. Barbara Crampton is the good-natured chemistry teacher. So basically, like they're sitting in the cafeteria. The friend zone guy, the Cory Booker character, asks her to prom, and she sort of blows him off and leaves the cafeteria. But then the action starts. The bad kids, they drive like a fucking a white van like through the fucking door of like the school, just crashes it into the cafeteria, gets out and just starts shooting people. And then like the evil plan begins to unravel. And like how would you guys describe? I thought like Matt will feel differently here, but I thought a big weakness of the movie was it's the antagonists, the villains. I thought were not really that scary or evil, and I just found them to be like annoying and pretty soy.
Yeah, they're like Suicide Squad characters.
Yeah. What I liked about them, they're like kind of like each an archetype of like a possible school shooter. Like there's the kid who like his pants got pulled down. Everyone saw his wiener. Like that's one archetype. There's like the big like ogre guy who like hears voices in his head. That's another one. And then there's a girl who's too goth. And then there's like the main guy whose his thing is just like he's very clever, and that's why he wants to kill everyone.
The main guy is 100%. The main villain is 100% Joker-fied. This is this is a kid who saw the Joker, and that's where he got the idea to like he calls himself an agent of truth.
Yes, and see, all right, I'll say it now. I like that. I like that he was soy because that is evil now. That is what evil is. How is evil manifested? It's like it's glib irony. It's like you go to see movies, you go to see Marvel movies, and it's like, oh, nothing means anything. No emotion can be real. Everything has to be ironically distanced, and that turns you into a fucking psychopath. So we've gone from like Klebold and Harris, like heavy metal, like hard, nihilist evil, to like literally a fucking Marvel villain, bad guy, like a guy who's trying to be Thanos. And to me, that is like as good art should be, if resident of the moment. Like I'm not scared of some like grimdark guy who's trying to like make a fucking Burzum album come to life, because that's too earnest for kids these days. That's too earnest for the moment. What's real for the moment is people who are pathologically incapable of being sincere. And that's the bad guy. And when you're pathologically capable of being sincere and having real emotions, blowing up your school as a bit becomes something that's a real possibility. And what's the real motivation? Getting famous. The only thing that matters is if you're the only real person in the world, the only thing that could ever be a reason, a motive force for doing anything is to become the only person in the world by making everybody else acknowledge you.
And to that end, the main villain kid, as soon as he sort of like attains control of the cafeteria after shooting a couple people, and I believe he says trigger warning before killing. He
does.
Yeah,
which is I like. Fucking
that's good
stuff, dude.
But you know, but then he tells everyone to take out their phones and start live streaming him. And he's like, you want to know how I got these faves and retweets? You want to know how I got on Hassan Piker's show? I don't have a plan. But yeah, like so they start live streaming the mass shooting, and then of course like our hero is, you know, she was able to sort of like cowering in a bathroom as like some girl comes in bleeding from her stomach or something, and then she realizes what's going on, and like the rest of the school has no clue what's going on yet. But you know, like the hero is going to attempt to run, hide, fight. I mean, it's all there, and it's actually her ghost mom who tells her to run, hide, and fight at various points in this movie.
Do you think that the ghost mom is also talking to the tall ogre guy?
Yeah.
He's hearing the same voice. She's just saying fight to him.
It was gonna be the ghost dad, but he's not allowed within 100 yards of a school.
So like in terms of the sort of more overt conservative politics, there's a funny moment where like early on in the mass shooting, like the campus safety officer, like the campus security guard comes in, and he's like please stop the shooting, and then the Joker kid is just like, how are you gonna do? You don't even have a gun, asshole. What the fuck are you gonna do? And then the principal comes in and is like, you know, like I'm sorry you had to go to my office twice a week. We can work this out. And then like he just kills him. But before you think he's doing the mass shooting because the principal has been mean to him. But no, this kid is so Joker-fied and is such a twisted genius that he got himself sent to the principal's office twice in 1 week to steal copies of his ID and keys to better do his evil plan. That's mindset. Like I said, the plan is pretty goated, and like so, like they let the school safety officer live, but like he pisses his pants, and then it's shown that he spends about 20 minutes when he could be warning other students and teachers that there's a shooting going on, changing his giant khakis to like
the biggest cargos he had. He needed to hop
And I
into
love that he has an extra pair in his office. He's like,
it's not
there's
the
no
first
way.
time it's happened.
No, it's happened. Some
I'm
kid
here
accidentally bumped into him, and he's pissed himself before.
Yeah, it's like, look, I am in that school 40 hours a week. There's no way I'm not pissing my pants at some point.
So, so the Joker kid, and like here's the thing about their plan. Like the Joker kid has come up with this plan and enlisted the help of a kid with a small wiener, his goth girlfriend, and her is sort of like a Lenny like simpleton who hears voices, but you know is pretty handy with a gun. And then, but his plan is all based on the fact that he has researched like schools' contingencies for mass shooting events and has exploited the weaknesses in their own response. They're sort of their programmed response. So like they set off a bomb elsewhere in town to like get the fire department and police looking elsewhere. They cut the phone lines, or like there's a whole thing about how according to school regulation, you have to check to see if a mass shooting is actually happening before you go into lockdown. So he's like the movie's trying to teach you about how we should change laws and legislation. And there is actually, I would say, a kind of anti-lockdown, anti-shelter-in-place message in this movie, because it's all about how like you can't just shelter in place. You have to run, hide, fight. You can't just do what the authorities tell you. You know, that makes it easier for you to be rounded up and slaughtered by the Joker and bad kids.
Imagine how much easier it would be if each one of those kids had killed 4 people instead of just that girl. It would have been over instantly.
Well, it's like, yeah, sometimes every team has a DAR leader, and every team has a guy who's just laying an egg, can't hit a shot.
Exactly, and they had a whole school of them.
They panicked. They couldn't counter-strafe.
Imagine if every student had a ghost mom to give them advice. That was the problem.
Exactly,
Yeah, no, there wasn't enough ghost parents.
Ghost mom had the assists all game long.
Oh, yeah.
There's another thing where like he lets all the kids call their parents before they live stream, and like the friend zone kid calls his mom. And there was a funny part in the screenplay where he tells his mom, "I love you to the moon and back." And I was like, okay, I know you didn't get invited to prom, but like, don't ask your mom, dude. You're about to die.
Yeah, the further that, the more we saw that character, the more clear it was that like on set, that actor was like, I don't get it. Like, what's my motivation? And then they just pointed to Ben Shapiro on set. And they were like, you see that gay nerd over there? Just do like basically everything he would do and his voice for the entire movie.
I mean, I'm going to defend him here. The good thing about inviting your mom to prom is that she can rent a car for you guys. You're too young.
Yeah.
Unless you go to
legally
prom
drink
when
and
you're
drive.
25, which is also okay. And that was the message of this movie.
You can go to prom at 25.
It's normal to do.
Mm-hmm. Look, who else is going to buy the kids alcohol?
Exactly.
Let's just see here. The hero is like she's seeking to save her not boyfriend, which is like a little trying to save his life, but you won't go to prom with him. I mean, come on. The bad kids kill the lunch lady, but like the lunch lady's like, you should be ashamed of yourself, brat. Like she gets murked. And then like
she was the biggest bully in the school. Like I saw the Snyder cut of this movie, and there's a 2-hour prologue pre-credits where like she's serving all the kids lunch, and she's like, "More breads for you, gay wad." I bet you want more fucking square shitty pizza because your mom left your dad.
I mean, if you think about it, lunch ladies are nutrition police.
Yeah,
like they literally police what you eat. They're food cops.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There's zero difference between a police officer and a lunch lady.
Facts.
Yeah.
Let's see. Then there's another like a small bit of like overt like kind of Christian politics and right wing sort of point of view in this movie because at one point the Joker kid does see some hot girl clutching a crucifix, and he's like, "Oh, you how could you believe in God now? I'm going to kill you." And she's like, "God lets the evil have free will so that they can be judged." And then he's like, "Okay, that's a pretty good answer. I'm going to move on."
Yeah, he doesn't make it at all.
Fair enough.
I also love the pattern of people like this is another clear conservative point of view in this movie is people constantly trying to do like conflict resolution or like psychoanalysis to these people and just instantly getting murked. Just every time somebody's like, "Why are you doing this?" They're like, "Bullet in your head."
Yeah, I mean, like they're sort of like theater kids. It's like if theater kids kill 15 people in your high school because they want to put on a show, and like of course they're all about getting media attention, and like eventually like the cops and administration gets hip to what's happening, and they show up, and the media shows up, and they just want to get more views. They want to get more views. They want to get on the news. They want to be famous. There's one scene though where like as part of their plan, they realize like that, once the school goes into lockdown, like all the kids have to like stay in their class and like barricade the door or whatever, even though, and I think this is the point the movie's making about how stupid lockdowns are. And I gotta say, I kind of agree with them. If I was in like a first floor classroom of a fucking building that a shooting was going on in, I would go straight out the fucking window. None of this, like, I'm just gonna like sit in class under my desk and hope nothing bad happens. Shit, even if you're on a second floor window, just chance it. And there's actually
my fate is in the hands of like a fucking like my health teacher who is wearing sweatpants.
Yeah, the teachers are so useless. It really like I feel like the three main like messages this is trying to send is like goths are evil, teachers should get a pay cut, and blondes really do have more fun.
There is a crucial moment though. Our hero is a blonde, and there's a crucial moment where like after she is able to escape the cafeteria and gets out of the school building, but she doesn't just run away. She goes back into the building to help her fellow students, and like she like her friend comes with her, but she's like, "No, there's still people inside. Like I have to warn them." And like she's banging on windows, and they're like, "Enough of that, Mrs. So and so. Like school senior prank day is it only comes once a year, but we're not having any of this." So yeah, like the teachers are all universally useless, and they get plenty of their kids killed. There's one scene though where the Joker kid goes into a Spanish class, and there's like this like hot as fuck Spanish teacher, and he makes her take her shirt off and show him his tits. But like if this were like a true piece of like classic right-wing exploitation cinema, the audience would have got to see nudity instead of it just being implied. Like if this was a Michael Winner Golan Globus film, you would be seeing her tits no matter how horrible the circumstances are. So they sort of they pulled their shot on that one. They pulled their punch when it came to that scene.
Well, yeah, well, like it's implied that he's gonna like further assault her, but then the soy kid is like, "Oh, you're trending," and he's like, oh, "What are people saying?"
Yeah, I do love also that he at the beginning when they first bust into the cafeteria, he kind of like makes fun of them for caring about social media. He's like, "Oh, all you care about is like your likes and faves," and then the entire plot is just him trying to like while out on IG Live for 10K.
So as the hero is trying to warn more classes, she runs afoul of the goth girlfriend who like shoots her. And like they have a fight. They go into the room full of balloons, and I thought that was like a pretty well done scene of like, you know, using senior pranks to your advantage. And she struggles with the goth chick, and then just domes her. Like she kills the goth chick dead. And she's sort of like she's rifling through her pockets. And then there's an earlier scene where she's going through the pockets of like a dead security guard and getting like handcuffs, a baton. She's getting some items and upgrades. And her ghost mom appears to her, and she's like, "Well, you learned that from your dad. He's a gamer."
Yeah, your dad used to shoot 17-year-olds in the head all the time. It's patrilineal.
And then after she kills the goth girl, she's like going through her shit, and there's a scene where she has like, she pulls hand sanitizer out of her pocket, and she goes, hand sanitizer. Guess you don't want to get your hands dirty." That was a good throwaway line there. That was a good one-liner.
You got to do something to calm yourself down in such a stressful situation. You got to just make
drink
yourself
the
giggle.
hand sanitizer.
That's following the Keemstar advice. I mean, when he said if you suffer from anxiety, take 3 sips of warm beer.
Yeah,
make do.
So she kills the goth chick, and then she has a run-in with the small wiener kid. And, you know, we bring this up because, like, it's explicated in this scene. Like, she gets the drop on him. She, even though he's got a double-barreled shotgun, she, like, disarms him with an oiled up hallway and a fire extinguisher. And then she, like, knocks him out and handcuffs him to, like, the theater. And then, like, as soon as he's handcuffed, he just starts crying, and he's like, like in 6th grade, everyone pants me on stage, and everyone saw my wiener, and I've never gotten over it. And she's like, and then this is really good. She's telling the kid, he's like, no one remembers me. Like, they're only going to think of me as having the weird dick. And then, like, the hero says to him, I swear to God, the line is like, did it ever occur to you that the people laughing at you were having fun, you selfish prick?
I did like that because, I mean, finally a movie that explores both sides of bullying.
No, that's not what she
serious.
meant.
Like,
that's not what she meant.
Oh,
she said maybe they're not. She wasn't laughing at you. Maybe they were just having. Maybe they were just laughing. Maybe everything isn't about you. Maybe the whole world doesn't revolve around you.
Okay,
you fucking asshole.
This is a Rorschach test. I thought it was.
Yeah,
Rorschach.
I thought she was like, "Babe, you're an entertainer."
Well, people are talking about you, right?
Yeah.
You're doing something right.
No, I'm sure.
I was the third result of the Rorschach test, which is I spaced out and was looking at my phone and don't remember that line at all.
I was like, that's how I scanned the line. It was like, do you realize that you made people happy with your fucked up little nub? And I was like, well, you know, like and I've never seen a movie explore the issue of bullying like that. But I guess that reveals me as a sociopath. But that's fine. Many people have compared me to the character Dexter from Dexter.
So like, then what happens? Okay, so like then eventually like the sheriff shows up. The sheriff played by Treat Williams. I like to call him always a Treat Williams to see him in such films as Deep Rising and The Substitute 2, Back in Class. So like yeah, like and I thought he was going to be more of like a bumbling, incompetent sheriff, but he's actually like a good small town sheriff. And you know, like she's able to call him from inside the building, and this is when she becomes like she goes into John McClane mode, and she's the anonymous hero inside the hostage situation. And she's like, and then she starts communicating with the Joker kid, and there's like a whole kind of Hans Gruber thing going on between the two of them. And I thought a little bit of sexual tension as well. I thought they could have done more with that, because maybe she could have taken him to the prom instead of her loyal one true friend.
Yeah. What if it was all a promposal? She didn't even consider that before she killed all his friends.
Everyone has that small town couple, the 63-year-old sheriff and the 17-year-old girl. We all know it. We've all seen it. We've all fantasized about being the girl and getting to date the sheriff.
So you're right. I mean, so basically, the Joker kid, like the ringleader, wants to go from class to class, collect all of the stupid kids who are sheltering in place instead of running, hiding, or fighting, bring them to the cafeteria, and then get like as many live views as possible, as much news coverage as possible, and then blow up the bomb that's in the back of their van. And just get like the highest kill count imaginable. And at one point he even says, he's like, a lot of people who do this don't even have a number in mind. He's like, how can you have a goal if you don't even know what you're aiming for? So like he's got a plan, but our hero is fucking it up because he's helping kids get out of the school. And there's a part where like the media is covering it outside, and like the sheriff is like, we want to get kids out of the school, but the school's in the shot. And they're like, no, we're just gonna keep filming. Like, who cares? We need to point our cameras at something.
What's in it for me?
And then at one point she decides to the Joker kid becomes aware of her, and then like he goes on IG Live and like addresses her, like who he knows is watching, and he's like, okay, you killed my girlfriend, and like the small wiener kid, don't really care about him. Fuck it. But so if you don't come to the cafeteria right now and like beg forgiveness, I'm gonna kill like one kid like every 5 minutes. So she takes it upon herself to be a hero yet again, and go to the cafeteria to sort of give her own life in exchange for someone else's. But before doing that, she in a weird moment she uncuffs the nerd kid, and who's like weeping and feels bad about killing someone, and gives him his shotgun back, and she's like. You have one shot at redemption. You have one shot at being remembered as something other than a guy who killed people for having a small dick. And then,
she reminds him that other people exist, and he's like, "Oh no, I shouldn't have done that."
Yeah.
So she
you
goes
could
back
be known as the coward who had a small dick and then defected. You could be even lamer.
The coward with a small dick and no conviction either.
Yeah, I'm the Italy of having a small dick.
Yeah,
just switch sides like that.
This chick looks like she's got it on the ball. I'm going to be on her side now.
It also rules that he just does nothing.
Yeah.
It doesn't work.
He gets owned. But he allows her to escape with the nerd is the thing.
Yeah.
She gives herself up. She gives herself up, and he's like doing cat and mouse with her. And the big crazy guy whose sister is the one she killed really wants to kill her. And then the fat dork comes in with the gun, and then he immediately gets murked. But that allows them to run away.
Okay,
that's what he does.
They should have when he was going on live, they should have done something where like Lil Boozy doesn't know what's happening and just also goes on live at the same time and does that thing he
joins
does where
the live,
where he does that thing he does where he's like, I'll give $10,000 to any woman who shows her pussy right now. This shooter guy has to compete with him. You're like, Boozy's the number one.
Little Boozy has requested to join your live.
he tells the shooter, show his cock for $10K.
He's the one who told the Spanish teacher to take her top off.
Well, I mean, there's one good point where like it's sort of toward the end, and they're doing their John McClane, Hans Gruber back and forth over IG Live, and I like there's one point where the hero tells the Joker kid, she's like, how does it feel to know that even after like all of this, after everything you've done, I'm gonna get the clout because now I'm on IG Live as a hero. And everyone is obsessed with me stopping your plan. So like I'm going to be more famous than you. I thought that was a good bit. But while this is going on, of course, there's sort of like media and parents assembling outside the perimeter of where the school is. And of course, the shooter dad, the hero, Thomas Jane, shows up with his fucking like Marine sniper rifle in the back of his pickup truck, and he uses operator skills to like get underneath like the chassis of a car, like roll out, enter the perimeter, set up a kinetic, a sniper situation, and long story short, he fucking domes the big dumb kid who is about to kill his daughter. He just fucking domes him, and then of course. And what the amazing part about that is that he has this enormous sniper rifle. He just shot a kid from like 500 yards away through the fucking head. And then like he's surrounded by a SWAT team who like, hey, are you on our side or what? Can you do that? Wouldn't they have just killed him probably like in a situation like that?
Yeah. No way he would have fucking got out of that scot-free.
When the dad showed up, he had only been in like the first 5 minutes of the movie, and it was like so long since he was in the movie that I forgot who he was, and I was like, did the shooters have like an adult on their team? What is going on?
Come on, that's cheating.
Yeah,
because he was just like looking shifty
bring your
and
uncle?
like putting his hat really low over his eyes and carrying a gun around. I was like, what the fuck is this?
That's the shooter. That's the school shooter version of the 25-year-old who shows up to prom.
Yeah,
that is
also
just
a
what's
veteran.
going on and just shows up.
That is like when like someone brings their like 17-year-old to like little league games and is like, yeah, he's 9.
So yeah, I mean, eventually though, our hero does triumph. The big dumb kid taken out, goth chick taken out, small wiener kid taken out. It's only her and the Joker now, and I forget kind of what happens, but she's able to go back to the cafeteria. He's out looking for her. She gets all the kids out of the cafeteria and does the van in reverse so it blows up in the parking lot, and she saves everyone.
But that's honestly the biggest problem with the movie is that when the band blows up, it's not nearly a big enough explosion.
It's just it's like a Molotov cocktail going off.
It would not have killed almost like if they had just stood at the other wall of the cafeteria, they would have been fine.
We never get to see the part of the Joker kid's plot, which is right before the van explodes. He was going to say, "Hey guys, come gather on the van. I want to show you something really awesome."
This van was on Pimp My Ride, and there's a PS2 in it. Everybody come over and play.
So, but previously, the Joker kid had taken another kid with him to go do something evil, and then it seems like the Joker kid had gotten blown up. But I knew immediately. You've seen Die Hard. This is the oldest trick in the book. You switch clothes with someone that then you kill in like an explosion, so their body is charred and mangled, and they find the green Joker blazer on the kid. And they're like, yeah, he's definitely dead. The old body switcheroo. So. Our hero is out. She's embraced by the sheriff. She's embraced by her father, who's in the back of a police car. But he's not going to do any time or face any consequences.
Yeah, it's so easy to explain that situation.
Yeah. No, I shot a kid.
No. The kid was evil. No, you don't understand.
Yeah,
he was tall and he looked like a troll. Okay,
it's my dead wife.
Yeah. Look, I'll admit I came here today to help the shooters, but once I saw my daughter, I was like, all right. Fine.
No, you're right. You bring up the fact that the big dumb kid like hears voices and like talks to them, and you're right. Like it may have been the mom was talking to both of these kids, and like the dad shot this kid for like hitting on his dead wife or something. Or just
playing both sides, dude.
Yeah.
Everyone's had that moment where the low IQ kid who somehow can commune with the dead fucks their wife.
Yeah.
One of my favorite aspects of that big dumb kid that was like near the beginning when they first were introducing him, and he was like, I think it was when he was trying to find the lunch lady. He was walking around in the cafeteria, and he was just going like need to find her. Like he was just talking like an ogre too, like with no nouns.
Oh, he refers to people as things.
Yeah.
He was an interesting character in the movie because everyone is either like like a cool like real America self-reliant guy, or like sort of like a soy evil or good or neutral creature. And then there's just like he's like a Witcher villager.
Yeah. He's like if Private Pile was in The Witcher.
So you think everything's okay. She saved the day, but then she spies. She spies the lead villain. She spies the Joker kid making a crafty getaway in the clothing of another guy. And then it's revealed that this kid had a plan all along to get to survive this mass shooting event and get away. And he goes there's a little bridge and a little stream, and he has a little like a safety deposit box or something, and he opens it up, and like in a sealed plastic bag it has like cash and like a fake passport. And I'm like, dude, you just are like the most recognizable person in America right now. How did he think he was going to get away with this?
It also had Groucho glasses in the box.
So like, yeah, he's by the brook, and he's just like, I wish I had killed more people, but for the most part, I got away with it. Still alive, no problem. I'm going to Venezuela right now.
He was gonna go to a country that's pro mass shooter.
Yeah,
yeah, a mass shooter haven.
Yeah.
So then, like, so the girl sees this, and then she asks her dad, who's in the back of a cop car, "Hey, Dad, do you still have your giant sniper rifle on you?" And he's like, "Yeah, it's just over where I dropped it. No one's touched it or done anything with it. It's still loaded." So she goes into the police perimeter, finds his sniper rifle, tracks the kid down, draws a bead on him, and fucking blows him away like he's a 12-point buck. And then she approaches him, and like the deer in the very beginning, he's wheezing as his lungs fill with blood. And she gives him the same spiel about, how you shouldn't let nature take its course because it'll lead to unnecessary suffering. She picks up a big-ass rock, and you think she's going to crush his skull. But no, she just brings it down right next to him to fuck with him. And she's like, haha, asshole, I'm not even going to give you the honor of stoving in your skull. Enjoy fucking bleeding to death, asshole. And just walks away. Movie over.
My favorite part of that is that, like, that guy wasn't there for that. He doesn't know what you're talking about. He's just like, why are you like giving me this speech? And also, how did she memorize it word for word? It didn't seem like she was paying attention at all.
No, she's off getting a rock. Also, how the fuck is she like just walking around with her dad's gun? You don't think anybody would have seen that?
There's like
there were
80
7 million
cops around.
police officers.
Yeah.
And she got shot in the leg, so she was like limping and bleeding. And she's like going across 100-yard field to the fucking tree line, just like, never mind, guys, I gotta go. I'll be right back.
And I really can't stress enough how large this rifle was.
That was the size of her.
Yeah. Have you guys seen the child with multiple gunshot wounds? I thought I saw her carrying a rifle the size of her from a crime scene, but I'm not sure. I didn't want to like cause the whole thing.
There's already too much going on here. I don't want to.
It's such a sick spot to end the movie too. Like, cause like then like the only resolution to the whole arc with like her like friend zoned friend guy is like, she just sees him on a stretcher, like completely fucked up, and is just like, "Oh, is he okay?" And they're like, "Yeah, probably." And then that's it.
But she does agree to go to the prom with him.
She did agree to go to the prom.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that is true. Yeah, and there's also the part when he says like, "Go on without me," and she's like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" No.
I do wish that there was maybe a post-credit sequence where they do go to prom, and he's like got a cane or something, and then it's the end of the night, and he goes in for another kiss because she gives him a kiss when she lies him down on the bed or the couch in the break room, and she just goes, "Look, I didn't really think you were gonna make it."
Which sets up Run, Hide, Fight 2, Friend Zone Revenge. No, yeah, she does agree to go to the prom with him, but like, there's actually a pretty funny moment where she's like, the friend zone character is just like, wait, because he got shot too, and he's like, wait, I need to tell you something, and she's like, I know, I promise if you get through this, you can do under the shirt stuff with me, okay? Like, I've gotten over my mom's death, and like, I'm ready to maybe go to third base. And then he's like, that's great. I'm really happy about it. But actually, what I need to tell you is that there's a giant fucking bomb in the van that's parked in the cafeteria. But yeah, it ends there with her just shooting this kid and letting him bleed to death. But like, also it ends like there's no resolution. Like, similar to her dad, like, it's an active shooter situation. She just blew off a gigantic rifle. And like I said, there's 800 cops around. Everyone's like, hey, is everything cool over there? She's like, yeah, no, it's fine. I got this. I just killed this kid. You don't need to worry about it. Wait. It was just a kid dressed like some other kid who he was actually the kid who did it. Yeah. Okay. All right. We're good. We're good.
It's just more paperwork.
Yeah, they in between the scene of her getting the gun and her tracking the kid down, she goes to the Reddit thread about the school shooting. They've geolocated the wrong guy. It was just like an autistic kid who's obsessed with creeks.
Yeah, he was looking for a porn stash in the river. He just gets fucking domed.
Well, yeah. So that's run, hide, fight, and like I said, it's not like it's not like a cartoonishly terrible movie, but like it's I would say it's a bad movie because it clearly takes itself seriously. I think like the filmmaker clearly thought that this was like an important movie that like asked some pretty serious questions about like, is it okay to shelter in place, and when is it okay to shoot a teenager?
Yeah, it would have been better for sure if it had been more had the courage of its exploitative convictions. But I'm sorry, minimum 4 stars for blanks and squibs and real guns.
Oh my
God! When was the last time you saw it? I'm actually serious. They do not do it anymore. I do not put real fucking bullets and guns.
John Wick probably.
No, John Wick.
No,
not
CGI.
CGI.
Oh,
I watched.
They use all that
Raid.
choreography to hide the fact that they're doing fucking CGI.
Raid, then I think, right?
The Raid.
Raid use squibs?
Raid is squibs.
I saw it in Eric Andre's show. I don't know if that.
The Raid uses squibs, but that's like the Raid 2 is like now almost 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. I watched Possessor last night, and there was definitely a lot of actual fucking really gruesome blood in that movie.
Yeah. Well, if you watch any director
and I haven't
who liked
seen that,
80s
and it's already
movies-
4 stars for me too. 4 stars.
It's not.
Preemptively. 4 stars.
I do agree with you.
I have to encourage these people because the market will not do it because it's cheaper to use the CGI.
I mean, I agree with you on squibs. I just think that like this is going to send you down a bad path. I think that like like Chechnya will make a weird propaganda movie about it will be like Red Dawn, but gay people invade the country, and Matt's gonna be like, well, I mean, they used a lot of squibs in this movie.
They actually use live ammo.
So Matt would be totally fine with the Daily Wire taking over all of Hollywood if they would just use real squibs in movies. And you know what? I'd pretty much be cool with it as well.
Because at this point, I don't really buy any of these theories about like culture, about like cultural products moving people anywhere. Everyone is seeing this stuff through the lens they already possess that is determined really by their demographics and their social context, not by the content of what they're watching. So just give me the goddamned squibs. I don't care who gives them to me.
And actually, this brings to mind, like, I think we could make actually like a pretty funny and harrowing high school movie with no violence that's just about Ben Shapiro's life in high school. And it would be like he'd be way more evil and disturbing than the Joker kid because it's just him.
Oh yeah.
It's him like addressing a school assembly about how like welfare leads to dependency and disincentivizes work or something like that.
Yeah, he makes the social studies professor like denounce Professor Griff for anti-Semitism.
There's like a bunch of kids in like an American civics class, and like they're sitting there, and Ben isn't in the class, and they're all looking around. And they're like, is Ben here? And they're like, no. And they're like, oh, I guess he's sick or something. And you can see them sort of relax and sort of their body language become more relaxed, and they start laughing it up. And then you hear in the hallway the wheels of a roller backpack. And then everyone just stops what they're saying and just like looks at the door. And then there's just like a violin screech as the door opens, and then that's cut to black.
Well,
it would be like falling down, but instead of killing people when he's inconvenienced, he just goes, interesting.
Yeah, it would be called staying down.
Well, it's funny if you watch the On Cinema Oscar special, pre-screening backstage presentation where they're all wearing fucking suits and stuff. Like everyone on the Daily Wire masthead is like a failed Hollywood guy in one way or another.
Yes. Oh yeah.
Like there's like Michael Knowles is a failed actor, and if you watch further in that clip, he talks about how like he really felt it. He said the last play I was in. He was talking about like his career as being in plays in Hollywood suffered because he wouldn't attend Democratic fundraisers.
I would love to see what fucking
It reminds you of a
Lazy
fundamental
thing.
truth that we all try to overlook too much because it's not terribly comfortable. Politics is for losers.
That's true. That's true.
It is you care about this stuff because you can't make it work in the thing you want to do. Because if you're successful in what you want to do, and why would it be politics? You don't care who's in charge because the world works for you. You decide to go and try to fix how the world works when your path is blocked. Like Shapiro wanted to be a screenwriter. He wanted to write, like, he had a
and
fucking
had a
sitcom he
cousin
wanted
who
to
had
do.
a successful career as like a child actor.
And so it's like, well, I guess I'm a politics dipshit, and it's not like that's not true on the left too. Everyone goes
Yeah.
to politics after they lose at the thing they wanted to do.
Yeah,
I'm just
I
saying there
actually
is-
like
there is
we started the show because I'm actually $450 million in debt because in 2014 I tried to remake Bob Guccione's Caligula. I don't care about any of this shit. I don't
With
even
Zac
know who Bernie
Efron
Sanders
as
is.
Caligula.
Yeah, I just I have to pay this debt off.
But I mean, like that's true, Matt. But like the thing with like the right wing guys, though, who are almost universally, like if they're a popular figure on the right now, like failed actors or entertainers or comedians or something, the difference in them and like people on the left is that like they have a built-in excuse for why their career never took off.
Right.
And it's because of political bias or whatever. And
Yeah,
like
it's
one
why
of the other
grievance is what powers their politics.
like one of the other Daily Wire guys, and if you go back and watch that video, he's the guy who looks like 40 years older than everyone else sitting there. Is this
The
guy
James
named-
Elroy looking motherfucker.
Yeah, no,
I
it's-
thought that was
yeah,
James
no,
Elroy.
no, it's his
Because
name
I
is-
could believe he might do that as a bit. Like,
no,
just for
his
fun.
name is Andrew Clavin, and he's like
He's
a
my
screen.
favorite one.
He's a
Clavin!
screenwriter. He's a screenwriter that had like 2 movies made, including that. It was like the most famous one is that movie "Don't Say a Word" with Brittany Murphy and Michael Douglas. about, like, yeah, that one. That like I think that's his most famous movie. But like, there's a definite like Hollywood fail to right wing blogging pipeline
100%.
going on here.
Yeah, they should have had Dean Cain in this. That would have had everybody.
No,
actually, you know what?
having Dean Cain as a high school student would have been
Yeah.
really
Oh my
funny.
God, are you kidding? That'd be amazing.
All the adult
But Patrick,
actors are
this
pretty
movie was
good, though.
this movie was smart enough not to use like Kevin Sorbo or James Woods or something.
Stephen
that's been, like-
Baldwin.
yeah, exactly. Because like they use actors like Treat Williams and Thomas Jane who are like not overwhelmingly
They're not coded as
associated with
reactionary.
being
They have
being
talent.
cranks. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And I thought the lead in this movie, she was like as far as like 20-year-old actors, like she was really good. I thought
She's on Young Sheldon right now.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, like
I looked up all the other kid. The fat kid who everyone saw his penis is Zoolander Jr. and Zoolander 2.
well, yeah. After Zoolander 2 bombed, look forward to Ben Stiller's new show on DailyWire.com.
Yeah.
I'm excited for what they do next, dude. Just like a fucking John Stossel biopic, or like a like a Bug's Life from the Cricket's perspective, or something. I think it would be really good.
Also starring Kevin Spacey.
Yeah, no, I was thinking like they will do like a reboot of House of Cards, a spiritual successor with Kevin Spacey on the Daily Wire in this year.
Can't wait.
I'm always on the look for something new, and we have to watch every shitty thing that comes out, and I got seriously depressed after seeing like a Marvel movie because it was just like the same as everything else in the world.
And there's no squibs.
There's no squibs.
And there is no there aren't even real people. Like, forget the bullets. The humans aren't actually there. It's just like a human head floating on like an Etch-a-Sketch outfit.
I want more Christian movies, and I hope that Daily Wire succeeds in its mission to make big budget shitty movies like this, but makes them more overtly insane.
Absolutely, we need some more
my
insanity.
selfish hope. Yeah,
I mean, I would like to. I mean, if I had the money, I would produce just a film adaptation of Ben Shapiro's True Allegiance, but do it 100% straight. Don't even write a screenplay. Just include dialogue directly. Don't even try to to make it. Just do it as faithful an adaptation of True Allegiance as is possible with a $200 million budget. That is the movie I would really like to see.
Yeah, or the Kurt Schlichter Civil War book.
Oh yes, I would love to see those.
Yeah. I would. That would make me, whenever some shitty superhero movie comes out, I think the episodes we always do on them, I really like. But actually seeing the movie sends me into a spiral. But when Will or Matt is hey, there's this movie about like, if Muslims had invented the atomic bomb first, and it's made by the guy who owns the biggest screen door factory in Tennessee. He self-funded it. I'm like, yes.
Well, I mean, I think like if this movie is successful and the Daily Wire gets to do more movies, I mean, if it gets successful enough, then they're going to feel their oats enough to do what they really want to do, which is true allegiance to the movie, like a movie that doesn't have to shade its ridiculous politics.
I mean, good tidings to Daily Wire Pictures. I'm rooting for you just because I want a variety in movies that I watch for my show.
Well, there we go. That was Run, Hide, Fight, everyone, and I would say just don't walk, run, hide, fight to your local Daily Wire Cineplex. Go down to wherever fine Ben Shapiro products are sold, and definitely don't pay for this movie. Definitely don't. Now, I began the show talking about how my concern that there was no more greatness left in this world, that we were, suffering from a dearth of truly great minds, like achieving their best. And it was not just Trump at Diamond's funeral this weekend. It was, how should I describe this man? Sort of like the Jabba the Hutt of sports writing, Jason Whitlock, sort of like a sports reporter turned conservative commentator, who took it upon himself to explain for his Twitter audience the recent spat between Ben Shapiro's Daily Wire and Steven Crowder. Now, have you guys followed this story? Basically, this was a bit of a kerfuffle in the conservative media sphere, because apparently the Daily Wire made an offer to Steven Crowder it was a 4-year contract worth $50 million. That he angrily turned down and did like a live stream, like accusing them of being rhinos or something like that, or claiming that he would never sell out or whatever. And then the Daily Wire CEO, this guy Jeremy Boring, released his response video. It's like the world's lamest rap beef imaginable. But he released a response video where he says that, like, oh, you've been working for all these other people your whole career. You've been like, heavily, you're an industry plant just like we are.
Yeah, it's the core of this is basically that, like, in Steven Crowder's contract with the Daily Wire, and I do think this is probably unique to him because he's probably the only one who needs this. There's a clause that he makes less money if he like gets banned on YouTube.
Yeah,
because he's like shittier at dog whistle than Jordan Peterson or Ben Shapiro or like any of the other Daily Caller guys.
He gets carried away.
Yeah. So that is sort of at the heart of it. And I don't know, for what is Steven Crowder's endgame? I think he probably saw how much Alex Jones was making as an independent operation and thought, like all great tacticians do, oh, I'm just going to do what he did, but with none of the problems. I'm not going to make any of the mistakes.
And also,
I'm going to be Napoleon
talent.
without. Yeah, I'm going to invade. I'm going to be Napoleon without invading Russia. I'll just do that. And he's sort of giving himself authentic conservative bona fides here.
Yeah, he's the real guy. He's the one who will tell like it really is, not like those cucks at the Daily Wire.
Yeah,
I know. It's just to put it in context here. I was amused by this story because of how much shit we get for being billionaires or whatever, and it's just like $50 million. Like, okay, listener, we've had a number of opportunities to lightly sell out, like, sign a contract with a podcast network or make, slightly, but like a significant amount of more money by having ads on the free shows or whatever. Listener, I'm not making a stone here. If the Daily Wire offered me a 4-year contract worth $50 million, I would be yucking it up with Andrew Klavan promoting the Gina Carano movie tomorrow.
Smoking the cigar in the man cave.
Yeah, exactly. In the Daily Wire screening room, I'll be sipping bourbon and having a cigar with the boys, talking about good old fashioned movies, the kind they don't make anymore. But
it would be very hard for me to not do a podcast solely about how Israel is unfairly singled out.
So there's like, a bit of a beef here. But Jason Whitlock stepped into the breach to explain this beef to his audience, but explain it in a very particular way. He's going to explain it as he says here. The discord, animus, and upheaval within the conservative media bubble, highlighted by the feud between Steven Crowder and the Daily Wire, can best be understood through a Game of Thrones lens.
Yes.
Now, fellas,
now we're talking my language. Finally,
we are all Gambo experts here. You know, we've read the books, seen the TV show, we know the lore here. So I would just figure we could do an audit of this Jason Whitlock in which he goes through all of the principal figures in the conservative and liberal current media landscape and assigns them a Gambo character. Starting with Steven Crowder is Littlefinger. He believes chaos is a ladder. He knows winter/war is coming. He correctly identified big tech as the White Walkers. In his mind, he gave Jeremy Boring, quote, Ned Stark, great advice.
That's not what like Ned Stark and Littlefinger's like their initial interplay. That's not what it was over. He's already fucking up the analogy. But like, all right. I mean, I've read this thread probably 3 times, so we'll keep going.
Well, I mean, like, well, the thing with Littlefinger is, like, you know, he clearly wants to paint Crowder as the sort of the evil Machiavellian genius who you, like, you know, kind of have to respect. But he says, like, he knows that winter/war is coming. I mean, it's not that he knows war is coming. Littlefinger is actively starting the war himself to benefit from it. It's not like he's just like, oh, I can feel it in my bones. The war is coming. Like, he is a active agent in scripting the the breakup of the Seven Kingdoms.
So does that mean that he doesn't like? He's a bad guy. He does.
I think he thinks Crowder is very much a good guy.
Where Whitlock himself comes down on this. Although he identifies the thing about identifying the White Walkers. It's like, first of all, big tech, hilarious. Second of all, Littlefinger didn't give a shit about the White Walkers. This has nothing to do with him.
No,
he never had any. He never had any time for the White Walkers. He was just doing his schemes and shenanigans.
So continuing on, he says, Jeremy D. Boring, as mentioned above, is Lord Eddard Stark, hand to the king of the Daily Wire. Okay, Ben Shapiro is Robert Baratheon. Jeremy Boring is Eddard Stark. Jeremy has far more ego than Ned Stark, but in Littlefinger's mind, Jeremy is every bit as naive, thinking he can work with big tech and maintain conservative values.
No one's trying to work with the White Walkers. That's not a faction. This entire thing is poppycock.
But okay, if big tech is the White Walkers, like, why are you doing this on Twitter? It's like if every character in Game of Thrones, they were like, wait, I have to tell this to everyone. Let me go beyond the wall. It's like if like 3/4 of the factions in Game of Thrones, their entire, like, the thing they were mad about is that you didn't let them be beyond the wall. That's the only way this analogy works. I've been shadow banned beyond the wall.
So the analogy is we're only two tweets into this thread. The analogy is already more tortured than a victim of the the Boltons, the flayed men. That's how I feel reading this. But okay, but this one is very much on point. I thought a second ago Ben Shapiro was Robert Baratheon. No, according to Jason Whitlock, Ben Shapiro is Bran Stark, eventual king of the Six Kingdoms. Ben has unexplained superpowers that allegedly allow him to see into the future, except when it comes to the milk of the poppy vaccine. Winterfell is Israel, a standalone kingdom run by his sister Sansa, in parentheses, Brett Cooper.
For those wondering,
who is Brett Cooper?
Brett Cooper is not the Prime Minister of Israel. He's just some other conservative media guy. But okay, so like Ben was... I can sort of buy this one because Ben was given a disability at a pretty young age. He was circumcised that gave him superpowers that like would tell him that O'Bungler would be a bad president.
I think this one is apt because like Bran, Ben is an annoying, ugly little bitch who everyone hates.
Yes.
There's everyone who, either reading the books or watching the TV show. Everyone was just on the edge of their seats going, can we get back to Bran's plot line, please? But the other, I mean, this honestly, I think should be chiseled into a wall somewhere. But just the phrase Winterfell is Israel is what I mean. Like, this is what I mean. Greatness is back. Winterfell is Israel, a standalone kingdom. And again, for that to be true, for Israel to be a standalone kingdom, they wouldn't be getting all the money that they do from our I don't know, Casterly Rock or something like some bullshit like that.
There wasn't a storyline in the books or the series about like tourists from Winterfell behaving badly in Essos. Every character wasn't like, oh, great, here come the Winterfell people, like on holiday again.
Yeah, some more northern tourists. They burned down another one of our heart trees. Oh well.
Also, Winterfell is not a kingdom at all. It's a fucking castle, dumbass. The North is the kingdom.
Well, I mean, as the thread goes on, it's not even clear whether Jason Whitlock even likes Game of Thrones, because I mean he has some editorial input here. But going on, Donald Trump is King Robert Baratheon. Once a great warrior, King Trump has gotten sloppy and more vulnerable than ever to his many enemies and rivals. That one, I think that one's legit. I can see the Trump Robert Baratheon comparison.
That's probably the best analogy in the entire thread. Yeah,
I'll buy that one.
Okay, now we get into people who are like, I don't know, like I guess Candace Owens is part of the Daily Wire, is she? I don't know.
Yeah,
it says here, Candace Owens is Cersei Lannister, stunning, conniving, and power hungry. Sensing the fall of her political husband, Trump, in parentheses, she's devised a plan to empower herself. I like that he says that she's stunning, just like Cersei. She's a stunning, sexy lady. Matt Walsh is Jaime Lannister, a noble bad guy. Walsh and Owens playfully feud over social media to conceal their mutual admiration. So I guess they're fucking.
They're fucking and
nicknamed
siblings.
the drag. Nicknamed the Drag Queen Slayer, Walsh's true affinity is for protecting the little people. In parentheses, Tyrion.
Okay, who's
and then
Tyrion?
and then the next.
Oh, you're gonna vomit when you get to the Tyrion part.
So he's protecting the little people. Elon Musk is Tywin Lannister. Musk believes gold wins wars, not soldiers. The great patriarch of social media. A Musk always pays his debts.
That's not true.
Definitely
at all.
not true.
That's completely not
They
true.
haven't paid their fucking rent and their fucking offices in like 3 months.
Seth Dillon is Tyrion Lannister, the imp. Who
the fuck are these
leader
people?
of the Babylon.
Seth
It's the
Dillon? I
Babylon
do
Bee
not even
guy.
know who this guy is.
Yeah, he's the Babylon Bee guy. This is the part that, well, I consider dialing 911 to commit suicide by cop.
Oh, okay. So he's
Seth Dillon-
he's Tyrion because he's so hilarious.
Yeah, he drinks and he knows things. He's very quick-witted. Oh, yeah. This part is repulsive.
Seth Dillon is Tyrion Lannister, the imp. The leader of the Babylon Bee camouflages his intelligence with his quick wit. Even Dillon's haters love him.
How does
Definitely
quick
true.
wit
I'm
camouflage
gonna-
intelligence? That doesn't even make sense.
A quick wit does not camouflage intelligence; it broadcasts it.
Yeah. Yes.
Fucking
literally.
moron.
So I think this is like the turning point in the thread. Like, I feel like
These people are not
that's
even
sort of like-
tangentially related.
Right. Well, I think like this is the turning point in the thread because I think this is like he was very into it, and this was sort of like the apogee of how into it he was. And then he realizes how he sounds and that it's already been up for like 30 minutes and he get like people will just repost it. So he's like, oh, I have to like make like self-aware jokes about like, I have to sort of like laugh along with the crowd about how much this sucks now.
Well, he did the important thing, which was explicate the beef between Steven Crowder and Jeremy Boring. And before he really goes off the rails, he just had to get in there that he thinks Candace Owens is stunning.
Right. Okay. So here's how I'll explain the contract dispute. Matt Walsh and Candace Owens are brother and sister who are fucking. That's the core of the contract dispute here.
Okay. Next up on our casting call here, Jordan Peterson. That's right. Jordan Peterson. He is Varys, a wide sage with an array of sources and information who places protection of the realm above all else. So again, Jordan Peterson does not have a wide array of sources. He has his own fucking brain and his book, Maps
he's
of
just
Meaning. I've never
riffing
seen
at
him
all
fucking
times.
reference anyone else's work.
He's read 0 books. It's amazing.
I mean, I guess they're both like castrated, one metaphorically, one literally.
I would like to see him bald, though. I'd like to see if you could pull that off.
Next up, we have Alex Jones is Stannis Baratheon, the rightful heir to the conservative throne. Facing character assassination inside a courtroom, Jones told the judge, "Go on, do your duty."
I mean, that is Stannis and Alex Jones, both stoic, really into the letter of the law. Alex Jones, not really like a performer type.
I mean, he was under siege in that courtroom until lowly Davos Seaworth, the nootropic knight, sailed into the castle with a bunch of brain force ultra mega gorilla mind, and they fortified them for the rest of the siege of Storm's End. Next up, we have this one is really good. Joe Biden is King Joffrey. At 3 a.m., Joffrey's mother destroyed King Robert Baratheon's ballot naming Ned Stark Protector of the Realm, making Biden president. Weird and sadistic. The legitimacy of Biden's rule is questioned.
So wait a minute. Candace Owens is Joe Biden's mom?
It stole the election for him, and Joe Biden, I guess, is committing crossbow rape.
Yeah,
I didn't know he had it in him.
Yeah, Candace Owens is his mom, and Joe Biden is his dad. Or no, I'm sorry, that because it's not actually his kid. It's Jamie Lannister's kid, so that's Matt Walsh. So Joe Biden is the child of Matt Walsh and Candace Owens.
That is Sarah. That is Sarah Cotter Chronicles timeline fuckery. That is just so confusing. That is, I cannot keep this straight in my mind.
And I also love the I love the impression of Joe Biden as weird and sadistic. And it's like, look. So really the policies of Joe Biden and the Democrats, I think, could fairly be described as weird and sadistic. But Joe Brandon himself, I mean, he does not give off Joffrey vibes to me. Like he Master Pycelle. I mean, that's the comparison that's just sitting right there.
Oh, yeah.
He's like
perfect.
Just sort of like a grumbling courtier who's just been in the system for so fucking long, and then he's just like the last one there to take a seat when the music stops. That's Master Pycelle all the way. He's not a good guy. But weird and sadistic does not strike me as the Joe Brandon, style.
Joffrey is like, I mean, a willful character, and Joe Brandon is probably the most led around man in the world.
Yeah. Next up is a guy I've never fucking heard of. He just lists him as @AlexStein99. You guys are familiar with this guy, Alex Stein?
No, yeah, this is too deep in conservative lore for me.
It just says, I'm looking at his bio here. It says cat maximalist and a host of conspiracy castles on Blaze TV. Well, whoever the fuck you are, Alex Stein, you are now Bronn, a mercenary for hire who kills while making you laugh. Always down for trial by combat.
Okay.
Wait, I'm just looking at a photo of this guy here. Oh God, he's laughing in his photo, but he looks like he has a real pinched dough face. He does not look like, yeah. He's down to he's always down for trial by combat.
He's a lovable murderer.
Next up, and this is where Jason, I like just the little interjections of horniness in this. He says here, Kamala Harris is Roz. Roz slept her way from Winterfell to King's Landing all the way to King Joffrey's bedroom, where she was murdered by a bow and arrow.
Okay, yeah, that's the thing that like Joe Biden is gonna kill Kamala Harris.
He's gonna make her beat Pete Buttigieg to death with a bat in front of him. Then next up we have Brittany Griner. Is Brienne of Tarth, the most heroic, virtuous, selfless, and courageous non-binary person in all of Westeros. Griner ascended to Lord Commander of the Kingsguard after smuggling hash into the Iron Islands at the behest of Joe Biden. This is just truly... he's
this
gone
is the
from
thing
like
where
playing
you
along
get
with
too
the joke
mad.
to fully losing his mind. Yeah,
You get too mad. You remember the things that piss you off, like frickin' Brittany Griner getting out of jail and leaving our precious troop in there. And then you got to get all fucking, you got to throw the whole thing out just to start bitching about it. Although it is nice to know that Russia is the Iron Islands. It's like, I didn't know you guys were so big on the Ukraine war, because if Russia's the Iron Islands, you're basically arguing that it should be wiped off the map, because that was what they always should have done to the fucking Iron Islands. Just awful.
Well,
just sink that shit.
I will take issue with one aspect of the lore here. I would say the Iron Islands, if there was such a thing as like, contraband or hash oil, if you were trying to sneak, let's say, milk of the poppy into one of the kingdoms, the Iron Islands, I think, would probably have the most liberal drug importation policy. I don't think that's something
They're
that they would
pirates.
drown you for.
Pirates.
Yeah. Next up, Tomi Lahren is Lady Marjorie Tyrell. Obsessed with fame, fortune, and power, Lady
Who the fuck
Marjorie
is
married
Tomi
her brother's
Lahren been,
boyfriend.
by the way? Is she
Well, I mean, she
anywhere?
got-
I feel like she just fell off of the fucking map.
Well, I mean,
She
he
did
says
fall
here,
off.
Lady Marjorie married her brother's boyfriend, Renly, King Joffrey, and King Joffrey's brother, Tommen. She eventually pretended to join the High Sparrow religious cult. I don't know what the Tomi Lahren equivalent of this. I don't know what he's just describing the
Mormon?
character of Marjorie Tyrell. There's no.
Yeah, no, that's the opposite of what happens, kind of.
Yeah.
Cersei, she doesn't join the cult, but she tries to use them for it's all over the place.
Next up, we have Clay Travis. Clay Travis is Theon Greyjoy. Abandoned by his political father, Al Gore, Clay became a ward of the Starks, eventually betraying them. Captured, tortured, eunuched, and renamed Reek by Ramsay Snow, Clay struggles to find an authentic identity. Is eunuch the word? Can you eunuch someone? Or I don't know. It's pretty
You got
creative.
eunuched, which is good to know.
You got eunuch.
Clay Travis has literally no dick or balls.
Sorry, remind me, who is Clay Travis again?
He's another sports guy. He's another guy who was like a sports
he's a
dude who
baseball
then
pitcher or
became
something?
super political and a right wing. Like wrote about sports,
How is he?
I think.
How is he eunuched?
I have no idea.
next
This
up-
is getting so deep into the fucking the internecine struggles. This is all like shit that he's like seen in fucking Slacks and stuff, and now he's tweeting it out to a public audience of absolutely baffled onlookers.
Next up, we have Greta Thunberg is Arya Stark, an impossible to believe media creation. The tiny fantasy heroine slays the Night King, thwarts global colding, and stands as a symbol of girl power. See, like, this is where it got confusing to me, because Arya is like one of the great heroes of A Song of Ice and Fire. Like, she's a fan favorite, certainly one of the most heroic characters in the books. But he's saying that like she's bad because her character represents girl power and the unbelievable contention that a woman could best a man in bladed combat.
Also, though, she fought the White Walkers, who, in his telling, is big tech. So she should be good then on his side. Yep. Again, just thinking of people that you're mad at and then just throwing them in there and thinking of the characters that you're getting mad at. And the entire world building collapses.
Yeah, I mean, any of these analogies, like, they have the structural integrity of a regular lawn chair under Jason Whitlock.
Only a few more to go here.
Oh, thank God.
Next we have Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson is Jon Snow. He has king's blood, but chooses to be champion of the Night's Watch, rising
Back
to Lord
to dick
Commander.
riding.
Yes, right back to just God,
Just absurd dick riding.
rising to Lord Commander of the men maintaining the wall at the border. He's like, yeah, just want to let you know, Tucker Carlson, you're a personal hero of mine. Then finally, Jesus Christ,
Thank fucking
Governor
God.
Ron DeSantis and Carrie Lake are Viserys and Daenerys Targaryen. Conservatives are anxiously waiting for the Targaryens to take back the Iron White House throne.
Ron DeSantis also married to his sister. Whatever.
And
I
like,
don't
okay,
care.
and who's Carrie Lake going to get pimped out to get like an army of horse lords to retake the White Iron Throne?
Yeah, he is not named Khal Drogo. I've noticed that.
Yeah, him. He's thinking,
Yeah.
that's me, baby. My sun and stars. He's referred to as my sun and stars because he has the same gravitational pull. Folks, that's what I'm saying.
Boom.
And then finally he says, guess that makes me George R.R. Martin. I'm still working out on how this will all end. Stay
George
tuned.
R. Word Martin.
Please, Jason, please. Please, more of this.
Yeah.
more
George
of
R. R.
this.
Martin.
More of this.
That's really it. I mean, I guess, like, if I saw you both inside Profile.
Yeah. only the Greek fisherman's cap would be able to tell the difference.
Yeah.
But Matt, look, as good as this thread was, there were some great replies to it from Whitlock's fans, none of whom have seen Game of Thrones or has any fucking clue what he's talking about, even less than I do. And they're like, Jason, gotta say, I love all of this. Don't know what you're talking about, but I'm gonna look into it right now.
They're gonna be like Felix, where it's like, I'm not even gonna watch the show. I'm just gonna read the lore, just so that I can understand what he was saying.
I hope they have as good of a time as I did.
And like, Jason Whitlock, he's clearly a TV watcher, not a big reader. So like, Felix, when you were doing your own version of this for fucking Jacob Wall and fucking Berkman at CPAC, you were pulling the deep cuts like young Griff.
They're young Griff and John Connington. But no, Jason Whitlock does not know about John Connington.
Oh no,
or any of
that's
those
book stuff. He has no idea.
No, he has. Yeah, he doesn't even know the TV stuff that well. He sucks.
Yeah. Very bad. Very poor performance.
Yeah. He's never done the dance of clicking out of all 3 of the pop-up ads that you get when you go on Wikio.
Jason Whitlock, man, like he's great. I don't know, like whether he backed into being a conservative pundit or just ended up there because of all of his like many bitter life disappointments and petty spite that he bears inside of him. But dude, this guy was talking shit about Damar Hamlin the other day. Like, this is a guy who's just desperate for any kind of attention. He was just like, oh, I bet he's going to make a lot of money on his Oprah interview now that he's not playing football anymore. And it's like, Jesus Christ, dude. Oh my God. Jason Whitlock, ladies and gentlemen, the Game of Thrones. I think that's the first time we've talked about him on the show.
Yeah,
I know we mentioned him like in the distant past, probably, but he's quite a specimen.
Yeah,
indeed.
I'd say he's more of the Illyrio of the free city of Lys. Or no, what is it? The city's from?
He's from Pentos.
I'm blowing it. Pentos, yes. He's more like Meister Illyrio.
Magister Illyrio. Jesus Christ. Blowing it.
Well, I'll end it there before I disgrace myself any further.
Yeah, seriously. Very embarrassing.
Gentlemen, speaking of something slightly less whimsical, Matt, you and I last night, you, me, and our friend Paul, we saw a movie. We saw Knock at the Cabin.
It sucks. Do not go.
Spoiler alert! Don't see it. But so we went to a bar after, and we were at the bar, and the Grammys were going on. We were watching the Grammys on TV, and what do we saw? So we saw the Grammys, and Matt just kept grabbing me, leaning in, eyes ablaze, and just said, "They're dabbing on us. They're dabbing on us, folks." The Satanism.
It's out of control, folks.
Satanism in this country has gotten.
They're getting bolder every day. They're summoning rituals. Their magics are getting stronger, and we're just letting it happen. We're watching Sam Smith's fat ass waddle out there in his fucking thigh-high boots with his little top hat with horns on it, summoning Baphomet, and we're just clapping like seals.
If Sam Smith like successfully catapults you into hell, that's the end of practical monotheism. Like, then Yahweh just ain't what he used to be.
That's true.
If Sam Smith does it.
Yeah, the chunky child of some stockbroker just says, Papa, I'd so much to be a pop star. And it's like, your wish is our command, Sam. Here, put on your this little red hat and scare the normies.
A red devil hat, though.
Red devil hat.
And like, right before we started recording today, I saw like, my favorite of these was a Ben Shapiro complaining about all this shit, and it's like, dude, you don't even believe in Satan. Like, how is Satan worship a concern for you? You and I both know that Satan's made up. You for religious reasons, and me for other.
Yes, but he represents the worship of the self, and that's his whole point. Which I say, aren't you a capitalist, Ben? Shut the fuck up. That is literally what capitalism is. It's the instantiation of self-worship. That's it.
Satan is, in the Old Testament, he's famously in Job.
Yeah.
But it's not like
he's on God's team.
Right.
Yeah.
Satan isn't like not like culturally important to Jews. Like, Jews aren't like afraid of being tricked by the devil.
Yeah.
He's
kind of a ball buster.
Yeah.
Satan is like he's the serpent in the Garden of Eden, and then he shows up in the Book of Job as like like a DraftKings.com prop bet. Can we drive this guy insane? How many boils will it take before this guy fucking renounces God?
I think that Job, at the end of the day, though, it has a good moral, which is like, if your wife dies, like, don't get sad, don't get down on yourself, just get a new one.
Yeah, just move on.
and this time younger, so you can replace your kids that died. That's a good message. I've been saying that to a lot of people.
And if your kid dies, just get some cows.
Yeah.
It's good. You know, head of cattle.
Well,
it's
it's
just
like-
as good as having a kid.
It's implied in the post-credit scene that, like, the wife is younger and he can replace his kids.
What's the post-credit scene of
Well, there's a
Job?
post-credit scene of Job where, first of all, Nick Fury shows up. And he's talking to God, and he's like, so, looks like Job's in a May December romance. And God's like, yeah, I sent him a 19-year-old. And Nick Fury's like, my sensor shows that she's pregnant already. And God's like, you're telling me. I'm all-knowing. And then Satan is in hell with the Despicable Me guys, both the minions and the scarf guy.
Oh yeah,
and he's like,
Gru
oh,
is definitely in hell.
Yeah, he's like lost another alone to die tech.
Gru is a Duke of Hell. The Mucinex booger guy also.
Yeah.
The toenail gremlin.
Oh yeah,
he's a president of hell.
The Maya Rudolph M&M. She's a new rising VP in hell.
Is Maya Rudolph going to be an M&M, or is she just going to be a spokeswoman for M&Ms now that they
Tune into the Super Bowl to find out.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, anything that gets announced in January is setting up a Super Bowl ad. Always.
I can't wait for like this to lead into the M&M shows that are going to be on Paramount or Disney Plus.
like how there was the Geico Caveman show.
If the Geico Caveman show came out today, people would be like, actually, there's a subtle dignity to this show. Actually, it's a parody of TV.
You know, like
It's good.
you think these Neolithic car insurance guys, it would be, you know, like but it's really, even though they're 30,000 years old, it's really about the times we live in now.
Mm-hmm.
I like how the caveman like both the show and the commercials, the subtext was that like cavemen were supposed to represent like black people. I think
it was problematic. They hadn't thought that one.
Man, you could really just get anything out there in 1999.
No, it was like 2008 or something like that.
It was that late?
Yes.
Oh my God. Damn.
Yeah. I think they only got one episode, and then people were like, they just literally like slow-mo jumped in front of the camera to stop them from shooting. Like, no. 2007, yeah.
Damn, that late?
Yeah, that's how fast things move, folks.
Yeah.
That's how, 2007, what's this? Right before social media emerges as a thing to prevent something like the Caveman Show from coming out.
That is true. Like, yeah, we don't get to see like really shitty ideas played out far enough.
Yeah.
Like there are certainly like bad movies and everything, but like, I don't know. I would have liked to have seen the Game of Thrones guys do their slavery show.
I was like, that's terrible. Can't wait to watch.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what stupid shit they do.
Suffocated in its script. We don't get to see people like play out their worst impulses because of the fucking social media panopticon stuffing it out in its cradle. It's a damn shame. Now all we got is some fucking fat ass capering about it with his tail.
Yeah, but you can get a deep fake of the Geico Caveman fucking flow from Progressive.
That would be deeply illegal because those are two different companies. Neither one of them has signed off. That is copyright infringement. The fucking SWAT team will show up if you try that.
They flashbang me and I'm blind in one eye because I continued the Aaron Esurance storyline without buying the rights first. I don't care about like the car insurance. I wanted to see where that story ended.
Yeah.
It was one of my favorite American mangas.
Aaron Esurance is an American manga.
We enjoy the art of anime in America. The Aaron Esurance, Scooby Doo, the Flintstones. They're all kind of like our version of Lone Wolf and Cub.
Basically, what the fuck happened? There's no Aaron Esurance, but they didn't replace her with anybody. Esurance, is that company even still around? What's going on?
No, Esurance was. I mean, probably that was like Dan Blazarian's dad. Was just like embezzling $700 million. They probably never insured anybody, but they made an amazing storyline. Like when she fought the robots that represented bad insurance rates, I was gripped. So it's kind of okay, what they did.
Okay.
I don't know. Did they get acquired by someone?
Acquired by Allstate.
Okay.
So there we go.
There we go.
I don't like the Jake from State Farm stuff ever since they made it woke.
Well, okay. I know. See, they get you with this stuff because it is stupid to care, but it is also stupid to make Jake from State Farm black. That's dumb. I'm sorry. It's like, okay, Jake from State Farm, we all loved him, right? Well, yeah, but he needs to be more inclusive. Just the note that the insurance man had for that. That's dumb. It's what it is it's pandering and insulting. It's not that it's bad that it's racial diversity. It's like, this is the most obvious ham-handed shit on earth. You don't remember the original ad?
I don't remember the original Jake from State Farm.
It's a guy's on the phone like, oh yeah, that sounds great. And then his wife rolls in, giving him the rolling pin, grabs the thing, and she's like, who's on the phone? He's like, Jake from State Farm. And she grabs the phone. She says, Jake from State Farm, who's this? What are you wearing? And they cut to some white schlub in a cubicle going, khakis. And that's the joke. And then they're like, hey, people love Jake from State Farm, but now he's going to be a cool young black guy.
Right. And they did it was really weird. They made a 120-minute long movie that was rated NC-17 where the white husband actually gets fucked by Jake from State Farm, where it's actually it's based on, was that Armie Hammer, Timothy Chalamet movie?
Call Me by Your Name.
Yeah, it was sort of like a Call Me by Your Name type thing. And the point was that it's not ridiculous that he would be getting fucked and fucking the peach also with Jake from State Farm. And then actually the wife's actually a bitch. And then at the end they kill her. And then in the post-credit scene, Nick Fury is like, I've seen this work. It was Aaron Insurance. And it turns out Aaron Insurance used her wrist reader, if you remember that from the commercial storylines, to make the husband gay. But then she says to the robot from WandaVision, and she says, love is so good that it can make a lie true. And that was voted the best line of 2021.
Moving on now, we got to talk about, music, the wholesome music that people of the right-wing persuasion can enjoy. And we are returning now, of course, to our old friend, Canadian white rapper Tom MacDonald, who came out with a new song featuring, the genius Ben Shapiro. And we're lucky enough to be, have as a guest on the show today, Alex, who ghost wrote Ben's verse for the song. So you just tell us a little about the creative process of working with Ben on this track.
Well, they call me the Ben Shapiro of the left based on height. So it's sort of a natural matchup. I actually haven't heard this yet. I haven't heard this song yet. I was putting it off because you guys said you hadn't heard it yet, and I was going to listen to it for the first time on the show.
Well, the song is called Facts. And Chris, why don't we cue that up? And if you could just just jump ahead to Ben Shapiro's verse.
Man, I call this shit iTunes rap because it only charts on iTunes.
I have no idea where Ben Shapiro's verse is. So let's get a little flavor from the beginning.
Let's just dive in. So he's saying, you're the listeners will be missing out on the visuals to this video, but I have to comment on the fact that Tom MacDonald is talking about his raps are not promoting stripper poles or overdosing or anything cool like that. But he looks like a gremlin of some kind. Like he's got braids and a face tattoo. I mean, he just looks very looks very disturbing, and he looks like someone who is on a lot of drugs. So
that's the thing. The average Tom MacDonald fan is overdosed like 12 times. Like they still have Narcan in their nose from the last time.
He's got So I mean, and then Alex, we said, where did the American flags go? He's from Alberta. Why the fuck do you care where the American flags have gone?
It's basically America.
Yeah, I guess.
If any province of Canada is America, it's that one.
I guess. But Felix, how do you think that Tom's verse here compares to White Boy or some of his other singles?
It's disappointing. I feel the same thing with Tom MacDonald that I felt with Alex Jones after Trump became president, where Alex Jones just became a boring Republican. He used to talk about funny stuff and do these great shows where he would wander to Bohemian Grove and they would ask him to leave. And then after Trump became president, he'd be like, Democrats hate the Trump tax bill because it will give small businesses more money. And it's like, okay, great. And I can't hear this anywhere else. But
it felt like he won, and he kind of did, but it made him boring.
Yeah, with Tom McDonald, White Boy, the song where he goes into some sort of high school for adults and raps about understanding.
That's in the video.
Yeah,
and then, or if I was black,
If I was black is awesome. He's I think it's like his apology for White Boy. He's like, if I was black, everyone would yell at me. They would accuse me of committing felonies. And I don't know why he made that song. Then my favorite, They're Trying to Kill Me If I Leave My Home.
Oh, I love that one.
That one's awesome.
Yeah. That's a legitimately great song.
The best video,
okay.
too. But like after he sort of figured out that like conservatives are a reliable audience. iTunes Rap, as Alex said. Since like conservatives, because they're broadly older people, are the only people who still buy music on iTunes. iTunes gives a great insight into what old people are listening to. And, you know, it was a great business move for Tom McDonald, but it's like a creative low point for him, I feel like.
Well, I feel like it's interesting. Like I remember If I Leave My House, They're Going to Kill Me. It's a great song. But after listening to Shapiro's verse, I have a profile of Tom McDonald from Rolling Stone that came out in 2022. Right around the time White Boy and If I Was Black was sort of becoming controversial. And in the piece, like they spend some time with Tom McDonald, and They're Going to Kill Me If I Leave My House. He's a huge COVID paranoiac and like is like a stringent masker and sort of social distancing type of guy, because his girlfriend has asthma or something, and he's against the vaccine, but he's like really, really, really strict about N95 masks, which I thought was an interesting detail.
Yeah, him and Vladimir Putin, they're the world's two conservative COVID scolds.
Now, before we get into Ben Shapiro's verse on this song, I just like to note that, Ben Shapiro has made a number of public statements declaring that rap music equals crap music. And, declared his because, he played violin since he was 7 years old or something. And based on that musical expertise, he has adjudicated that rap music is in fact not music. And Alex, I remember we had you on ages ago to talk about the sort of genre of conservative rap, and you made a point that like is obviously evident in this video, which is that like similar to the Daily Wire movie Lady Ballers, which is about any loser guy is still better than the best woman at basketball. I think someone like Ben Shapiro, who hates rap music, has a need to participate in it as a way of kind of like denigrating rap music, to say that even I, the lamest person on earth, can do rap music better than black people. So
it's that easy. And then there's no way to really dispute it, because they point to iTunes and it says #1 on iTunes because everyone's uncle bought it. You look on Spotify and it has 8,000 plays. But to them, that's enough. They say, well, I can rap as good as Lil Pump.
All right, let's hear some more from Facts.
Before we hear the Shapiro verse, we see Tom McDonald standing in front of a wall of monitors with Ben Shapiro's face, and he looks exactly like the grinning man that appears on most Aphex Twin imagery.
Yeah. So, wow, let's go behind the bars with Ben Shapiro. It's just really robotic. It's like, this seems like an AI. Like you just like.
I was going to ask if it's AI.
Voice. Yeah.
It's not like it's hard to get Ben Shapiro, but that was just so weird.
Yeah,
it was so unmusical.
I don't know what I feel like even for like Tom McDonald fans, shouldn't we be past the novelty of like what a nerd is rapping? Like, is this 1998? What are we doing here?
Weird Al Yankovic did it better.
Can't you see I'm white and nerdy? Yeah.
But sort of similar to the Tom's verse, like Ben's coming in and he's saying that like he's basically just advertising the thing, like, all the other things that rappers promote, like, having sex, doing drugs, being cool. I'm not about that. I'm making money off compound interest and talking about facts on my webcast.
Is he trying to be anti-Semitic to himself? Why are you talking about compound interest? Why are you saying that? Don't say that.
You're selling fence. I'm taking rent. All right,
That is so fucked up.
You want to hear a little more of it, or should we dive into this Rolling Stone piece?
My pronouns are he, him. Get used to it. Does that offend
you? What are his face tattoos too?
Does one say hog?
Yeah. Well, he had this thing in like 2018 around the same time as White Boy and Dear Rappers, Hangover Gang, but then he got sober. So he still has Hangover Gang like tattooed across his face.
Oh, it's like
That's
Wino
awesome.
Forever.
Yeah.
Like Johnny Depp's tattoo.
Yeah.
I just want to share a few details about Tom from this Rolling Stone article. It says here, perhaps you've seen the music video for White Boy, which currently has more than 22 million views on YouTube and made a minor celebrity of a carpenter turned pro wrestler turned rapper named Tom McDonald. God, listen, nail this guy to a crucifix and he could be our Lord and Savior.
Carpenter. How long was he a carpenter? Was he in a union? Because if you're talking about like helping my uncle with his deck, I don't want to hear that.
But Felix, it describes the music video. It says it is set in a Southern California classroom where the musician, who is white, wears blonde box braids and sits in a desk in a row of bored-looking students. Just as he starts rapping about how he shouldn't have to feel bad for being white, the students start to make faces and throw paper at him. The teacher, played by a black actor, tries to quiet McDonald down, waving his arms and wordlessly shouting. The rest of the classroom begins to taunt him. White boy, don't say that. White boy, you so bad. McDonald overpowers them with a scream of anguish, his voice rising above all the others in the room. White boy, white noise, saying shit I can't say with my white voice.
Yeah, that song is very powerful because the stuff he says is like, my family never owned slaves. I would never say there's an implied N word. He's like, I would never say, bleh. And it takes place, as I said, in the adult high school where everyone argues with Tom McDonald. I think that's like where they make you go after you go to prison.
It's like remedial driving or something.
Yeah. You have to go to Tom McDonald classes if you really, really screwed up in life.
Going on here, it says, but McDonald started something more vicious than a conversation. Even if you've never seen the video for White Boy, you know precisely the type of person who would put it on repeat. He'd gifted the culture war a new text. Eventually, white nationalists discovered the song. McDonald said he spent hours deleting their comments celebrating him. That freaked me the fuck out, he said, claiming that as a Canadian, he was unaware of the chaos this track would unleash. Of course, he brought it upon himself. I was like,
we're not all on the same internet.
He's like, I'm sorry, I'm Canadian. I don't know about any of this stuff.
You can't say, oh, she goes to a different school. You're all just posting on Twitter.
Yeah. But going on here, it says, 4 years after White Boy, McDonald is eager to show people I'm not just some brainwashed right-wing zombie. When we spend time together this winter at his place, he's ultra paranoid about COVID, requiring us to stay masked and socially distanced even outdoors. He suggests that he isn't against abortion or gun control and that he watches videos about intersectionality.
I would love to see what he means by that.
What is that? Is that like from the Griot? He reads the root.
I would love to find out what he means by that because he cannot be doing like there's no way he's doing that. Does he mean like interracial porn?
Well, not on YouTube. Unless it's clothed.
It's like it goes back to this like Canadian thing. It's just like you don't even go to this high school, and then he's weighing in on all these American culture. And when you're in Canada, it's like all our culture war issues just become backwash for their like trucker convoys and stuff like that. But like he's just like we're in the face tattoos talking about like I'm proud to be white, and then he's like, damn, all these white nationalists are commenting on my shit. How could this happen?
It seems like they would hate the way he looks.
Yeah, I know.
It's amazing how
But he's
people
like-
can
he's doing-
suspend their hatred for someone who has
Yeah.
like white guy dreads and all these piercings and all these face tattoos and all this shit. Where if their daughter brought that guy home, they would come out with a shotgun. But once he says I'm racist, it's totally fine. Same thing with 4G Auto Blow and all those guys. Like, why do they support that? And I really don't get the appeal of being a white nationalist if you have to hang out with guys who look like that.
Who's the guy?
Like, shouldn't they be clean cut? What's the point of the far right shit if we don't have clean cut guys like we used to? If we're gonna have face tattoos, we might as well be cool.
It's Foreshadow Blow is great, but I love like the guy whose face is even fatter than his. Was it Jimmy Levy? That guy?
Yeah.
The guy whose head is just his eyes are like closed because like his face has pushed his like cheeks and forehead together.
Yeah, I love him and Jimmy Levy. 4G Auto Blow and Jimmy Levy. My favorite song they do is Target is Targeting Kids. That one's awesome.
Whatever happened to that? They used to be so mad at the store.
Oh my yeah, no, it was like a new thing every week. I ran out of things, or they ran out of things that were like turning kids trans. But like, yeah, you know what they did with Target, like a similar thing to when people on Twitter will post like the Starbucks stock falling by like 0.7% and being like, look, the boycott's working.
Yeah. I saw one of the worst things I've ever seen on Twitter. It was someone who works at McDonald's saying they cut my hours, but I'm glad because it means the boycott is working. God damn, man. That sucks so bad to see.
Really, really bad. I mean, it's like, it's a double-edged sword, right? Like, it sucks to see, and it's embarrassing. That post where that girl was like, why do you think McDonald's is bringing pink shakes back? Because the boycott is working. It's embarrassing, but also the fact that like people that stupid are like they know about Palestine, that's a good sign. You know, those people.
Yeah. Thank you, TikTok, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, look, 20 years ago, those people did not know what anything was. People who would say that stuff. But now they, hey, their heart's in the right place.
Yeah. When I was a teenager, if you knew about Palestine, you were weird.
Yeah.
Like, why do you know about that? Why do you know what Gaza is? But now it's normal.
Continuing in the article, it says here, so McDonald grew up in Edmonton, Alberta, a city of 1 million inhabitants in central Canada, where the average high in January is 20 degrees Fahrenheit. His dad was a contract negotiator for oil rigs. After high school, McDonald worked in construction, specifically carpentry. When he wasn't building houses or on rigs, he performed in pro wrestling matches on pay-per-view wrestling against ex-WWF competitors and touring on Canada's professional circuit as all-star Tom McDonald. Going on, it says here, Rockefeller, this is referring to his girlfriend, Nova Rockefeller. Rockefeller's fear of dying from COVID is so acute that at first I think there's no way I'll ever be able to meet McDonald in real life. She tells me she still wipes down all her groceries and holds her breath to check her mail on her suburban street. She and McDonald build elaborate sets in their garage, spare room, and backyard. One is a mental asylum complete with padded walls and fluorescent lighting. Another is an apocalypse bunker. There's a Mad Men-esque living room with a bear rug and roaring fireplace. For one video, he brought a vintage car that's still in the front yard. So actually, I kind of like this. He's like, all his music videos, he just films in his house.
Yeah.
That's
like,
pretty cool.
Just like all the best stuff, he's DIY.
What year was this?
This is from 2022.
Okay. I guess it was kind of reasonable to be that afraid of it.
I mean, COVID was still going on.
If you just have asthma. At this point, I hope he's not still doing that. I hope he's not just destroying his career and just never leaving.
Growing up, McDonald's favorite wrestler to watch was Stone Cold Steve Austin, whose shtick included guzzling beers and occasionally beating the shit out of his boss, the then WWF chairman. But the anti-establishment wrestler also played the hero. McDonald recalled the moment as a child bullied at school. He saw a match between Austin and The Undertaker, pro wrestling's terrifying undead zombie. Steve Austin came out and he was like this little 6-foot dude with a shaved head and like didn't have the pageantry, McDonald recalls, unexpectedly starting to cry. As a child, that spoke to me. To see a person go up and fight in spite of the fact that they would probably lose. Steve Austin won that day. A few years later, he'd gut punch, a.k.a. stun, Trump himself during one of the future president's appearances promoting his show, The Apprentice. So
That man,
starting to cry because Stone Cold Steve Austin fought the Undertaker at SummerSlam.
That justifies all the bullying.
yeah,
That justifies all the bullying that you're the guy who's crying at Stone Cold Steve Austin. Like, they were right to look down on you. I'm sorry.
yeah. Oh, Stone Cold, you the way that you pretended to slap a guy in the back really hard, I realized that I could accomplish my goals.
I really respected the way you saw Vince McMahon rape women and didn't do anything. It really spoke to me.
So yeah, well, hopefully, I don't know. I think Ben Shapiro's musical career should continue to flourish. I think you guys should, start selling features to other rappers. So it's $500K a feature, or a couple 100,000 if I like you.
Yeah, you can pay like $5,000 to get Snoop Dogg or Gucci Mane. They do features all the time for everybody. If you follow them on Spotify, you have a feed of just the worst shit, and it's a 30-second feature from them. So Ben Shapiro, it should be less than that. It should be like $2, but he's probably charging like $10,000. I would guess, unless it's just a favor for Tom McDonald.
Yeah, no, they wanted to link and build. Ben Shapiro saw they're gonna kill me in my house and thought, hey, I'll have some of that.
I do need to do a quick fact check on this Ben Shapiro verse. This name of the song is facts. He says, you're going to prison. I'm on television. False. Ben Shapiro is not on television. Daily Wire is not television. That is a web show.
You're right about that.
Wait, who's his enemy that's going to prison?
Just black people.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe
Right.
that judge in Georgia.
The implied, just like reading through his verse, the implied you on all of this is indeed just black people, mostly black women.
Oh, okay. All right.
Speaking of which, here's someone who will not be making it into the land of milk and honey and will not be with Hashem when she dies, and that's Candace Owens, who has finally got around to being fired from the Daily Wire for hating Jews. And I just gotta say, I give the Daily Wire a lot of credit for hiring her in the first place. It rocks. And I'm a fan of hers now. It says here, a prominent right-wing commentator, Candace Owens, has left the Daily Wire, the website founded by conservative commentator Ben Shapiro, after months of promoting anti-Semitic ideas. In a statement posted to social media Friday morning, Daily Wire CEO Jeremy Boring said the company and the pundit have ended their relationship. It says, in a Thursday appearance on the Breakfast Club radio show, Owens acknowledged her strained relationship with Shapiro, but claimed that Ben doesn't have the power to fire me. Meanwhile, Owens began to use her Daily Wire platform to promote anti-Semitism, claiming this month on her show that secret Jewish gangs terrorized Hollywood, and recently favorited a tweet repeating a lie about Jews drinking Christians' blood. And I just love the idea about Jewish gangs terrorizing Hollywood. It's like, Noah Baumbach is doing like O-Block shit to Ben Stiller.
It's so weird to see anti-Semitism, like the black form of anti-Semitism, for a white audience.
Yeah.
I don't know how it's really supposed to work, because when it's like the black Israelite type of shit, that's for a black audience. But when it's for a white nationalist audience, you're basically saying all the stuff you don't like about black people is Jews' fault. And I just don't know if that's going to work. Because I saw a thread the other day where that CCG Brandon guy, it was actually Melanie Mack getting yelled at for promoting that CCG Brandon guy. And it was someone saying, like, why are you promoting this ghetto thug and his jungle ghetto music and all this garbage? And it's like, that's the audience. Like, no matter how respectful or whatever you want to be, like, that's the reaction you're gonna get.
It's a real, with the Daily Wire and Candace Owens, though. It's a real like Scorpion and the Frog situation, because it's like they hired her because they wanted a non-white person to say bigoted, racist things. But you're halfway across the river. Israel starts killing a shitload of people. Eventually, you're going to get stung by the bigotry that cuts your way if you're Ben Shapiro. An uneasy alliance between them from the beginning, needless to say. But best of luck to both of them.
It's like awkward in general to try to do anti-Semitism in America. Like doing it in Europe, where they have like a tradition. There's like there's a cultural tradition and memory of it. Yeah, that makes sense. You can do that there. Americans, like, they almost like don't know enough to be anti-Semitic. There's too much lore. It's like trying to get like a 60-year-old to get really mad about something that happened in Sonic.
Yeah, it's you kind of
telling me about the Dreyfus affair or something, like, or you know,
yeah. To truly understand it, then you end up just becoming Jewish. I think, like if you learn all of the stuff, you're reading all of the Torah, you're learning all about like post-structuralist feminism and academia, and going back to like Maimonides and all this shit. You're kind of just like, how are you any different than the person you're making fun of?
Yeah, I mean, like, look, I am neither here nor there on look, I think if we were looking at this like cogently, soberly, if they were capable of, you know, just pulling off a hit and for the most part keeping it under such wraps that like everyone is just sort of chasing their tail looking for breadcrumbs, you'd figure they would do it more often. On the other hand, I think it's funny to accuse people and entities of doing it, but this made me believe that like something is up more than just about anything else I'd seen.
Yeah, I mean, like, was there an exit wound or not? Like,
apparently not. I mean, at least according to Turning Point. I mean, it's obviously it's not clear from the video, but you know, there's been a lot of, and I should say, I mean, Kash Patel has really latched onto this. I mean, over the weekend, he said, "Look, we're looking at everything, different angles for the guns. If you think there was a hand signal that was being sent, we're looking at that. You know, I'm in the Telegram chats too. I mean, you know, it's essentially along those lines. I mean, he's basically saying he lays out stuff that goes beyond, you know, they've said, oh, they're looking into who else knew about this or whatever, but he's really like, we're looking at every kind of crazy idea you might have.
I mean, what I'll say on this is, I try to hold lightly explanations for current events that I find like instinctively entertaining or emotionally satisfying. I will say this. They are trying to do everything possible to make me believe there is a conspiracy involved in this, or that there's something more than the official, sort of the official narrative here, which is also one that like I don't dismiss out of hand or find completely ludicrous. Like the official narrative being essentially the plot of Dog Day Afternoon, except for a political assassination instead of a bank robbery. But like, I got to bring it up. The other thing that really just made me raise an eyebrow was Netanyahu just saying out of nowhere, we didn't kill Charlie Kirk, and talking about it for like several minutes. And I was just thinking, why would, like, I understand like the accusation is out there, but he wasn't asked. And like, when has he ever commented on any of the other people that he's supposedly not killing?
Yeah, it's like walking into a job interview and being like, I had nothing to do with Columbine.
Yeah.
This is where I think Netanyahu's clearly like extremely podcast brained. I mean, he's hanging out with the Nelk boys, all this stuff. And so, you know, obviously he's watching Candace Owens and Tucker make these insinuations, and he puts this video out. I mean, it's really bizarre. I mean, he obviously is bombing half the Middle East. He's busy with other things, you would think. But of course, as you said, well, I mean, the Mossad is blamed for just about everything that goes on. And that this is the one specifically that he has to rebut.
Well, okay. Well, let's talk about that. 'Cause like, much of the this schism over like the legacy of what is MAGA, what is Charlie Kirk's legacy, and like, did he make a turn, or was he about to make a turn against Israel? Like that seems to be like this schism that's going on right now that you've covered does seem to be like, what will determine the legacy of MAGA and its future direction? Like, is it America first, or is it Israel first? Which country is coming first? So like, could you describe what are the contours of this split, and like who is on what side, and like how are they debating like the terms of this, like of this right now?
Yeah. So, I mean, this is a split that really hinges on, was Charlie Kirk a really kind of like establishment pro-Israel Ben Shapiro like Republican up until his last day, or was he turning on Israel? Was he growing more skeptical? And then sort of relatedly, was he becoming an economic populist? Was he becoming Catholic? All this stuff. And so the factions here are, you have on one hand Erica Kirk, the widow, I think she's supposed to address this later this week, kind of rebut Candace Owens. You have people like kind of the Turning Point USA organization. You have a lot of pro-Israel pundits. But the real action here is on the other side with Candace Owens, who's like insanely anti-Semitic on top of everything else, very anti-Israel, and Tucker Carlson, and then like Roger Stone. And so they're saying, well, Charlie in his last days, he was growing critical of Israel. Bill Ackman had him out to this kind of influencer retreat in the Hamptons and harangued him about Israel. He was being threatened. Oh, he had to go to Israel, all this stuff. And then there's this implication that, and then, a month later he ends up dead, make of that what you will. I think particularly in the Trump era, the right in right-wing media institutions and personalities have really no way to guard against their right flank and to prevent these things from shifting right. Charlie Kirk being a great example of someone who was trying to do like a very pro-business stance on immigration. We welcome
trying to
all
do
these
politics the right way.
Yes, well, exactly. We're trying to bring in all these high skilled immigrants.
Trying to support business, support corporate tax breaks, and Israel. That's doing politics the right way.
Exactly. And then just had to completely flip on that because basically, there was nothing to stop a random groyper from disrupting his events. And if he didn't have that, what did he have? We can also look at like in those emails where Fox News that came out through the Dominion settlement where they're saying like, look, if we don't say the election was stolen, someone else is and we're gonna lose. And so there's just no way for them to really hold the right. One possibility was banning people from Turning Point USA events. And that's why we saw this big pressure on Charlie Kirk before his death to ban Tucker Carlson from speaking at these events or ban. And so as a result, I mean, there's only a few gatekeeping mechanisms they have. And especially with social media, I mean, someone like Candace Owens, I mean, if Ben Shapiro or these broader figures in the right had their way, I mean, she would not have anywhere near the platform she has. But I mean, there's a lot of incentives for her. She can just post a video saying, maybe there was another shooter, or maybe there's all these questions about Charlie Kirk's death, and it gets like 7-10 million views on YouTube. So, I mean, these people are no longer reliant on the party apparatus.
Well, if a net result of Charlie Kirk's murder is that an organization like Turning Point TP, Turning Points, and then like the sort of political and media apparatus around it, if that is stewarded by someone like Ben Shapiro, who is in the more traditional pro-Israel mold of traditional right-wing Republican politics, and that like the MAGA movement like is corralled within the boundaries of not turning against the Zionist I saw Mike Huckabee talking today in Israel, and he described Israel as America's wife. And this is his comments. He said that, like, if you say that when I invite you to my house for dinner and you say, Mike, I'm so happy to come to dinner. I can't wait to eat your food and talk with you and have fun. But if your wife is there, I don't want to be there. And he was like, well, if that's the case, you're not going to be there, because if you love me, you have to love my wife. And that's the way it is with Israel and America. So, like, if the Trump administration, I mean, look, happy wife, happy life. Am I right? And if you keep your wife happy, maybe you won't get killed by a vague, randomly, a vague young man with random associations.
I kind of hope that Mike Huckabee is right. Just like, I hope that like the rapture happens just to spite Israel. Like, I hope they're like gearing up to like nuke Mozambique for no reason, and then just Mike Huckabee like floats fatly upwards toward the sky, and he's like, I knew I was right. Anyway, hope you guys have sunscreen ready.
So what I'm saying is, if U.S. policy and like, or at least if the right wing movement in this country is corralled into the air, maintains a boundary that can be enforced of Israel, happy wife, happy life, do you think that would, I don't know, perhaps give ammunition to people inclined to believe that they were behind his murder?
Yeah, I mean, I think it would. I mean, certainly, I think a lot of this stuff about Israel, supposedly killing Charlie Kirk, is kind of this fight over Kirk's legacy, and either Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens trying to ward Turning Point off from really going hardly in favor of Israel, or at least to kind of grab like a remnant of the Charlie Kirk legacy for themselves. But yeah, I mean, I think we've already seen, another example, Marjorie Taylor Greene, this is really crazy. She was just like, Turning Point is an evangelical organization. We cannot let another country, that being Israel, or another religion take it over. So she's saying, we can't let Jews run Turning Point.
Like Ben Shapiro, basically.
Yeah, I mean, people were he guest hosted on one of the Charlie Kirk shows last week, and I mean, people were flipping out.
I mean, I guess the other thing from a TPUSA that I like is I talked a little bit about this on Thursday's show, but like it's all about this tug of war, like I said, between like Ben Shapiro, who's like the people fomenting conspiracies about Charlie Kirk are malevolent actors and the cowards in this room who platform them or whatever.
You pusillanimous ignoramus.
I mentioned this on Thursday's show, but I'm fascinated by Vivek Ramaswamy's like speech where he's like
he's killing it.
Yeah, like he's trying to like it says here on Friday, Vivek Ramaswamy, an Indian American who is running for governor of Ohio as a Republican, took on a faction of the right that is pushing the idea of so-called heritage Americans, people whose families have been in the country for multiple generations, have a greater claim to the nation than more recent arrivals. Mr. Ramaswamy assailed the idea as a blood and soil conception of citizenship, one that is un-American at its core and about as loony as anything the woke left has actually put up. Although Mr. Ramaswamy did not mention Vice President J.D. Vance, his remarks appeared to put him at odds with the vice president, who in a controversial July speech spoke against importing millions and millions of low-wage serfs and extolled the country and its heritage as a distinctive place with distinctive people. And this is also like, you know, Ben Shapiro is like, you know, basically saying like Candace Owens is a despicable person because of her anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. I'll just note here that Ben Shapiro was the one who hired Candace Owens. And there is no difference in the content of Candace Owens' output now versus, I mean, Candace Owens was doing like business secrets of the Talmud type shit for years. And she's currently doing it again. And people are being like, wow, this anti-Semitism, like, you know, this is actually anti-Semitic. But the thing is, for people like Ben Shapiro and outlets like Turning Point USA, who are now trying to like, I don't know, excise the tumor of, you know, actual anti-Semitism or trying to like, basically, it's not about, they're totally fine with people hating Jews or even being anti-Semitic to Jews so long as they're in America. This is only about criticism of Israel. That is the only thing they're trying to excise here, because they have like this is a movement which is all its juice that it has comes from hatred of minorities, immigrants, women, gay people, etc. And like you said, like throwing a drug party where you tell people that they can only do whippets, even though every other drug is available to them and in wide supply. And look, I agree with what Vivek says about this idea about heritage Americans. It is loony woke ID Paul, but only for WASPs. You know, it's like the heritage Americans thing is trying to do DEI, but for WASPs only. And really what it is like, and you see all sorts of posts that were like, my 11th great grandfather was on the Mayflower and they fought in the Revolutionary War. Was a Civil War general. It's just like, what have you done for me lately? What have you done with your fucking life? Nothing. And
I also want to point out, Josh, editor met him. He's also brought this up. The actual Mayflower descendants.
Oh yeah,
one of the most like liberal demographics in America.
Kamala plus 60.
Yeah,
their Kamala Harris is strongest. Like the more Mayflower your family heritage is, the more absolutely libtarded you are.
If you meet a guy named Colt Arthur McMatthews, he voted for Kamala 8 times.
Same with like all of the old heritage towns of New England. Like that was the MSNBC Death Star.
Oh my God,
the heritage Americans that JD Vance is drawing from though are like the Scotch-Irish border reavers that were sent into Appalachia to just scalp Native Americans, and like basically had to be kicked out of Scotland because there were too many blood feuds and there wasn't any cows left to steal. Okay, those guys, those are all solidly Trump voters.
My family's been here a long, long time.